Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
All the other first-year contestants were defeated by the second-year contestants, but Jiang Ming was the only one who was defeated. Wait for the referee to announce that Jiang Ming won. All the first-year students in the audience seemed to be proud of it. Jiang Ming is awesome. Fletchender is so strong, damn, he actually mastered Flamethrower. This is a powerful fire skill that most third-year and even some fourth-year students fire Pokémon cannot master. Tusk, look at the ground being burned red by the flames. Fire skills are explosive. A Rialu defeated the second grade in turn. Everyone felt that the resources, effort, and energy were understandable. But the second Pokémon could still defeat the second grade, which had to attract the attention of the main grade and the fourth grade trainers who were about to graduate. For a while, Jiang Ming, a name that was originally only widely spread among the first and second grades, began to attract the attention of many senior trainers. Jiang Ming was promoted and naturally welcomed many interviews from Pokémon reporters. With the experience of the last time, Jiang Ming's ability to deal with these reporters was also easy, after perfunctorily answering a few of their questions and leaving. In the WeChat family group on the mobile phone, Dad and Mom sent congratulations. Jiang Hongmin, not bad. Jiang Ming, there should be no rival for you in the second grade. Let's see how many rounds you can rush to in the Little Star City Cup. Shen Fei. Better than your dad back then. Gardevoir snickered.jpg. Jiang Ming, squirtlego.jpg. Jiang Hongmin, Jiang Ming, how is the psychic ability seed absorbed? Jiang Ming, it is absorbed very well. To be honest, Dad and Mom, your handsome and invincible son now has psychic, and I feel that psychic can become very strong. Shen Fei, Pikachu astonished.jpg. Shen Fei. No wonder, Jiang Ming, you chose the psychic ability seed. Your father and I were going to find a time to talk to you. Now it seems that you are sure to choose this treasure. Now it seems unnecessary. Jiang Hongmin. At Shen Fei, I said that Jiang Ming has his own considerations. He has grown up, so we don't need to worry too much. Shen Fei, didn't you ask it yourself? Jiang Hongmin. Jiang Ming. Siducksmirk.jpg. Joining the group chat with my parents happily. Jiang Ming just sat down when he returned to his roommate's room. Several girls gathered around him immediately. They chatted happily, asking questions and admiring Jiang Ming, which made Liang and beside him drool. Oh my god, I'm so envious. I will work hard in the next Little Star City Cup, Liang and vowed secretly. At noon, everyone had a meal together and Jiang Ming, who won the second round of preliminaries, treated them. While eating, the electronic screen in the cafeteria started to announce the match time for the afternoon game. That is the third round of preliminaries. The third round of preliminaries will be played this afternoon, and the fourth round will be played in the evening. The top 16 or even the top 8 will be selected tomorrow. This is the advantage of multiple matches being held at the same time. Otherwise, the viewing area is so large that some spectators will not be able to see the direct battle. Yes, the Little Star City Cup with more than 1,000 people will be held in 4 days. If we don't make arrangements quickly, we may be too late. Hey, do you think Jiang Ming, a first-year student, can continue to win in the third round? Continue to win. What the hell are you thinking? That's right, I admit that he has a good talent as a trainer and a strong understanding of Pokémon, but starting from the third round, except Jiang Ming, all the first-year students were eliminated, and there were only a few second-year students left, unless he could still match with a second-year student again. In the cafeteria, many students were eating while watching the electronic screen, wondering what the third round would be like. Listening to the discussion around him, Jiang Ming ate without changing his expression. The roommates next to him were fighting for justice. Liang and looked at the direction where the loudest discussion was going, and it seemed to be the third-year seniors. He wanted to stand up and refute, but then he thought about the strength of the third-year seniors, who were basically all professional-level Pokémon. He rolled his eyes, leaned over to Jiang Ming and whispered, Brother Ming, do you think you have a high chance of winning against the third years? Wu Mo, Batter, and Chen Jiaxin and several other girls were also concentrating. Although they were eating, they all kept some attention on Jiang Ming. "Why are you going to talk nonsense?" Jiang Ming quickly finished the food in the bowl and shook his head. "What round can you get to? Just do your best. The senior sisters in the 4th grade can't beat them. The 3rd grade will know after the battle." How long has Jiang Ming got the Pokémon partner? He didn't think about which round he could get to in the Little Star City Cup. Anyway, just do your best. His goal is not the ranking at all, but the senior sister can be his rival. In Jiang Ming's eyes, the Little Star City Cup is to let his Rialu and Fletchinder speed up the energy absorption in their bodies. After absorbing 2 fighting essences, because each attribute treasure absorbs 2, it reaches saturation, and Rialu can no longer accumulate energy by absorbing fighting essences. Therefore, Jiang Ming directly arranged a fighting stone worth 2 million. Fletchinder's level is now LV.27. The second fire essence has been arranged. However, Fletchinder is different from Rialu. It has one more attribute, flying. After absorbing the fire essence, Fletchinder can still absorb the flying essence. Liang and wanted to ask something else. Suddenly there was a burst of exclamations in the cafeteria. It turned out that the countdown for the match was over. All electronic screens in the Star City Pokémon Academy began to show the match list for the 3rd round of the preliminaries. Countless eyes looked at the electronic screens in various places. 0.00. Good guy look, Senior Aoyang Hao and Senior Yi Xiu, who have the highest chances of winning the championship, have met in advance. Aoyang Hao and Yi Xiu are the 2 trainers with the highest chances of winning the championship in this Little Star City Cup among the 4th-year students of the Star City Pokémon Academy. I didn't expect such a dramatic scene to happen. These 2 people would meet in advance in the 3rd round of the preliminary competition. Coincidentally, these 2 were in the cafeteria. They sat on the east and west sides respectively. Yi Xiu had short hair, white clothes, white pants and white shoes, and Tianjing was cheerful. Ouyang Hao was the opposite. He had long hair, a black headscarf on his head, black clothes, black pants and black shoes, which formed a sharp contrast with Yi Xiu. The 2 had been fighting in the Star City Pokémon Academy for almost 4 years. This time it was about to start again in the forest of Little Star City. The 2 looked at each other from a distance. The classmates around them all felt the fighting spirit of the 2. At the same time, Jiang Ming also saw the name of his 3rd round preliminary rival, He Yu, a senior from the 3rd year. Why does this name sound familiar? Jiang Ming took out his mobile phone to search. Looking at the information about He Yu popping up on the mobile phone, he suddenly realized, when Liang and was in the dormitory. He often tells everyone which senior he has found out more details about. Some of these names were mentioned by him many times. Jiang Ming was naturally familiar with them. He Yu, a junior-senior. His status is similar to that of Li Wen and Lin Tao in the 2nd year. Like Zhang Baking, he is a well-known trainer who hopes to participate in the Dragon Country Pokémon Academy League this year. 18:00 in the evening. This is the beginning of the 3rd round of preliminaries. It is also the time when the students of the Star City Pokémon Academy take a short break during dinner time and another round of excitement begins. However, the preliminaries in the evening, there are not as many students watching as in the daytime. After all, they watched all day during the day. At night, some students have their own little plans. After the Little Star City Cup this semester, there is no time to relax. Students who have boyfriends and girlfriends in the academy must take advantage of these few days to make a date. Therefore, these mysterious members in the academy who always lose contact at night acted at the same time. After the Little Star City Cup, everyone was busy with their future trainer path and had no time or energy to date. This small group of students could not make waves among the many spectators. With the voice of the host Jai 3 announcing the start of the 3rd round of preliminaries, the Pokémon battle, the contestants' command, and the audience's emotions continued to perform wonderfully. At 19:45 in the evening, Jiang Ming went on the court. Off the court, He Yu Sr. had been waiting in front of him. Seeing Jiang Ming coming over, He Yu Sr. looked at Jiang Ming with a smile. "Junior Jiang Ming, good evening. I hope we can have a wonderful match later." He Yu looked sincere. He stretched out his hand to Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming stretched out his hand and shook it, just about to speak. But he felt a force coming from the palm of his hand and looked at He Yu on the opposite side. His smile was still on his face. Jiang Ming smiled slightly and exerted a little force on his palm. A click, in an instant. He Yu, who originally had a light smile on his face, sweat beads immediately poured out of his forehead. Cold sweat the size of soybeans kept coming out of his head. Knowing yourself and the enemy will win every battle. He Yu will not look down on Jiang Ming just because he is a freshman trainer. He wants to go further in the Little Star City Cup. In each round of preliminary matches, He Yu had to make sure his Pokémon kept their original history as much as possible. Therefore, he specifically studied Jiang Ming, a first-year junior. Currently, Jiang Ming's Pokémon partners are Rialu and Fletchinder. Rialu is very strong and can probably reach the entry-level professional level. Fletchinder is a little worse and is also performing at the high-level ordinary level. He estimated that Jiang Ming would most likely send Rialu to fight, so He Yu wanted to influence Jiang Ming before the battle began. So he waited outside the court long before Jiang Ming went on the court. He also took the initiative to extend his hand to Jiang Ming in a friendly manner. In fact, Chen Yang was going to give Jiang Ming, a first-year junior, a lesson when shaking hands, not to shake hands with a trainer who is stronger than him. The strength of the trainer will be affected as the Pokémon becomes stronger. He Yu, a third-year student, boasts that his physical strength is much stronger than Jiang Ming. Therefore, he was going to stand in front of Jiang Ming to shake hands and let Jiang Ming know how powerful he is. Of course, he would not go too far, just let his junior learn a lesson and know senior's strength. But he never expected it. Jiang Ming only exerted a little force, but he actually broke the cartilage in his palm. He Yu could not help but groan. His face was ugly. "What's wrong, senior? Are you uncomfortable?" Jiang Ming withdrew his hand calmly. He did not expect the other party's hand to be so fragile. The cartilage was broken with a little force. This is just because he absorbed a portion of the fighting essence. If he continued to absorb it later, what would happen? He Yu clenched his teeth, wiped the sweat from his forehead with his other hand and looked at Jiang Ming with horror. What's wrong with this guy? Such a terrifying grip almost made him scream on the spot. He Yu wanted to say something. The referee saw that the time was up and reminded the two contestants to take their positions. Helplessly, He Yu could only shut up. His right hand was still shaking slightly. Oh no, he could only throw the Poké ball with his left hand. Please release Pokémon at the same time, both contestants. The referee waved the flag. Jiang Ming and He Yu threw the Poké ball at the same time. Jiang Ming was fine. He Yu on the other side looked a little awkward. What's going on? Why did He Yu Sr. throw the ball with his left hand? Hey. When did He Yu become left-handed? Really, I didn't notice it just now. He really threw the ball with his left hand. The sudden change may be related to the handshake between the two just now. He Yu has never thrown a Poké ball with his left hand before. There was a commotion among the third-year students. Then, the Pokémon of the two sides in the preliminary match appeared in front of everyone, causing a lot of heated discussion. Jiang Ming's side is Rialu. He Yu's side is Scyther. Seeing the two sides fighting Pokémon like this, Liang En in the audience opened his eyes wide. He was the first to slap his thigh and shouted, "Brother Ming is so confused. Why did he send Rialu? If he continues to let Fletchinder play this round, wouldn't it be a sure thing?" Aye. Brother Ming didn't study He Yu Sr.'s Pokémon, right? He Yu Sr. used Scyther in the first round of the preliminary match. Wumo was also puzzled. Maybe Fletchinder's strength is lower, so Brother Ming would consider letting Rialu play. In any case, in Pokémon battles, attribute restraint is only relative. Don't forget that Brother Ming's Rialu has mastered Fire Punch. Batter clenched his fists and was a little nervous. Chen Jiaxin and several roommates couldn't help but express their opinions. It is also a part of the preliminary match to predict what Pokémon rival will send out in this round of battle. Predicted by the opposite senior. Jiang Ming's face is not panicked, as if he has it all planned. On the court, He Yu had a blank expression. Seeing that the Pokémon Jiang Ming took out was Rialu, he made up his mind to let Jiang Ming know his strength and get back the face for what happened just now. The referee's psychic Pokémon nodded to the referee and confirmed that there was no problem. The referee looked at the time and it was time, so he immediately announced the start of the battle. Work up. Quick attack. Both sides issued instructions at the same time, unlike other trainer contestants. At such a short distance, Jiang Ming's physical fitness allowed him to hear the instructions given to Pokémon by the opposite trainer, so he decisively gave up work up. Quick attack to avoid, pull away 3.8 to find an opportunity to strengthen the amplification. Yam! In an instant, on the battlefield, the figures of two Pokémon, one blue and one green, circled each other on the field, and the quick attacks of both sides collided back and forth on the ground, and potholes appeared one after another. Densely packed, Scyther is not weak. Rialu even has the speed is invincible talent, but Scyther has reached LV.39, which is higher than Rialu, and his species strength is also higher than Rialu, so he is faster than Rialu. Aerial Ace. Metal Claw. Clang clang, both sides attack each other. Scyther is a lone Zerg warrior. His knife-like arms are the weapon he relies on for survival. They are extremely sharp and he attacks Rialu with every knife. Rialu uses the metal claw condensed on the back of his claws to fight back. The longer the claw, the stronger it is. Scyther begins to gain the upper hand. Yes, suppress the opponent. Seeing Scyther suppressing Rialu for a moment, you just felt relieved. His right hand didn't hurt that much. Sigh. Scyther slashed with his blade arm again. Rialu blocked it with metal claw. The purple talent fighting all round allowed it to quickly adapt to Scyther's fighting rhythm. Rialu's eyes flashed with intelligence. At an extremely tricky angle, Rialu used metal claw to deflect Scyther's blade arm, revealing Scyther's flaw. Good opportunity, Rialu, fire punch. Jiang Ming's eyes lit up. Fighting with Rialu, who has a purple talent in close combat? What are you thinking? As long as the strength is not at the level of instantly killing and crushing Rialu, give Rialu time. Rialu will quickly adapt. And wait for an opportunity. Counterattack. The blazing flames covered Rialu's fist. At this time, the battle horn for counterattack was blown. Bang! Rialu punched Scyther's back wings. Hiss! The flames of fire punch spread along. Instantly enveloped Scyther. Sigh. Scyther was shocked after being hit by fire punch, and it was not willing to be outdone. It stabbed Aerial Ace, sharp flying elements condensed on its blade. It hit Rialu head-on. The Evolite embedded in Rialu's chest summoned a lavender mist of light, blocking part of the power of Scyther's attack. The remaining Aerial Ace hit Rialu's chest. Rialu was stabbed and flew 10 meters away. This Scyther is indeed powerful, but since it was hit by fire punch head-on, it will be much easier next time. Quick attack, continue close combat. Through the attack opportunity that Rialu just found, Jiang Ming knew that Rialu had completely adapted to the opponent's attack rhythm and was not weak at all. Scyther, use your wings to blow away the flames. He forced himself to calm down. Rialu, on the opposite side, had a good understanding and he had prepared himself mentally, but he was still shocked by the opponent's quick understanding of Scyther's attack rhythm. Double team. Scyther tried to shake the insect wings behind him. The blazing flames are rootless fires. After being blown away, it continued to shake the insect wings. It wanted to urge the double team, but suddenly a painful mask was put on its face. It was the position where Rialu's fire punch just attacked. It happened to attack the junction of the insect wings and the back, which now affected Scyther's speed. Don't dream, double team requires extremely fast speed. Jiang Ming commanded Rialu, who rushed in front of Scyther. Encore, fire punch. Hurry. Razor wind, force the opponent back. I have the opportunity. Agility. He continued to struggle the following commands. Unexpectedly, Rialu only attacked once and affected Scyther's speed. If he wanted to win, he had to strengthen Scyther's speed. Scyther endured the pain of insect wings and swung his two swords continuously, slashing razor wind around. Quick attack. YA. Rialu rushed forward. Quick attack made it look like it was changing its shape and shadow, and it dodged razor wind at a high speed and rushed to Scyther again. At this time, Scyther had just finished using razor wind. The two sides met each other's eyes. The fire appeared again. This time, fire punch hit Scyther's chest. 2 consecutive fire punches almost consumed Scyther's physical strength in an instant. Rialu, it's time to end the fight. Jiang Ming called out the skill command that he had arranged in advance, absorbing punch. Rialu's newly mastered boxing skill, in addition to the 3 farmer punches, is absorbing punch. Attack the opponent, absorb half of the damage energy into physical recovery. Scyther's physical strength was almost exhausted at this time, but Jiang Ming chose to let Rialu finish with the fighting skill. It was to allow Rialu to recover a little of the physical strength that was just lost by Aerial Ace. And Jiang Ming didn't call out the name of the skill. In his next round of preliminary rounds, rival may not know that Rialu will absorb punches, and there are also Ice Punch and Thunder Punch, which are all trump cards. Scyther still wants to resist stubbornly. Unfortunately, it is powerless at this time. Bang bang, 2 absorbing punches, successfully defeated Scyther. Scyther lost the ability to fight. Rialu won. The referee announced the result. In this preliminary match, He was eliminated and Jiang Ming advanced. Win another round, Jiang Ming and Rialu were very happy. Rialu rushed to Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming stretched out his fist and bumped fists with Rialu, who rushed over. Well done. Hurry. Even with Evolite's double defense enhancement, Rialu could not withstand Scyther's second Aerial Ace attack. But Rialu's purple entry talent is too strong after fully adapting to Scyther's attack rhythm. Find the right opportunity to take him away in one wave. Jiang Ming's fists collided with Rialu and Rialu roared in excitement. The students watching the game also cheered enthusiastically. Reverse Attribute. Rialu defeated He, a third-year student, by using Reverse Attribute. So F*******G cool. Fire Punch. Rialu can actually master Fire Punch, which has a much wider range of attacks. Really amazing. I think Rialu and Jiang Ming have a very good tacit understanding, and they are probably evolving quickly. Oh. It's okay that the second-year student lost, but how come He, a third-year student, also lost to Jiang Ming? So high-spirited. He was able to win 3 rounds of preliminary matches in the Little Star City Cup as a first-year student. No one else can do that. Record-breaking again. Amid the cheers of the students watching the game, Jiang Ming walked off the court with Rialu. Behind him was He, who had taken back the Scyther and trotted after him. 587. Jiang Ming looked at the other party. I thought the other party was coming to say something harsh or something. Unexpectedly, He's first words were congratulations. Jiang Ming, congratulations on your promotion, you taught me a lesson. After the battle with Jiang Ming, especially after losing to Jiang Ming, He understood a truth: strength is confidence. Those little tricks before the game are not good enough. Jiang Ming smiled and waved his hand indifferently. Senior, you should go to the infirmary to check your palm. Haha, okay, He smiled awkwardly. I immediately took Scyther to find the medical nutrition cabin. That night, Liang, who was responsible for treating supper for a week, felt proud. Jiang Ming promoted and he felt that he also promoted. He ordered a large table of food, eat and drink. The next day, October 12. The first thing Jiang Ming did when he got up was to open the Rialu Piquet ball. YA. The newly emerged Rialu looked at him in surprise. The pure white light covered it, its body quickly transformed and rose. Fighting energy accumulated in the body expanded rapidly, evolved. Jiang Ming noticed yesterday that after the battle with Scyther, the intimacy between him and Rialu finally broke through the last 2 points and successfully reached 220. It's a pity that the intimacy of 220 was reached at night yesterday. This is the wonder of Pokémon. Rialu didn't trigger evolution until today. Early in the morning at 07:30. 3 roommates in dormitory 302 woke up with yawn, walked out of the bedroom. The roommates in dormitory 382 have a good relationship, so everyone sets the same alarm every day. Get up, wash, and eat breakfast at the same time, but today, Jiang Ming hasn't come out yet. Huh, Liang rubbed his eyes, feeling like he saw it wrong. Jiang Ming, who never stayed in bed, why didn't he get up today? Ivysaur, knock on the door with your vine whip. Liang pointed at Jiang Ming's bedroom door. Everyone had agreed before. Whoever didn't get up at the specified time can knock on the door to remind him. Dunny tilde. Ivysaur nodded, stretched out a vine whip from under the flower bud, and the flexible vine whip was like a small snake normal and came to the door of Jiang Ming's bedroom, just about to knock. The door opened in response, no need to knock. Jiang Ming opened the door and walked out of the bedroom in high spirits. Behind him, a handsome Lucario followed. Good morning, brother Ming, you, huh? F***K. Liang stretched his waist while playing Yan, and when he saw Lucario coming out, he almost sprained his waist. Brother Ming, Rialu evolved. Batter and Wuma were also surprised. It's true, it evolved. Jiang Ming was in a very good mood. He turned his eye of exploration to Lucario. Pokémon, Lucario Fighting plus Steel 3. Ability. Mental power, possessing strong mental willpower, not affected by contest condition, not affected by intimidation ability. Individual value talent. Physical strength 30, attack 31, defense 23, special attack 31, special defense 26, speed 31. Strength. LV.32, early professional level. Item talent, fighting all-round purple. Has a rare talent in fighting, can quickly learn most fighting skills and master them to apply in actual combat. Only speed can't be defeated blue. Has a speed that is unmatched by ordinary people, can launch attacks at lightning speed. Skills, bullet punch inherited, quick attack, endure, feint, metal claw, rock smash, work up, vacuum wave, counter, low sweep, screech, thunder punch. Ice punch, absorption punch, aura sphere, prerequisite, survive in despair, final gambit, life dew. Intimacy. 220. Item aura belt. There are 5 new skills acquired by evolution. The mastery of Aura Sphere means that Lucario's application of wave power has reached a higher level with evolution. Prerequisite, a rare and good skill for close combat. Official translation now, detect, prerequisite was the previous translation name, I'm used to it. Survive in despair and final gambit are both skills that can burst out unimaginable power at critical moments. The most important thing is Life Dew, one of the must-have skills for outdoor secret exploration. With Life Dew, it is equivalent to having a portable pure water source plus nurse, as long as the injury is not particularly serious. Life Dew is enough to save your life. Drag trainer to the secret gate for treatment. The only item left is a Aura Belt. Evolite evolved with Lucario and has automatically separated from Lucario's chest. Jiang Ming collected it and put it on Dratini. Dratini has not been made public yet. Jiang Ming plans to wait until Dratini evolves into Dragonair before making it public. He doesn't even plan to let Dratini participate in the Little Star City Cup. After all, Dratini is really not suitable for such a large event. Luca. Dane. Luca tilde. Pagu tilde. Several Pokémon in the living room were chatting with Lucario. Brother Ming, today is the 4th round of the preliminary match. If you bring Lucario to the field, it will definitely be exciting. Liang was so envious, why didn't Rialu choose him at the beginning? Otherwise, it would be Liang, and who owns Lucario now? How many girls' eyes would this attract? He didn't dare to think about it, however, the facts proved that sometimes life is so dramatic. The 4th round of the preliminary match. Even Jiang Ming himself thought that it would not be a problem to surround them with the evolved Lucario. As a result, when they were matched, he was matched with a senior student. And he was matched with Yi Xiu Sr., who was one of the candidates for the championship among the senior students. This match result made all the first-year students, including Jiang Ming, speechless. They wanted to see Jiang Ming continue to win on behalf of the first-year students. In the end, they were eliminated in the 4th round of the preliminary round. Soon, the battle between Jiang Ming and Yi Xiu Sr. began. Jiang Ming naturally took out Lucario. As expected, when Lucario appeared, he attracted cheers from the audience and students. Many people saw Lucario for the first time. The handsome Lucario was simply popular with both men and women. No one disliked it regardless of whether it was a male or female trainer. And Yi Xiu's Pokémon was a Charizard. Jiang Ming almost rolled his eyes. What kind of fight was this? Charizard can not only fly. Moreover, the fire element restrains the steel element attribute that Lucario just possessed, which is completely countered. The battle begins. The opposing Yi Xiu Sr. did not rely on Charizard's ability to fly and directly ordered Charizard to fly up and attack. Instead, he gave Jiang Ming a chance. Yi Xiu let Charizard and Lucario fight in close combat. Yesterday, Yi Xiu watched the battle between Jiang Ming's Rialu and Scyther, so he wanted to let Charizard try it as well. Ming, I'm starting to attack. As the referee gave the order, Yi Xiu Sr. reminded Jiang Ming, okay. Jiang Ming took a deep breath and looked at the other party with a serious expression. Yi Ziu is worthy of being the senior who is praised as the most promising to win the championship together with Yang Hao. The other party took the initiative to speak, proving that the other party may know that Jiang Ming can hear the words of the opposite trainer on the battlefield. And Yi Ziu can hear it too. This means that after the other party has been with Pokémon partners, the degree of physical enhancement has exceeded that of most classmates. Yi Ziu said, Charizard go over Claw. Here it comes. At this good moment, Jiang Ming and Lucario seem to be one. At the same time, they watched Charizard rushing over. Yi Ziu's Charizard was too strong. It was obvious that he had spent a lot of money on it for several years. The strength was as high as LV.43. Jiang Ming and Lucario had only one chance to attack. Then, attack head-on, quick attack, rush over. Jiang Ming's order stunned everyone. Dragon Claw is a skill with high attack power. Jiang Ming asked Lucario to attack head-on, but how could it be quick attack? Charizard, be careful. Yi Ziu guessed that Jiang Ming and Lucario might have some tactics. He reminded Charizard. Two Pokémon, one large and one small. They were about to collide head-on the field. Lucario's eyes flashed with intelligence. Preemptive. If the difference in strength between the two sides is not too big, the first preemptive can completely avoid the opponent's attack. Lucario used the prerequisite to avoid Charizard's Dragon Claw. Then a Thunder Punch hit Charizard's stomach. No more. Under Charizard rage, the Japanese Fire Fang bit down. Lucario was successfully bitten by the Fire Fang on the shoulder. The blazing flames engulfed Lucario. Yi Ziu was also shocked by Lucario's fighting style. He didn't expect that the opponent not only learned Fire Punch but also Thunder Punch. Fortunately, the opponent's strength is relatively low. It's an entry-level professional Thunder Punch. It's still easy for Charizard to resist. Charizard's Fire Fang is a skill of the same type with bonuses. Although Jiang Ming's Lucario was beyond my expectations, I still managed to win. Although the referee had not yet made a decision, Yi Ziu had already started thinking about the next battle. This was the absolute confidence in his Charizard. Lucario could never withstand the Fire Fang attack of the elite Charizard. The fact was once again beyond Yi Ziu's expectations. Zizzy. Golden currents flowed on Lucario's fist. Lucario's second Thunder Punch. It hit Charizard again. Charizard's second counterattack completely made Lucario lose his ability to fight until the referee made a decision, announced that he had advanced. Yi Ziu still frowned. Walk down the battlefield with Jiang Ming. 723. Jiang Ming, your Lucario. It's a momentum belt. Jiang Ming knew what Yi Ziu was going to ask, so he spoke in advance. Senior Yi Ziu, I didn't expect the momentum belt to work at that time. That's right, Lucario couldn't resist the Fire Fang of the elite Charizard and he couldn't withstand the momentum belt on him. This is a prop treasure worth 4 million Alliance coins. Although the 10% triggering probability is not high, but sometimes unexpected effects often appear, for example in the battle just now. Lucario would have been killed by Charizard in one move, but it was triggered by the momentum belt. It gave Charizard another Thunder Punch. Okay, it's your fault, Yi Ziu sighed helplessly. I didn't expect that just because he had never fought against Lucario in person. He wanted to test Lucario's close combat ability, but ended up letting his Charizard suffer such a big loss. Although he won the preliminary match, but Charizard took 2 Thunder Punches. No matter how you look at it, it's his side that suffered the loss. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't be so curious. Jiang Ming lost and the first-year students were still unsatisfied. As if the person who just fought against Yi Ziu's Charizard BCBE was them, they discussed the previous battle enthusiastically. Some people admired Lucario's ruthlessness. Even if he knew he couldn't win, he still gave Charizard a Thunder Punch. Some people envied Lucario's comprehension. In addition to Fire Punch, he also mastered Thunder Punch, which expanded the attack range a lot. More students felt that Jiang Ming was their target. First-year students' trainer made it to the 4th round of the preliminary round of the Little Star City Cup. This achievement is unprecedented, if not unprecedented. The student who created the previous record had graduated a long time ago. That person was eliminated in the 3rd round of preliminary rounds. Jiang Ming's Little Star City Cup ended here. His goal was not to win a certain number of places. The rewards of the competition did not attract him at all. He had only two goals. First, let Lucario experience the feeling of being defeated. Second, by fighting with people, speed up the energy absorption of Pokémon. Now the goal has been achieved. Send Lucario to the medical nutrition cabin. After that, Jiang Ming returned to the dormitory. He was a little excited. Because the Flash Ralts eggs that had been placed in the nutrition box before could be taken out today, the nutrition should be enough. Push open the door of the dormitory. As a result, Liang An and the other two were sitting in the living room. Seeing the door being pushed open, the three were stunned. Woomer pushed Liang An from behind. Liang An quickly reacted, "Ah, Brother Ming, we thought you were in your bedroom, haha." "Well, Brother Ming, if you fail, you fail. You know your rival is the senior Yi Xiu." "Yes, Brother Ming, Yi Xiu Sr. uses Charizard, which is very strong. I heard that Charizard has elite strength and can restrain Lucario." Liang An took the lead. Woomer and Batter also spoke up. "Hey, what are you doing?" Jiang Ming felt warm in his heart. These three roommates saw that he didn't even watch the game and thought that he was upset because he lost the game, so they came to comfort him. "Don't worry, I don't worry about it." Jiang Ming was more like this. Liang An and the other two didn't believe it, so Liang An asked tentatively, "Brother Ming, let's go watch the game." "No," Jiang Ming shook his head. "Well, you see, you still say you are fine." Liang An complained. "Brother Ming, it's okay, the four of us are together, I don't know who dares to say more." F***K, I'm really fine." Jiang Ming laughed and scolded. "I won't watch the game, I have more important things to do." As he said this, he took off the backpack he had been carrying. He took out the nutrition box inside. Liang An and the other two suddenly realized. It turned out that Jiang Ming was really in trouble. This Pokémon egg was about to hatch. "Brother Ming, you have been hiding it for several days. Now it is about to hatch. You can tell us what kind of Pokémon egg this is, right?" "Yes, Brother Ming, I have asked you several times, why are you so mysterious? Some Pokémon eggs are easy to identify. Some Pokémon eggs are not recognizable at all. For example, pure-colored eggs. Pure-colored Pokémon eggs have no difference in appearance. It is definitely not clear what species it is with the naked eye. The Flash Ralts Pokémon egg in Jiang Ming's hand, it looks like a pure-colored egg." "Don't, it's boring to say it directly." Batter scratched his head. He asked Jiang Ming to say the attribute and they would guess. "This is good." Liang An's eyes lit up and he was the first to agree. "It's a psychic type, you guess." "Throw out a psychic." Jiang Ming then observed the nutrient box. There is a small electronic screen on the nutrient box. This shows the degree of nutrition absorption of the Pokémon egg in the nutrient box. The flashing green light means saturation. When it is saturated, you can take it out and prepare to hatch. If it is still flashing red, then continue to put it in the nutrient box to absorb the unabsorbed energy in the nutrient box. It is easy to understand, just like charge. Red is not full, green is full, you can stop, seeing it is green. Jiang Ming took out the Pokémon egg. Next, just wait for the shell smash sound. Next, Qian and the other two were guessing. Abra has always been a popular Pokémon in the Psychic. I see many senior sisters will cultivate an Abra. Wumo put forward a point of view. It may also be Baltoy. It is also very strong when it evolves into Claydol Ground plus Psychic. Bardor's guess was refuted by Liang An. It's definitely not Baltoy. I guess Ming's Pokémon might be Elgium. Natu is definitely not. Natu is a Psychic plus Flying type. Flying type and Fletchinder attribute overlap. After thinking for a while, Liang An added, "Ralts are too rare and most trainers can't get them at all." "Expected of you, Liang An." Hearing Liang An's guess, Jiang Ming turned around. Hearing this, Liang An smiled proudly. "Right, Brother Ming, just tell me directly, is it Elgium, Abra, or Baltoy?" "None of them." Jiang Ming shook his head. "There are only a few Pokémon that can teleport. You are too small to guess. Guess bigger." "Be braver." Liang An and the other two looked at each other. "Brother Ming, why don't you just say that you have captured Cosmog?" Jiang Ming. Cosmog, that is the small nebula in the anime. 10 years ago, a door to a secret realm appeared on a small island in the Pacific Ocean. It is a public secret realm with an area of more than 50 million square kilometers, and it is also the largest mega secret realm in the world. Blue Secret Realm. The entire Blue Star Secret Realm is all-encompassing. All Pokémon found in other secret realms can be found in the Blue Star Secret Realm. There are also various Pokémon relics in the Blue Star Secret Realm. In the year when the Blue Star Secret Realm appeared, all the countries of the United Nations sent powerful trainers to explore it. There was once a trainer who claimed that he had found a UFO in the Secret Realm. This discovery made countless people. Trainer laughed his teeth off. "Come on, what is that place? Blue Star Secret Realm, how could there be something like that in there?" Later, it was not until later that another trainer said that he had discovered UFC that the United Nations paid attention. At that time, there were a total of 5 powerful champions leading 20 elite-level strongmen looking for the UFO discovered by Trainer, but in the end, they found nothing. Until a chance encounter later. A gym owner in Longguo who loved taking pictures accidentally took a photo while exploring the Blue Star Secret Realm. In the photo, there was a strange-shaped blue-purple Pokémon without wings floating in the air. It turned out that it was not a UFO at all. It was a Pokémon that seemed to be using teleport in the air. This might be a new type of Pokémon that no one had ever seen before. This discovery made all trainers very excited. At that time, they investigated around the place where the photo was taken. Finally, a brand new Pokémon ruins were found there. The specific situation is unknown. It is said that it has been sealed by various countries. But through that Pokémon ruins, the country also released some information that can be made public. The blue-purple Pokémon is called Cosmog, and it has a psychic skill that most psychic Pokémon cannot control: teleport. What is its evolutionary form? I don't know. Are there any other skills? I don't know. To the trainers, Cosmog is like a fog. As for what information the country has on Cosmog, the trainers don't know. Later, Cosmog was called the most mysterious psychic Pokémon by the interested trainers. In the Pokémon Academy, Cosmog is often used as a joke by the trainers. If someone asks people to guess what psychic Pokémon they have captured, many trainers will reply, "Did you capture Cosmog?" In the trainer circle, it has become tilde. "Cosmog, I will capture it if I have a chance." Jiang Ming laughed and his roommates also laughed. "Cosmog, who doesn't want to capture it?" A trainer who likes to study speculates that Cosmog is not an ordinary Pokémon and there is only one in the world who can capture Cosmog. "Good guy, you can live broadcast and collect tickets on the spot. Selling tickets for 100,000 Alliance coins guaranteed to be in short supply. By selling tickets to watch Cosmog, it is not a dream to become the world's richest man in minutes. Of course, there may be other Cosmogs hidden in other secret realms in the world that have not been discovered by people, and they are all unknown." The roommates laughed because everyone fantasized about capturing Cosmog, and Jiang Ming laughed because he really planned to look for it in the future. There is an entry upgrade system. The strength of Jiang Ming's Pokémon partners is destined to become more and more terrifying in the future. After growing up, they will go to the Blue Star Secret Realm to explore and find Koski Tongue. There may be a chance to capture it, and other ordinary trainers probably won't have the opportunity to explore the Blue Star Secret Realm in their lifetime. They don't meet the strength requirements to enter it. I accidentally went off topic. Let's get back to the point. When Jiang Ming said that the little guy in the Pokémon egg was Ralts, the 3 roommates were stunned on the spot. Liang swallowed his saliva and said in disbelief, "Brother Ming, are you serious? Can you get Ralts Pokémon eggs? It's so fresh to lie to you. Really, you will know when the little cutie hatches." Jiang Ming smiled. He knew that he would soon become the envy of all students at the Pokémon Academy in Star City. Both men and women are welcome. Why, don't ask, it's the charm of Flash Ralts. This is a Pokémon that is more enviable than Lucario and its Flash, who can take people to teleport. "Brother Ming, I want to conquer Ralts too. Brother Ming, I want to improve so much." Liang almost knelt on the spot and the scene was extremely exaggerated. It was Lao Mo who punctured Liang's fantasy with one sentence. "Do you have so much money that you want it?" Batter also sighed. "Yes, we can't afford it. Even if our family can take out Alliance coins to buy Ralts Pokémon eggs, we still have to pass the test of Ralts parents, but we don't need a lot of Alliance coins to cultivate other Pokémon. The more precious the Pokémon, you can afford it but you can't cultivate it, and Ralts is expensive and special." This kind of Pokémon an ordinary trainer has nothing to do with it. So Brother Ming, you're not ready to show your hand. Liang En and the other two stared at Jiang Ming with burning eyes. They all knew who Jiang Ming was. Being actively followed by Rialu, they just thought that Rialu and Jiang Ming had taken a fancy to him, but how to explain it now? Ordinary trainers can't get Ralts Pokémon eggs. Jiang Ming knew that it was only a matter of time before his family was exposed, being looked at like this by his 3 roommates. He confessed. Star City Gym belongs to my family. 3 roommates. The 3 of them stared at each other with wide eyes. Star City Gym actually belongs to Jiang Ming's family. This is definitely a rich young master. Brother Ming, please take me flying. Awesome. My roommate is actually a strong 2nd generation. Jiang Ming waved his hand and smiled. It's not that exaggerated. I'm still the same as you, training Pokémon, participating in competitions, and being eliminated like you. Liang quickly corrected, how can they be the same? Batter, that's right, Brother Ming, you are here to experience the life of a trainer. Woomer, I second. Jiang Ming, get lost. After hearing Jiang Ming's scolding, the 3 roommates smiled and turned back to normal. After knowing that the Pokémon eggs in Jiang Ming's place were Ralts, not to mention Jiang Ming, Liang An and his 3 roommates also stopped watching the game. The Little Star City Cup. When can't I watch it? If I miss it today, there will be the final tomorrow. It doesn't matter if I don't watch the final tomorrow, because there is a recording. For every major Little Star City Cup competition, the Star City Pokémon Academy, as the organizer, will record every battle and save it in the file. It is used to provide lectures for instructors and students to learn lessons and learn from each other. But what about the hatching of Ralts? In normal times, where can I have the opportunity to observe the hatching of Ralts from Pokémon eggs up close? Now it's because of Jiang Ming. They got such an opportunity, so they would definitely cherish it. I won't watch the game, just stay in the dormitory with Jiang Ming. I'm talking to you guys. Jiang Ming looked at his 3 roommates with a smile. Not that bad, right? Don't talk, Brother Ming. That's right, you're about to have Ralts, but we can only watch Ralts shell smash. Brother Ming is so cruel, he even wants to deprive us of this little right. Okay, Jiang Ming said nothing. If you want to watch, then watch. It just so happens that he's bored waiting alone in the dormitory. As for carrying a Pokémon egg to the competition site, that's definitely impossible. What if the little cutie shell smashes its head first? If its shell smashes and sees someone else first, Jiang Ming will cry to death on the spot. Ivysaur, Pidgey. Liang and released his 2 Pokémon. Ivysaur and Pidgey didn't understand. I'll call you out and see if you can get some luck from Ralts. Maybe it's because it's too precious, too rare, and too special. The members of the Ralts tribe are all very lucky, Liang and searched online. He heard that there is a saying that before the Ralts Pokémon eggs hatch, calling out Pokémon will have a chance to get lucky. This is of course metaphysics, but Liang En really wants to believe it. Wait for Liang En to explain to Wu Mo and Batter. Wu Mo also followed Liang En's steps. Unfortunately, Ponyta is not suitable to be called out. Wingull can only be called out to accompany. Batter, who admires warriors, did not follow the crowd. Hey, you two, you must take the Pokémon away as soon as possible. Jiang Ming stared at them and reminded them. Don't worry. It's okay, Brother Ming, we know what you are worried about. With Liang An and Wu Mo's guarantee, Jiang Ming nodded. Checked the time. The time is now 10:05 a.m. on October 12. Just when Jiang Ming was wondering when the Ralts Pokémon egg would crack the first crack, the Pokémon egg on the table, which was cushioned by a fluffy sponge pad, showed the first extremely small crack. If Jiang Ming hadn't been staring at it, he wouldn't have noticed it. Okay, Ralts, you are faster than Dratini shell smash tilde, Jiang Ming thought to himself when Dratini hatched. It seemed that it took a long time after it was taken out of the nutrition box before the first small crack appeared. By first Ralts' eggshell cracked so quickly, it must be that Ralts is anxious to come out to see me. Jiang Ming was very happy. The roommates next to him also noticed it. Immediately reminded Jiang Ming, let Jiang Ming take out all the things needed to hatch Ralts. Pokémon hatches from Pokémon eggs. You need to prepare a lot of things. Don't worry, I'm a gold-digging player, Jiang Ming said calmly. Then he took out a super energy essence from his backpack. Liang En, 6. More than 10 minutes passed. Crack tilde. The Poké ball actually showed signs of cracking. Damn, it's going to shell smash so soon. Liang An and the other two looked at the Pokémon egg reluctantly, but they also knew the seriousness. They could only take their Pokémon partners into the bedroom, leaving the living room to Jiang Ming alone, to be safe. Jiang Ming directly locked the door of the 302 dormitory to prevent any accidents from happening. Jiang Ming had already turned on the screen recording on his phone with excitement and trepidation. He waited for another half an hour. The crack of the Pokémon egg became bigger. Yeah. A soft and sticky sound that made people's ears soften came from the Pokémon egg. This was the first sound made by Ralts. Jiang Ming's heart softened when he heard it. He held his breath. He seemed to be afraid that his breathing would be too loud. It would scare the little guy who was struggling to break free from the eggshell. Another half an hour passed. The cracks on the Pokémon eggshell started from one and then became densely packed. It would shake from side to side from time to time. After half an hour, the noise stopped. The little guy inside must be exhausted. Jiang Ming waited very patiently. He was not in a hurry at all. Time quickly passed to an hour later. At this time, many Pokémon eggshells had fallen off, leaving only a layer of mucous membrane inside. Jiang Ming had already seen the cute blue mushroom-headed little cutie inside waving his little hands, trying to get out of the mucous membrane. If there were no studies showing that Pokémon shell smash is good for Pokémon, Jiang Ming would have been unable to resist helping when he saw Ralts trying so hard. E tilde. E tilde. Ralts, who was struggling, finally poked the mucous membrane with his little hand. The pink little hand looked like he was clenching his fist and exerting force. Jiang Ming looked at the phone that was recording. Well, everything is normal and it was all recorded. A normal Ralts' little hand is white. Flash is pink. Although he knew it was Flash through the eye of exploration, Jiang Ming was completely relieved when he saw the pink little hand sticking out of the mucous membrane. Ralts, Jiang Ming tried to call softly, E. The little cutie in the Pokémon egg responded quickly. Jiang Ming didn't understand, but it felt like it might be telling me what to do. Haha, come on, you'll be able to get out of the eggshell soon, so awesome tilde. Lohi. The little guy's voice sounded full of energy. Jiang Ming waited patiently, just watching Ralts make the eggshell on the mucous membrane and the 3.6 mucous membrane gap bigger and bigger. Yes, that's it, come on. It's almost there, just make it bigger and it will come out. Okay, it's done, try to see if it can come out. Jiang Ming acted as the temporary commander of Shell Smash. And the little guy in the Pokémon egg also obeyed obediently, followed Jiang Ming's instructions. This operation lasted for more than 10 minutes. Ralts first squeezed its pink body out of the crack of the Pokémon egg, leaving a mushroom head inside. But this didn't bother it. The little guy shouted, yeah. The two little feet stood firm, the little hands blocked the eggshell, twisted the little butt, pulled out hard, and pulled his head out like pulling something out of the soil. Jiang Ming was quick-witted. He quickly supported Ralts, who was about to fall on the table with a slap, and the little guy turned his head to look at Jiang Ming, because it just came out of the Pokémon eggshell smash. Ralts' pink body and blue mushroom head are wet. These are the excess energy liquid in the Pokémon egg, whether it is normal color or Flash Ralts. Their pupils are red. The red eyes under the blue hair looked at Jiang Ming, and Ralts felt very kind and knew that it was this person who was cheering for him just now. It raised its little hand. Jiang Ming quickly stretched out a finger with his other hand and let Ralts grab his little hand. Lu Yu tilde. Hello tilde. Welcome to this world, little cutie tilde. Jiang Ming and the little guy greeted each other. I will teach you more in the future tilde. E tilde. This is the gift I prepared for you. Absorbing it will be very good for you. Jiang Ming pointed to the psychic essence on the table and took out a clean and soft wet tissue from his backpack. Jiang Ming really loves the Ralts who stood up from his palm and looked around curiously. Ralts is born with the special ability to feel the emotions of the surrounding life. After feeling Jiang Ming's love from the bottom of his heart, the orange-red tentacles on its head moved, and it reached out to Jiang Ming very lovingly to hug him. Looking at this cute appearance, Jiang Ming's heart is about to melt. Who doesn't like this? No one can resist it, right? Jiang Ming held the little guy while wiping the energy liquid on its body with a towel, then he picked up the psychic essence for it to absorb. Spend 500,000 at the beginning. The psychic essence was attached to Ralts's little hand and it was quickly absorbed by its body. Ralts was even happier after getting the psychic energy. Jiang Ming took out an empty luxury ball. Ralts, you will live in it from now on, it is very comfortable here. The luxury ball is indeed more comfortable than the red and white piquet ball. This was proved by Lucario, Fletchender, and Dratini. Ralts nodded without hesitation. Just like that, the cute Flash Ralts was just hatched and Jiang Ming tricked him into taking it. Bang, the luxury ball opened. The cute little one turned into red light and was taken in. There was no shaking and it succeeded with a bang after taking it in. Jiang Ming immediately released it again. The released Ralts liked to stay in Jiang Ming's hand and hugged Jiang Ming's arm. The soft touch was very comfortable. At the same time, in Liang An's bedroom, the bedroom door was ajar with a gap. 3 big heads were neatly arranged from top to bottom. They were Liang An, Wu Mo, and Batter. They were all crowded in Liang An's bedroom, observing the situation outside. F***K, it's hatched, Liang An exclaimed in a low voice. It seems so, I saw it, why is it pink? No way, aren't Ralts white with green hair? Did you see it wrong? F***K. I definitely didn't see it wrong, didn't you see it? Come on, let's change positions. F***K, it's really pink, the hair is not green, it's blue and the color of the tentacles is wrong. Pink Ralts, what's going on? Do I need to think about it? The 3 of them are students of the Star City Pokémon Academy, most common Pokémon colors and some precious and rare Pokémon colors. Every student in the academy knows them. Ralts, even those that have just hatched from Pokémon eggs, should have green hair and a yellow body. If the colors don't match, BB, damn, it's Flash, F***K. Old Mo, stop it. It wasn't me who squeezed. Finally, the 3 roommates who were squeezed through the crack of the door to observe fell to the ground together. Ralts, who was holding Jiang Ming's arm, was astonished and quickly used Jiang Ming's arm to block himself, only exposing a small part of his head to secretly observe what was going on. It's okay, Ralts, these 3 are my friends, they won't hurt you. Jiang Ming explained softly and put his hand on the little cutie's blue hair and continued. Luyi tilde. Ralts nodded. It was just hatched and was curious about everything, but it was also very timid. It was scared by the slightest wrong sound. Seeing that the 3 of them actually scared Ralts, oh no, they actually scared Flash Ralts, Liang An and the other 2 apologized in a hurry. Sorry, my name is Liang An. Hello, little cutie, my name is Wu Mo and this is my partner Long Wing Chicken. Well, my name is Batter. Batter, who admires warriors, was also captured by Flash Ralts at this moment. Yeah, tilde. The little cutie, encouraged by Jiang Ming. He also greeted the 3 people, looking at such a cute Flash Ralts. How could Liang An and the other 2 bear it? Their hearts must be melted, right? But before they wanted to come over to express their closeness, Ralts yawned. Just like that, he lay down in Jiang Ming's palm and fell asleep. SHH tilde. Jiang Ming quickly signaled the 3 people not to make a sound. Liang An and the other 2 nodded quickly. Ivysaur, who was next to him, also stretched out 2 vine whips and put them in front of his mouth, indicating that he would not make a sound either. Pidgey, who was standing on its flower bud, also covered his beak with his wings and cooperated very well. Jiang Ming gently put Flash Ralts into the luxury ball. He breathed a sigh of relief. Wow, I'm not so nervous even after commanding Lucario and Yi Xiu's Charizard to fight 220 times. Put the piquet ball away. Liang An couldn't hold back any longer. He rushed over excitedly, grabbed Jiang Ming's shoulders and shook him vigorously, shouting, Brother Ming, awesome Brother Ming, it's Flash Ralts, Brother Ming. I just checked online and there is no news of anyone owning Flash Ralts series Pokémon in the world so far. Wu Mo raised his phone in amazement and looked at Jiang Ming in shock. My god, I admire you, Brother Ming. Battle looked at Jiang Ming in admiration. He is indeed his recognized roommate. This is the world's first Flash Ralts. It will also be the world's first Kirlia and the first Gardevoir in the future. Calm down, Jiang Ming was able to hold back at first, but later he couldn't help laughing excitedly. "Come on, let's not stay in the dormitory, let's go to the store." Liang hurried out. "What for?" Wu Mo pulled him. "Going shopping. Brother Ming has absorbed psychic Pokémon for the little cutie, but the little cutie will definitely need to eat after waking up. I want to buy Moo Moo milk as a gift. F***K, wait for me, I'm going too." Flash Ralts appeared in the Star City Pokémon Academy. Once this news is announced, Brother Ming, you will become the target of public criticism. Jiang Ming, you are jealous and envious? October 13th. The 4-day Little Star City Cup finally ended. The champion was originally chosen between Yi Xiu and Aoyang Hao, but an unexpected situation occurred in the middle. Jiang Ming. Yi Xiu met Jiang Ming in the 4th round of the preliminary round, and because of curiosity about the feeling of fighting Lucario. As a result, Charizard was hit by 2 thunder punches from Lucario and 8 Datong. So when he met Aoyang Hao in the finals later, Yi Xiu's Charizard's physical strength was not right. In the end, he lost to Aoyang Hao. This incident made Yi Xiu regretful. The regret was not that he gave Lucario a chance, but that because he underestimated Lucario, his 4-year college career with his Pokémon partners could not come to a perfect end. At the end of the Little Star City Cup, Dean Liu Zhengguo attended. He personally went on stage to present awards to each contestant. The elite-level strongman presented awards. This honor, these students can brag about it wherever they go in the future. After all the tedious procedures, Dean Liu Zhengguo looked at all the reporters and students around him and he said loudly, "So far, the 2025 Little Star City Cup has come to a successful conclusion. Congratulations again to all the trainers who worked hard and struggled with their Pokémon partners in the Little Star City Cup to bring us all wonderful battles. I hope that in the future, whether you graduate and leave or continue to study in the college, you can keep your original aspirations in mind, use your dreams as your pen, and live up to your youth." Dean Liu Zhengguo spoke with great momentum. As the voice fell, thunderous applause and the sound of Pokémon reporters clicking the shutter were heard. Next, Dean Liu Zhengguo took a group photo with the top 3 students and Pokémon in the Little Star City Cup. 10 minutes later, the Pokémon reporters who had taken a lot of good materials in the past few days left one after another. The students gathered in the playground. The college leaders began to evaluate this Little Star City Cup. As a result, someone said, F***K, look at the college forum, there are people in our college who have Flash Ralts. Quiet, it was so quiet, no matter when and where, in places where trainers gather. As long as the word Flash appears, it will definitely attract all trainers to look over. Flash and Ralts, no matter which side, it is already a trump card. The two together, that's the king bomb. All the students' first reaction was to not believe it. Someone is joking, but most students seemed to open the college forum on the mobile phone app to see if it was true. It doesn't matter if you don't look. As soon as you open the forum, wow, countless students widened their eyes. I saw the cover of the first post on the forum. It was a Ralts with a blue mushroom head and a lavender body. Is this photoshopped? With excitement and confusion. Everyone quickly clicked on the post to watch. This is a video. The content of the video is very simple. There was a student who took Ralts to pick things in the Pokémon store and the onlookers took a video and uploaded it to the forum. Oh my god, someone with big feet, tell me, is this photoshopped or real? F***K, Ralts or Flash? In the Pokémon store. Where did you see it? Damn, tell me. On the college's app forum. The first post is here. The assembled students could hold back at first. When everyone around them was talking about Flash Ralts, those who could hold back couldn't hold back anymore. They also took out their phones and opened the app forum, opened the first post, watched the video content, then he followed the others and spoke Huxia Quintessence. No, I can't help it, I want to go and see it myself. Who will come with me? A senior who loves the Ralts deeply has always wanted to see Ralts in person but has no chance. Now the opportunity is right in front of him. Who cares what the college leaders say? Let's go and see first. He asked while talking. Actually, when he asked, he had already left the place. Fortunately, he still remembered the rules of the Star City Pokémon Academy, which prohibits using Pokémon flying or teleporting in the academy. Otherwise, he might not be able to help but use flying Pokémon or psychic Pokémon to teleport himself there. As the saying goes, if there is one there will be two, and if there are two there will be three, with this leader. The other students couldn't hold back. I want to go and see it too. It's too rare, I must see it. Hurry up. A bunch of people set off, mainly senior students, especially female students. Which female student can stop Ralts? These people ran towards the Pokémon shop. The sudden change. The college leader who was giving a speech stopped and frowned at the commotion of the students around him. What's going on? Li Hanshin asked in a deep voice. He was the one who was speaking just now. Li Jai hurriedly explained, there is a post on the forum saying that Flash Ralts appeared in the college. What? Li Hanshin was extremely surprised. Ralts are so rare that he can't capture them even if he wants to. They appeared in the academy or Flash. Zio Li, are you sure you're not mistaken? Li Hanshin was no longer calm. No wonder those students were so honest on weekdays, but they screamed and got into a mess when they heard the news. Even him heard that there were Flash Ralts in the academy. He was also a little shocked and looking forward to it. Li Jai didn't say anything this time. He opened the forum video directly. Li Hanshin came over to take a look. Pupils were shocked. It really was Ralts of different colors. Let's go and take a look. For the stability of the academy and to calm the students, Li Hanshin took the lead and strode towards the Pokémon shop. At this time, most students had already rushed to the Pokémon shop. The leader is speaking. When can't you speak? Do you have to speak now to prevent me from seeing Flash Ralts with my own eyes? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Who would listen to the leader's speech at this time? There are still a few honest and obedient students left on the playground, and they are still waiting for Li Hanshin's notification. Wang Hao, as a result, now they see that even the leader has left. They have lost their last bit of reserve. Come on, let's go and take a look together. A few minutes later, Jiang Ming, who had picked out good things at the Pokémon store, paid the bill. He was about to leave with his roommates. As a result, he saw a huge crowd of people in the distance. A large group of people rushed over here aggressively. They were excited. They seemed to have won the lottery. Damn, Brother Ming, this is incredible. I said this post would explode. How long has it been since they rushed over? Liang En was shocked. Brother Ming, how about retreating first? Wu Mo suggested. Batter swallowed his saliva and pointed at the crowd that was getting closer and closer in the distance. Where to go? Believe it or not, if we go back to dormitory 302 now, the door of dormitory 302 will be squeezed. In the blink of an eye, the boiling crowd in the distance was less than 10 meters away. They had already seen Ralts sitting on Jiang Ming's shoulders. It was really Flash Winter, or Tilda. The cute little Ralts sitting on Jiang Ming's shoulder was a little nervous. Looking at the crowd in the distance, it thought for a while, looked down and crawled into Jiang Ming's clothes. It felt more at ease with Jiang Ming's presence here. Reaching out and gently patting the Ralts that had crawled into the clothes, Jiang Ming looked at the crowd running quickly from a distance and immediately prepared to retreat first. It was just a blink of an eye. Students rushed from behind and on the left and right. This time it was impossible to avoid. Damn, it would be great if there was a teleport at this time. One of the four people suddenly said this. Then the four figures flashed, ABU. The space was distorted. A strong sense of weightlessness appeared in the hearts of the four people. The next moment, they collectively disappeared from the spot. This situation made the students who surrounded them from all directions suddenly curse. What happened? People suddenly disappeared. Damn it, who is the unethical person who used teleport to teleport them away? Don't let me know who it is. My Flash Ralts, I haven't had time to see it yet. Go find the tutor, the counselor, and the college leaders. It's too much. That is to say, 923 used teleport to take people away so that you can see it alone, right? Jiang Ming didn't know what everyone cursed. From the feeling of weightlessness to stepping on the ground again, it took less than a second. Jiang Ming only felt that his eyes went dark and bright. The crowd that originally came from all directions was gone. He and his three roommates were in a classroom. There were only 4 Stephanies and a clay doll in the classroom. The Stephanies looked like seniors. Among the Stephanies, standing in the middle, a senior with waist-length hair looked at Jiang Ming. Junior Jiang Ming and 3 other juniors, nice to meet you. I'm Jiang Baking. Just now I saw the situation was urgent, so I took the liberty to ask Claydol to teleport you here. She is Jiang Baking. Jiang Ming looked at this senior sister named Jiang Baking. Impromptu, I think you want to see my little cutie yourself, right? Jiang Ming muttered to himself. Jiang Ming had no doubts about the charm of flash Ralts that could kill men, women, young and old. Across the street, senior sister Jiang Baking's long, straight black hair fell to her waist and hips, and her beautiful figure that could not be hidden by her school uniform made Liang An and others stare at her intently. No, we were almost surrounded by others just now. Liang An shook his head. He had boasted in the dormitory before. He said he wanted to pursue senior Jiang Baking, a third-year student. This was the first time he saw her so close. Liang An was no longer fearless when he boasted. Woomer and Batter beside him also greeted Jiang Baking and several other seniors. The seniors and Liang An exchanged a few perfunctory words, then they gathered around Jiang Ming one by one. They surrounded Jiang Ming in the middle. Jiang Baking put her hair behind her left ear, looked at Jiang Ming a little embarrassedly and asked, "Junior, can you let us see Ralts?" Jiang Baking had never made such a request to other male students, and she was still a first-year junior. Her 3 roommates heard this. They immediately spoke up beside Jiang Ming. "Junior is so handsome, hee. Let the senior see the little cutie Tilda." "Junior Jiang Ming, you broke our baking's record. We just want to see it up close where our Ralts Tilda." "Junior Tilda." 4 seniors surrounded Jiang Ming. Liang An, who was standing next to him, could not help swallowing his saliva when he saw this scene and looked at Jiang Ming, who was surrounded with envy. He wanted to replace Jiang Ming immediately. Immediately agreed to the senior's request. The envy and jealousy in his heart could not be described in words. "Brother Ming, you say something, Brother Ming. Hurry up and agree to the seniors, Brother Ming." "Brother Ming, I also want to be surrounded by seniors." "Brother Ming, why don't I subdue Ralts? You are really damned TT." Woomer and Batter were also very envious. They looked at each other and they still underestimated the power of Flash Ralts in the Pokémon Academy. BCBI Jiang Ming naturally couldn't just agree to the request of the seniors. Ralts is not only his Pokémon but also his partner. Let Ralts see or not, let Ralts decide for himself. Jiang Ming gently patted the place where Ralts was hiding on his chest and whispered, "Ralts, do you want to come out and see? Everyone likes you very much, Tilda." Ralts in his arms twisted his little body, carefully open his emotional perception ability. Yes, emotional perception is a special ability that Ralts are born with, and they can turn it on or off by themselves. Because the emotions around him suddenly surged, Ralts was scared. It hid in Jiang Ming's arms and turned off its special ability. Now Jiang Ming reminded it. It turned it on again. The emotions it felt were still joy, nervousness, and anxiety, but not as scary as before. The little guy decided to give Jiang Ming a face, Rielu Tilda. The soft orange tentacles and the small blue mushroom head came out of Jiang Ming's arms, led by Jiang Baking. The 4 third-year seniors were captured at the first sight of Flash Ralts Tilda. "My god, this is so cute. Hello, little guy, my name is Yu Tong Tong Tilda. Ralts, you are so cute, my name is..." Even Jiang Baking came over, greeted Ralts and introduced herself. "Trademark Louis." Ralts looked at the 4 seniors around him curiously. Its little brain couldn't figure it out. Why had he never met them before? But the emotions they provided to him were all joy, excitement, and nervousness. The same as Liang An and the others. When several seniors and Ralts got to know each other, a cough was heard outside. Iz. Everyone was subconsciously startled. Feeling something was wrong, Ralts ran away. Immediately retreated into Jiang Ming's arms, as if he was only safe here, and the cough. Everyone looked and found that it was Dean Liu Zhengguo and the Dean of Studies Li Hanshan. These 2 came in person. They greeted them immediately. "Hello Dean, hello Director." Liu Zhengguo looked at everyone seriously. Li Hanshan next to him didn't speak. How could he enter if the Dean didn't speak? Just stay quiet, he had just told the Dean the situation. Dean Liu Zhengguo is a genuine elite. Whenever there is a psychic Pokémon in the academy that uses teleport, his Pokémon will know where the energy source is at the first time. Therefore, he came here directly. "Jiang Baking, your third-year counselor will find you about your violation of the academy regulations. Now Jiang Ming, come with me first." Looking at Liu Zhengguo's serious look, Liang An and others were almost scared to death. Is this the momentum of an elite-level person talking at close range? It's so scary. Brother Ming is still calm. It's over, Bai Qing. It's not because you used Claydol's teleport without authorization that Jiang Ming and Ralts will be blamed by the Dean, right? The Dean's momentum when he spoke at close range just now made Heidke afraid to step out. It should be nothing, right? It's definitely not that reason. Ralts is so cute, I doubt the Dean can resist it. Ah, this is impossible, right? That's the elite-level strongman Dean Liu Zhengguo if he wants. I'm afraid he will have a chance to subdue Ralts, right? Several seniors chattered. Li Hanshan gloomy, okay. Li Hanshan is also a quasi-elite. Liu Zhengguo's momentum when speaking is indeed terrible. But Li Hanshan's momentum is not weak either. For these students and trainers who have not yet graduated, when facing such a strong man, they are like a small boat in the sea. The seniors are better. The strength of the third grade is much higher than that of the first grade. The physical and mental qualities are also stronger. Liang An and others were silent. They thought Li Hanshan was going to say something critical. In the end, they were just asked to go back to the dormitory temporarily, waiting for the college to notify the follow-up matters. These students were sent away. Li Hanshan's expression changed immediately. He hurried to the dean's office. He was afraid that he would miss it if he went too late. A student just said it right. Based on his understanding of Liu Zhengguo, the dean asked Jiang Ming to go away. It is really possible that he wanted to see Ralts. Such a good opportunity, Li Hanshan did not want to miss it. He had to go over and take a look. At this time, the dean's office. After Liu Zhengguo brought Jiang Ming in, he personally used the scald that had just boiled on the tea table to make a cup of tea for Jiang Ming and placed it in front of Jiang Ming. Thank you, Moe, Jiang Ming thanked him. Hey, why are you being polite to Moe? Liu Zhengguo waved his hand. He sat opposite Jiang Ming like an elder. Xiao Ming, how are you doing in the academy recently? Choose a topic. Liu Zhengguo and Jiang Ming started chatting. Very good, Moe, have you improved your strength recently? I see that you are getting more and more energetic. Jiang Ming had no idea that he was chatting with an elite-level strongman because he had been chatting with his father since he was a child, calm and natural. Oh really, haha. Liu Zhengguo laughed, then he changed the subject. Xiao Ming, the Gardevoir tribe you found in the Star Lake Secret Realm after the Secret Realm was merged last time made your father very proud in our circle. No, it's all luck. Jiang Ming held Ralts in his arms and Lucario followed him. Liu Zhengguo is the dean of the Pokémon Academy in Star City, and he also holds an important position in the Pokémon Alliance headquarters in Dragon Country. It is normal to know the news about the Gardevoir clan. He finally understood it. It is obvious that Liu Zhengguo has other intentions. He asked him to come to the office. It is probably because he wanted to see Flash Ralts. But because he is an elder and the dean of elite, it is not easy to say it directly for a while. Jiang Ming and Liu Zhengguo chatted for a while, and when they saw that it was almost time, they were ready to pat the little cutie in their arms. There was a knock on the door outside. Liu Zhengguo didn't even look at the office door. Just by sensing the breath he knew it was Li Hanshan. Come in. Li Hanshan pushed the door open and walked in. He saw that the situation in the office was different from what he thought. Li Hanshan was stunned. He immediately looked at the situation on the spot. He quickly determined what happened. He was so powerful. Sitting in the position of the dean of the college, Li Hanshan was so smart that he could pull out a hair without any result. He looked at Jiang Ming with a smile on his face and said happily, Haha, Jiang Ming, I haven't congratulated you yet. You have hatched a Ralts that is very likely to be the only Flash in the world. It's all luck. In fact, I like Ralts very much, haha. I wonder if the little guy is willing to let me see him. Can you please communicate with him? Chubby Li Hanshan rubbed his hands. He said that he was really looking forward to it. Jiang Ming smiled in his heart. Each of them is an actor. There are only 3 people here. Ralts is naturally willing to come out and show up. Looking at Ralts, who climbed up Jiang Ming's shoulders and sat down, Li Hanshan still had a smile on his face and his eyes were amazing. Too cute! Ah no, this is really rare. Flash Ralts. I have lived for most of my life and this is the first time I have the honor to see Flash Ralts. After Li Hanshin expressed his opinion, he made way. Dean, look, our Star City Pokémon Academy has Jiang Ming and Flash Ralts, so we don't have to worry about the Dragon Country Pokémon Academy League in the next few years. Well, not bad, cute. Liu Zhengguo nodded, looking at the appearance of Flash Ralts. The word cute came out of his mouth. After saying it, he quickly changed the subject. Hanshin is right, Xiaoming. Have you considered participating in the Dragon Country Pokémon Academy League in the second year? Talking well, Liu Zhengguo's eyes did not leave Ralts. Ralts hugged Jiang Ming's neck. The light red eyes under the blue bangs were curious, looking at Liu Zhengguo for a while, looking at Li Hanshin for a while. Dragon Country Pokémon Academy League. Hearing this large-scale event, Jiang Ming picked up the teacup and thought in his heart, if the little Star City Cup is limited to the local popularity of Star City, only students of the Star City Pokémon Academy can participate. The Dragon Country Pokémon Academy League? It is to look at all the students of the Pokémon Academy in the entire Dragon Country, as long as the strength meets the competition standards. You can register through the Academy screening. This is a National Trainer Grand event registered by Academy. It can be comparable. Only Celebrity Trainer, Elite Certification Competition, Champion Trials. Those who can pass the college screening and register, all of them are the best among the talented trainers in their college and grade. Buffs are fully stacked. You can participate. But Liu Zhengguo asked Jiang Ming if he wanted to participate in his second year. It proves that he has great confidence in Jiang Ming. He believes that he can accomplish what most students cannot accomplish in their third and fourth years in his second year. We'll see when the time comes. Jiang Ming has not decided yet. In fact, there is no need to wait until the second year. This year, he is confident that he can improve the strength of his Pokémon partners to the level that can participate in the Dragon Country Pokémon Academy League. But is it too much for a first-year student to have this level of strength? It is amazing to pass the fourth round of preliminaries, but it is nothing compared to the first-year student participating in the Academy League. Jiang Ming stayed in the dean's office with Flash Ralts for more than 10 minutes before leaving. When leaving, Li Hanshin said that his granddaughter liked Ralts very much and wanted to invite Jiang Ming to take a photo with him and Lula's. Liu Zhengguo naturally took the photo as he wished. All the students are still looking for Ralts. Ralts didn't waited for the speech from the dean. All students of Star City Pokémon Academy, I am the dean Liu Zhengguo. Liu Zhengguo's serious voice, spread through a certain Pokémon supersonic, resounded in every corner of the academy, so that every student can hear it clearly. Star City Pokémon Academy, which was originally noisy because of the search for Ralts, quickly quieted down under the transmission of Liu Zhengguo's voice. Elite level in a subtle way. Even talking has the effect of calming people down. I heard that a student in our Xingcheng Pokémon Academy hatched a Flash Ralts. As your dean, I am very happy to see such a Ralts appear in the academy, Liu Zhengguo said a lot. The general meaning is, I don't want to see you guys get into a situation like today because of something. I told everyone not to disturb Jiang Ming when they see him next time and not to do anything to see Ralts up close. Everyone knows that Ralts have special abilities. Before doing this, I told everyone to think from the perspective of Ralts and not to scare Ralts. In fact, everyone has thought about this problem. It's just that everyone around was very excited at the time. I wish I could see Flash Ralts right away. The students who were originally considering this problem were unconsciously affected by this emotion. They were directly led astray. They all rushed to the Pokémon store. Now the dean has raised the issue. They reflected on themselves and found that they really shouldn't have done that. Many people posted on the Academy app forum and tagged Jiang Ming, giving Ralts apologized. And Jiang Ming also posted a post on the app forum. The general meaning of the post was that Ralts said it was okay and he was frightened by everyone's enthusiasm before. And he specially sent several ultra-high-definition photos taken by Ralts sitting on Jiang Ming's shoulders. Ralts scissor hands.jpg. Ralts tilted head.jpg. Ralts pad jojo.jpg. Ralts propped up his chin with both hands.jpg. This action undoubtedly comforted the students who originally wanted to see Ralts, and some even praised Jiang Ming's post with alliance coins and attached a message and comment. So cute. In order not to disturb it, please accept my kindness, Jiang Ming, and buy some delicious food for the little cutie. Just treat it as a gift from the senior sister to it. Praise 25. Escoi drooling foul. Ralts is fine, but it's still Flash. When I saw the junior brothers Ralts, I realized that Ralts's Flash is lavender. Awesome, take my knee, reward 5,000. I also want Lulu Lassie, Pikachu roar.jpg, reward 10,000. Junior, this Ralts is so beautiful and it's Flash. I think it must be a male, right? Tell me, is it a male? Reward 1,000. The one above is smelling, reward 10,000. Junior Jiang Ming, come on, and can you tell me where I can get Ralts? I'm really looking for Pokémon eggs, reward 100,000. After lunch, Jiang Ming lay in the dormitory and read the comments in the post, especially when he saw this senior who rewarded 100,000 alliance coins. You're rich. Jiang Ming is rich enough, but he won't throw out 100,000 alliance coins without even meeting her. Not only Jiang Ming is reading the comments, the other 3 roommates in dormitory 302 are also reading. They all saw the senior sister who praised 100,000. Liang An, who is this senior sister? Woomer and Batter looked at Liang An at the same time. They finally understood. Is there any beautiful senior sister or classmate in the college that you want to know about? No need to go far, just ask Liang An in the dormitory. In 1 minute, Liang An can find all the detailed information of the target girl for you. Hee, what do you mean? Why are you asking me directly? Hey, damn, I can't say it. Liang An still wanted to pretend. Woomer and Batter, who knew him, chose to turn back, as if you don't say it, forget it. Let Liang An lose. This is the daughter of a well-known wealthy businessman in Nanhu province, a senior sister in the 4th grade named Shang Wying. Liang An really started talking. Woomu and Batter rolled their eyes at him. I knew this guy must know. Shang Wying is a well-deserved white, rich, and beautiful girl. In the Pokémon Academy of Xingcheng or in the Pokémon Academy of the entire Nanhu province, I don't think anyone is richer than her family. Hearing this, Batter couldn't help but interrupt. That's not right. Could Shang Wying's family be richer than Brother Ming's family? Woomu nodded in agreement. Yes, Brother Ming's father is the owner of the Xingcheng gym. Could he not be richer than Shang Wying's family? Liang An thought about it, and it was hard to say. After all, some gym owners like to make money while others are not keen on making money, so he looked at Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming was speechless. I give up. What do you think of my family? My family just doesn't lack money. The richest has nothing to do with my family. Of course, if Jiang Ming's mother wants to make money, then of course. I said I don't lack money. Small money is not lacking now. Big money can certainly be lacking if you want to. Haha, Brother Ming, I think you should just follow senior sister Shang Wying. She is the daughter of the richest man in Nanhu province. Woomer laughed. I think senior sister Shang Wying doesn't just want to win over Ralts. Her family is so rich, I don't believe that she can't find a way, Batter said bluntly. Jiang Ming nodded. Yes, I guess she wants to get to know Ralts' parents through me. Hey, I also want to win over Ralts. You just like to look at other seniors with tinted glasses. Liang An shook his head, and then he added, I'm different. I like to look at seniors with or without glasses. Jiang Ming gave a thumbs up. It has to be you, Liang An. The 4 people in the dormitory laughed. Ralts 5.0, who was lying on the sofa, was infected by everyone's joyful mood and laughed along. That night, Jiang Ming returned to his room in the dormitory, put the food he brought from the cafeteria on the table, call out all the Pokémon partners. Everyone, let's eat. Kalu. Lucario nodded, sat on the stool, held the fork with his paw and put a big chicken leg into his mouth. Fletchender stood on the table, plucked. Dratini was talking to Ralts. Maybe because both of them are so cute, therefore the 2 of them have the best relationship. Ralts likes Dratini very much. Dratini also likes to stick to Ralts. When both call out at the same time, Jiang Ming normally one is placed on each shoulder that night. Jiang Hongmin and Shen Fei called Jiang Ming separately via video. In the video, they all wanted to see Ralts. Good boy, the hatched Ralts turned out to be Flash. Why didn't you tell me right away? Jiang Hongmin glared at Jiang Ming. Ralts in Jiang Ming's arms immediately turned his head back and didn't look at Jiang Hongmin. Dad, keep your voice down, you scared it. Jiang Ming touched the little cute head, looked at Jiang Hongmin on the other end of the video and asked curiously, "Which secret realm are you in?" "Sorry, Ralts, I didn't mean it." Jiang Hongmin first explained to Ralts with a smile, then took the phone and turned around to Jiang Ming. "This is the exclusive secret realm where the Gardevoir tribe settled in their new home, and there are many other precious and rare Pokémon in it." In fact, Jiang Hongmin didn't need to say it, through the lens. Jiang Ming has found two very precious Pokémon. One of them is Aaron. Aaron is a precious Pokémon of steel and rock. There are very few trainers who have it at present. There are many reasons. One is that it is too expensive to cultivate this Pokémon 12. They have to gnaw on various precious minerals from childhood. This is a Pokémon that can only be cultivated if you have a mine at home. Of course, once cultivated. The rewards are also considerable. Aaron's final evolution form, Aggron, was almost considered a quasi-god. The fact that a Pokémon that can be mistaken for a quasi-god like Bangira is enough to prove the strength of this Pokémon. Jiang Ming also knows Aggron can also undergo Mega Evolution in the future. It is no exaggeration, even with Jiang Ming's current background. If there is a good Aaron in front of him, he may be tempted. In the future, after Aaron evolves into Aggron, the attribute overlaps with Lucario, which already has the Steel attribute. Trainer's attribute selection of Pokémon, it is best to try not to overlap. This will ensure that the benefits of your attacking surface are maximized. However, this is only a restriction on other trainers. Jiang Ming has the attribute upgrade system in hand, and the trainer attribute talent has unrivaled perception, so attacking his Pokémon partner is not a problem at all. Jiang Hongmin noticed Jiang Ming's gaze. He smiled immediately. "Why, Xiao Ming, are you interested in Aaron?" "A little, but not very interested." Jiang Ming nodded and answered truthfully. "Dad, compared to Aaron, I am actually more interested in Bangira. If it is an ordinary family, forget it. Can't afford it. Now, just a dad who can impact the title of elite." Jiang Ming feels that he can still look forward. His team already has 4 Pokémon. The remaining 2 must be carefully selected. Therefore, he set his sights on the quasi-god Pokémon, Bangira, a combination of rock and dark attributes. The attributes do not overlap with the 4 Pokémon partners he already has, and they are quasi-gods, which perfectly fits Jiang Ming's choice. "You really dare to think?" Hearing Jiang Ming say that he is interested in Bangilla, Jiang Hongmin did not say anything impossible. In the video, he looked around. Then he put his head close to the camera and lowered his voice. "Xiao Ming, if you are really interested in Bangilla cubs, you should improve your strength first, otherwise you will miss the opportunity in the future." Jiang Ming. "No, is there really a chance? Dad, can you tell me in detail?" Jiang Ming just casually mentioned his goal. He never thought that there would be such an opportunity. His interest came up all of a sudden. "I can't go into details." Jiang Hongmin waved his hand. "I'm just telling you that there might be such an opportunity, but it's not certain." Okay, hang up the video call with his father. "I didn't expect that there would be a chance to subdue Bangilla. As for improving strength, Jiang Ming's current improvement speed is changing every day." Then Jiang Ming connected with his mother Shen Fei again. Shen Fei was naturally overjoyed that Jiang Ming hatched Flash Ralts. They talked for a long time before hanging up. "Yeah, tilde." Ralts was in Jiang Ming's arms looking up at him. "Yes, I hung up." Jiang Ming understood what it said. With the help of understanding heaven, Jiang Ming can now use his psychic to capture Ralts' emotional fluctuations. Linking this fluctuation, he can understand what it means. He looked at Ralts' level, although only 1 day has passed. But the little cutie's level has been raised from LV.0 to LV.7. "I don't know when you will awaken psychic." Jiang Ming muttered to himself. Other trainers have Pokémon whose energy accumulation cannot keep up with the speed of skill training, but he doesn't have to worry about that. Ralts understood. It stretched out its 2 little hands with invisible energy fluctuations surging on them. Jiang Ming's eyes lit up. "Psychic. Ah tilde." The little cutie nodded. It raised its little head looking like "You're going to praise me. Ha ha ha, awesome." Jiang Ming hugged Ralts and kissed him hard. The little guy was shy and buried his head in his arms. "You're still shy." Jiang Ming chuckled. "Since you already have psychic, you can try to practice skills next." "Eeyore." Hearing the training skill, Ralts' face turned serious. It heard from Dratini. It said Jiang Ming would go to some dangerous places for adventure. They want to protect Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming is the person closest to it, and it definitely hopes that it can protect Jiang Ming. Therefore, it has long wanted to try the training skill that Dratini had told it before. October 14th, a new week again, Jiang Ming wakes up. The first thing, it is to consider which Pokémon's entry talent to upgrade. Ralts, turning disaster into fortune is very good, but trainer's entry talent already has destined protagonist. This is the walking son of luck, and he already has luck. Jiang Ming was brushing his teeth while thinking. On both sides there were Ralts standing on the sink and Lucario standing next to him. Before he and Lucario brushed their teeth together, Fletchinder and Dratini were not needed. Now there was Ralts in front of the mirror. Jiang Ming, Ralts and Lucario moved in unison. After brushing the toothbrush back and forth in the mouth, they drank water together, raised their heads and made a ho-ho sound and spit out the water with toothpaste bubbles in their mouths together. Then they washed their faces. Lucario, come on, 2 it's time for you to control life, do, Luca. Lucario raised his hands. A large ball of pure water was condensed in front of Jiang Ming and Ralts' heads respectively. The water fell on Jiang Ming and Ralts' faces. This is the way to wash your face. If a trainer who has not mastered the life-do skill Pokémon knew about this, he would definitely curse. Damn it, who told you to use life-do like this? After washing up, Jiang Ming went to the cafeteria to pack breakfast for the Pokémons and sat down to enjoy breakfast. Next to him, Ralts finished the main food Jiang Ming prepared for him and began to enjoy the aftermeal snacks, fried French fries. Each Pokémon has different tastes. Ralts prefers to eat fried French fries, or the way to eat without sticking ketchup. Not only eat it himself, the little guy also likes to share his favorite snacks with other Pokémon. It walked and handed the French fries to Lucario, Fletchinder and Dratini one after another. Lucario and Fletchinder are omnivorous. Dratini doesn't like to eat this, but it didn't refuse Ralts' kindness. After eating the French fries, it pushed its aftermeal drink to Ralts with its tail. This is moo milk that Jiang Ming prepared according to Dratini's taste. The taste is quite different from pure milk, sour and sweet. Ralts took a sip. Immediately his face changed and his tongue quickly stuck out. This scene made everyone laugh. Ralts looked at Dratini curiously. I didn't expect Dratini to like moo milk, which it thought tasted so strange. Jiang Ming explained on the side, this is the moo milk I specially mixed for Dratini. I can also take you to mix other flavors you like later. There are many types of Pokémon food in the Pokémon cafeteria. Moo milk alone can be mixed into dozens of flavors. The main feature is rich diversity. These moo milks with special flavors are not cheap. Dratini drinks 2 liters a day and the price per liter is 1,000 Alliance coins. 2,000 a day? That's 60,000 Alliance coins gone in a month. This is just Dratini's aftermeal drink. Including staple food, it is normal for Dratini to easily spend hundreds of thousands of yuan on food per month. Of course, the food expenses for cultivating other Pokémon do not need to be so terrible. After all, Dratini is a quasi-god cub and has high requirements. KB, Ralts nodded in understanding. Standing on the table, it put fries into Jiang Ming's mouth. Ralts is growing. The changes every day are visible to the naked eye. Now compared to when it was just hatched, it has grown a circle. Fletchinder smiled foolishly beside him. Wait until everyone finishes breakfast. Jiang Ming still hasn't decided which entry to upgrade. Since you can't decide, let's follow the old rules. Roll the dice. It is Jiang Ming's little habit when he can't make a choice. If the points are 1 and 2, Lucario will be upgraded, 3 and 4 will be upgraded to Fletchinder, and 5 and 6 will be upgraded to Dratini. Simple and direct. Soon, a dice came out on the table. The 4 Pokémon stared at the spinning dice. The points on the dice kept changing. The final result was 3 points. Jiang Ming raised his hand. Psychic surged. The dice on the table floated back to his hand. Fletchinder, it seems that this upgrade opportunity is your turn. Yotilda. Fletchinder was about to flap his wings. Then he remembered that this was Jiang Ming's dormitory, so it was inconvenient, so he stopped awkwardly. Fletchinder's talent entry is speed and wings. The dice was thrown again. Finally, it was confirmed to upgrade Fletchender's speed entry. Once it was confirmed, there was no hesitation. Jiang Ming looked at the other Pokémon. Everyone, there will be a new opportunity every week in the future, don't be anxious. Lucario crossed his arms and nodded indifferently. It was not anxious. Dratini and Ralts also nodded obediently. Especially Dratini, its entry talent has been upgraded once. Finally, Jiang Ming chose to upgrade the entry as Lightning. Lightning is a Cyan entry among the 5 levels of entry talent. The Cyan level is not high, congratulations. Lightning, Cyan upgraded to only Speed Blue. Only Speed Blue has a speed that ordinary people can't reach and can launch attacks at lightning speed. Lucario's speed entry is also blue-only speed, but Fletchender's speed species strength is a little lower than that of the evolved Lucario. However, when Fletchender also completes the evolution, evolved into after Talonflame, the speed species strength will reach a terrifying 126 points, combined with the speed entry talent blessing. That's when its strength will skyrocket. Speaking of evolution, Jiang Ming looked at Dratini. At this time, Dratini's level has reached LV.29, it's only one level away from the evolutionary LV.30. Jiang Ming smiled. Dratini, come on, your strength will skyrocket soon. Dratini rubbed Jiang Ming's hand. Jiang Ming showed it its evolved appearance. It is really inconvenient for it to fight now. Not to mention its inconvenience in movement. It also lacks the majesty of a dragon-type Pokémon. After evolving into Dragonair, it will be much more convenient for it to fight because Dragonair can freely shuttle in the air. Even without wings, Dragonair in the air is like a water-type Pokémon in the water without any constraints. Similarly, there is Milotic among the water-type Pokémon. Milotic is the same as Dragonair. They can swim in the water and fly in the air, but unfortunately both are extremely rare Pokémon. Dratini is a quasi-god and Milotic's rarity is needless to say. What is rare is not Phoebas. It is the prop treasure that can make Phoebas evolve. Brother Ming, are you going to class today? In the living room, Liang called. Jiang Ming took back the Pokémon. Leaving Ralts sitting on his shoulders, he walked out of the room. You guys go, I'll take Ralts to practice skills. Yeah. Ralts waved his little hands. Damn, Brother Ming, you're too arrogant. My little cutie is so young, but she has to suffer the torture of skill training. Liang stood up for Ralts. Good Zhao, Psychic awakened so soon. Wu Mo and Batter noticed the key point. Yes. Jiang Ming nodded and walked out of the dormitory with the 3 of them. Psychic awakened, let's see if it can master the calendar. Confusion is the basic skill of Psychic Pokémon. After that, many Psychic skills are upgraded based on Confusion. Therefore, Confusion skills must be mastered well. Great step by step. Ralts, come on. Batter and Wumo cheered for Ralts. Yeah. Ralts also cheered for them, although they didn't understand, but it doesn't matter, seeing Ralts is a joy. Because the content taught by the 2 instructors Jiang Qingning and Yuan Jun has not yet reached the next step, Jiang Ming is still skipping classes by order. He did not plan to stay in the academy to train Jai. But he brought Ralts to the mission building of the academy. Not every Pokémon academy has a mission building. Only academies that have been certified by the Pokémon Alliance are eligible to open academy mission buildings. Note that here we are talking about qualified, that is to say, some academies that have been certified by the Pokémon Alliance. They may not have opened mission buildings. Liu Zhengguo, the dean of Xingcheng Pokémon Academy, is still resourceful. He has opened a mission building in the academy for more than 10 years. At the beginning, the purpose of the academy mission building is to solve the problems encountered by ordinary people related to Pokémon, including but not limited to Pokémon making trouble, showing Pokémon strength to children, introducing the prerequisites and subsequent benefits of becoming a trainer to the public, etc. The source of the tasks of the Academy mission building. It is directly issued from the Pokémon Alliance headquarters where the Academy city is located with high accuracy. The person who issues the task. Naturally, it is the public who pays or other trainers. Trainers complete the tasks of the Academy mission building. Not only do they get trainer points, but they also get rewards from the people who give the tasks. As for trainer points, this is very important for student trainers. Because this is related to the graduation of student trainers in the future, they cannot graduate if their points are less than 523. Step by step, one link after another. Jiang Ming, according to the college regulations, you cannot accept the college mission now. The senior in charge of the college mission building looked embarrassed. He explained to Jiang Ming. The rules in our Star City Pokémon Academy mission building are drawn up by the Star City Pokémon Alliance. Even the counselors, instructors, and deans cannot change them. You can find out the specific rules by scanning this QR code. It is very clearly explained. Normally, senior would never explain so much to a first-year junior. But this person is Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming made it to the 4th round of the preliminaries in the Little Star City Cup, and Ralts was sitting on Jiang Ming's shoulders. Even for Ralts' sake, the attitude of this senior would be very good. This is Ralts' appearance. Jiang Ming took out his mobile phone and scanned the QR code pointed by senior. Soon, the interface of the Academy mission building rules popped up on the mobile phone interface. A Pokéball was thrown out and exploded on the mobile phone screen. The Pokéball opened and the rules inside appeared in front of Jiang Ming. The design is quite novel. Okay, thank you, senior. Jiang Ming thanked him and looked at Ralts. BCCF Ralts can't understand, it just followed Jiang Ming to make the same action, according to relevant regulations. First-year freshman trainer has limited strength and needs to improve his knowledge of Pokémon. Therefore, the tasks of the Academy mission building must wait until the 10th grade students are promoted to the 2nd grade before they can start to accept tasks. See, Jiang Ming, I really don't give you any leniency. Even if your ID card is swiped here, you can't take the tasks here. Senior persuaded Jiang Ming earnestly. Jiang Ming took out his mobile phone and contacted Jiang Hongmin on WeChat. This is just a small matter. His father should be able to handle it easily, right? Seeing that his persuasion was useless, this senior shook his head. Looking at who Jiang Ming was contacting on the phone, senior thought, after all, he is still a first-year junior. I guess he knows some powerful trainer somewhere and thinks he can solve this problem through him. In this regard, senior can only say. When Jiang Ming found that he still couldn't solve the problem after asking for help, he realized that asking for help for some things is useless. Ralts gestured. Yeah, that's right, we just need to wait a few minutes. Hearing this, senior shook his head again. Why is this junior Jiang Ming still coaxing Ralts? A few minutes passed quickly. Jiang Ming smiled and looked at the responsible senior. Senior, can you help me swipe the ID card again? Okay, I knew you wouldn't give up. Senior took Jiang Ming's ID card. He swiped it next to the computer in the building responsible for managing the college's mission. After swiping, he was ready to return the ID card to Jiang Ming. Ding, confirmed success? Senior looked like he had seen a ghost in order to make sure he didn't hear it wrong. He swiped Jiang Ming's ID card again. The answer was still exactly the same. Senior, should I accept the mission now? Jiang Ming asked. Yes, it must be possible if the card is swiped successfully. The senior hurriedly went through the formalities for Jiang Ming to enter the mission building. At the same time, a huge wave of emotion rose in the senior's heart. Who is this junior Jiang Ming? Who did he find just now? He was able to swipe his card so quickly. This senior is often in charge of the mission building of the college. It is not uncommon to see first-year students coming here on weekdays. But those first-year students really join in the fun. No one comes to take the mission like Jiang Ming. Obviously, they know that first-year students cannot take it. Junior, if you have a preference for the mission, you can choose the priority and just tick the priority. Senior handed Jiang Ming a tablet. Jiang Ming looked at it and checked some items on it. Then the priority tasks that were more suitable for him appeared at the front of the tablet. 1-star task, Xingcheng Lugu Suburb No. 135 Xiangyun Road. Some people said that the vegetables in their vegetable garden were stolen by 3 purple radicates, hoping that a trainer could help solve the problem. Task reward. Trainer points times 1, alliance coins times 200. -1. Jiang Ming looked at several 1-star tasks in a row. It feels that this 1-star task should be done for the second-year rookie who just started to take tasks. There is no challenge at all. Jiang Ming's strength is naturally not ready to take such a task. Seeing this, Senior reminded Jiang Ming that he could uncheck the novice protection period in the account settings. Second-year students are not proficient when they first take tasks, so there will be many one-star tasks for them to practice. If you don't need it, Jiang Ming, uncheck the novice protection period, and the one-star tasks will be automatically filtered out. Simple and direct, Jiang Ming immediately canceled the novice protection period in his account. Sure enough, the one-star tasks just now disappeared in front of him. Instead, a large number of 2-star and 3-star tasks appeared, and there were actual experience suggestions at the end. 2-star task, Rialu area, Villa area at No. 365 Jincheng Road. Some people want to let their children know the dangers of exploring the secret realm. Strength suggestion, intermediate ordinary level certified by Alliance, task reward. Trainer points times 1, Alliance coins times 10,000. 2-star task, near Leifeng Town, there are 4 Sandshrews and 2 Paras blocking the demolition and construction. Solve the obstacles of Sandshrew and Paras. Strength requirement, high-level ordinary level certified by Alliance, task reward. Trainer points times 1, Alliance coins times 20,000. 13. Jiang Ming looked at several 2-star tasks. Found that the trainer points are all the same, but the Alliance coins are different. This task of letting your children know the dangers of the secret realm actually has 10,000. The reward is Alliance coins, and the strength requirement is the middle-level ordinary level. It can be seen that this task is not as simple as it seems. After choosing and choosing, I didn't find a task that is particularly suitable for Ralts. Jiang Ming thought about it and accepted the task of solving Sandshrew and Paras in Leifeng Town to see if he could find an opportunity to give Ralts a chance to practice. Junior, normal will accept 1-star missions at the beginning, and we all practiced from 1-star missions. Seeing Jiang Ming choose to accept a 2-star mission, Senior began to persuade again. It's okay, Senior, my Lucario is pretty good. Is it for Lucario? Then Senior stopped talking. He also watched the preliminary match between Lucario and Yi Xiu's Charizard, and it was more than enough to accept a 2-star mission. He operated the virtual keyboard flexibly with both hands. He quickly went through the process. He took Jiang Ming's ID card and swiped it. On the tablet, the original 2-star mission about Leifeng Town was. It was recorded under Jiang Ming's ID card. Junior Jiang Ming, the details of the 2-star mission in Leifeng Town have been sent to your college app. Please check it. Here are 6 Poké balls for the college. You should be able to use them when the time comes. This is the execution recorder. Remember to turn it on during the execution of the mission. Jiang Ming finally understood why this senior could be in charge of the window work of the college mission building. He had to say this to every student who accepted a mission for the first time. He really needed patience. Soon, Jiang Ming went back to the dormitory to pack his backpack. Take some necessary things with you. Prepare to go to Leifeng Town. When leaving the college, Jiang Ming met 3 roommates who went to the Pokémon shop to buy things during the break. When the roommates saw Jiang Ming dressed like this, they immediately felt their waists. Brother Ming, don't tell me you are going to the secret realm, Liang asked tentatively. No, not to the secret realm. Jiang Ming shook his head and added, I have started to accept mission-building tasks, which is considered to be adapting to the future 2nd and 3rd grade life in advance. Start accepting mission-building tasks in the 2nd grade. Students need to accumulate enough trainer points for graduation in the 2nd and 3rd grade. In this way, when they reach the 4th grade, they can devote themselves to the secret realm adventure. All 4th-year students of the Star City Pokémon Academy can explore the inner area of the Star City secret realm. They will adapt to various situations of exploring the secret realm after graduation in this primary secret realm with a certain degree of security, and it will also help improve their survival rate in the future exploration of the advanced secret realm. Come on, you 3, haha, I'm leaving first. Jiang Ming laughed and waved goodbye to the 3. Ralts, who was sitting on his shoulder, also waved to the 3, shouting "Ya" happily. The 3 roommates were left looking at each other. After a few seconds of silence, Batter slowly told the cruel truth. Ming Ji has learned the pre-course of the instructor in advance, and he has accepted the task of the task building in his 1st year. He is already a big step ahead of our peers. What are you thinking about? Wumo put his arm around Batter's shoulder and patted him. We are lucky to be Ming Ji's roommates. Others don't know that Ming Ji's true identity is the son of the gym owner. When the time comes, others will definitely envy us. Wumo is right, Batter and Liang and both nodded in agreement. Through this period of time, the three of them knew that Jiang Ming was easy to get along with, and he was not as arrogant as those second-generation strong men in novels. When he was with them, he communicated normally, just like an ordinary trainer. Even so, they all understood they are not trainers of the same level as Jiang Ming, not from the beginning. Alas, Brother Ming is the kind of trainer life I yearn for. If you want to explore, you can explore. If you want to take a task, you can take a task. It's free and easy, Liang sighed. Haha, don't think too much. We still have a lot to learn in the first grade. I feel that my accuracy in throwing the ball is almost there. Me too, my accuracy is almost there. Yumer and Batter can both throw to 50 meters. What they lack is accuracy. After practicing for a few days, their accuracy in throwing the ball has improved rapidly and they have mastered the throwing skills taught by Jiang Qingning. Hearing this, Liang was dumbfounded. He said unwillingly, "Damn, my accuracy is not good and the distance of throwing the ball is not enough. No, we have to increase the intensity of training today. It's okay to be left behind by Brother Ming, but we can't be left behind by the two of you." For a moment, Liang, who was furious, felt the motivation. Haha, keep working hard. Leifeng Town is at the junction of the suburbs and urban areas of Xingcheng. The location is not remote nor is it prosperous. There are real estate developers doing expropriation here, preparing to build a large residential project that can accommodate tens of thousands of people. From Xingcheng Pokémon Academy to Leifeng Town, the subway cannot go directly. Jiang Ming took a taxi for more than 10 minutes and arrived near the destination at 10:05 a.m. Ask for flowers? Bang! 2 piquet balls were opened by Jiang Ming. He called out Lucario and Fletchender and issued an order. Fletchender, you take the execution recorder to observe the situation around here, walk around the entire demolition site and see if there are any special discoveries. Yotilda. Fletchender obeyed the order. It had an execution recorder on its chest. It flew up to the sky and left quickly. Lucario, you first use the wave power to investigate the situation and then come with me and use another execution recorder to find someone to ask around. Lucatilda. Lucario nodded. On the way here in a taxi, Jiang Ming has already read the detailed information of the task in the app. The first rule of doing tasks in the Academy task building. After arriving at the destination, don't act in a hurry. First investigate the situation yourself to see if the task is consistent with the description of the task building. In order to prevent sudden changes in the Pokémon secret realm, Dragon Country is now trying to integrate Pokémon into all aspects of people's lives as much as possible. It is inevitable that some people will ignore the explicit regulations for their own interests, especially when it comes to demolition. Demolition has been wandering between black and gray for a long time, and the gray area has made many people take risks. Lucario raised his hand and the black pendant under his ear became more obvious after evolution. When it activates the wave power, the black pendant will automatically float without wind. Jiang Ming concentrated psychic in his eyes. The sight in front of him immediately changed. The wave power that was originally invisible to the naked eye was some faint blue light in his eyes, with Lucario was the center, and the situation quickly spread to the surrounding areas. Soon, Lucario found out the situation. In the distance, there was a group of people who looked like nearby residents discussing something. He told Jiang Ming the situation. Jiang Ming nodded. Let's go and see what's going on. Lucario led the way. Jiang Ming followed closely. Soon, they came to a place about 1 kilometer away from the demolition site of Leifeng Town. Here we saw more than a dozen old men and women and 10 little Stephanie towels. Alas, the people in the demolition team are really bad. Xiao's parents passed away early, leaving only a house, and now it is forcibly demolished. Who said it wasn't? If it were me, I would go to Alliance to make a scene. Only if it gets out of hand will someone take care of it. It's easy to say, who of you is willing to take Xiao with you? The grandpas and aunts are generally in their 60s and 70s. Although the compensation given to them by the demolition team made them suffer a little, they didn't dare to go too far. Only Xiao was left at home, so the demolition team had some ideas about the compensation. These grandpas and aunts expressed sympathy for Xiao's experience. They were all indignant, but when it really came to the time to take action, few people dared to stand up. No one is a fool. These demolition team members dared to do this. They must have thought of a way to have the best of both worlds and avoid illegal operations. If these grandpas and aunts dare to stand up, who knows, they will deal with you next. In the middle of the conversation between the grandpa and the aunt, the little Stephanie named Xiao stopped crying. She seemed to know that crying was useless. Her big eyes were full of tears and looked in a certain direction. There Lucario was walking over with Jiang Ming. Is this Pokémon? I have never seen this kind of Pokémon. I am afraid it is from the demolition team. Such a young demolition team. I have never seen it before. Whose young man is this? The appearance of Lucario. Let these grandpas and aunts stop the original topic. One by one they guessed who Jiang Ming behind Lucario was. Although Jiang Ming had just arrived, he had heard their previous conversation. He took out his student ID card of the Star City Pokémon Academy and introduced himself. Grandpa and Aunt, I am a student of the Star City Pokémon Academy. I accepted the task here. It was said that there were several Sandshrews and Paras making trouble in the demolition team project, so I came here to take a look. Student of the Star City Pokémon Academy? Hearing this name, these grandpas and aunts immediately looked at each other, and finally a grandpa who seemed to be more courageous came over and took a closer look at Jiang Ming's ID card. Young man, is your Pokémon strong? It should be okay, Jiang Ming said truthfully. Okay. The grandpa obviously didn't know whether this okay was strong or not, but there was no other way at the moment. Young man, can your academy still manage the demolition team? As long as it happens in Star City about Pokémon, the academy has the right to govern. That's true, although the Star City Pokémon Academy is not affiliated with the Pokémon Police Department, the academy does have the right to intervene in matters related to Pokémon. Well, you have to make the decision for Xiao, young man. I'll trust you for once. I'll tell you, the demolition team is not doing their job. They caught some Sandshrew and Paras from somewhere and threw them at Xiao's house, and then... As the old man opened his mouth, other old men and women who were already chatterboxes couldn't help but join in, talking about the situation of little Stephanie's family. In the mouths of these old men and women, those Sandshrew and Paras were deliberately caught by the demolition team. Because little Stephanie's parents had an accident, little Stephanie lived with her grandmother, and the compensation allocated to their family by the demolition project was obviously wrong, and more than half was missing, so they were unwilling to move. The demolition team came up with this idea, catching some Sandshrew and Paras. Paras placed them at their house, and then, under the pretext of helping to catch Pokémon, he let the Pokémon use their skills to collapse their house. Little Stephanie's grandmother even injured her leg because of this. After hearing what these people said, Jiang Ming frowned. In the crowd he called out Ralts. Ralts. Ralts, who came out of the piquet ball, was still sitting on Jiang Ming's shoulder. Jiang Ming asked Ralts to give him feedback on the emotions of these old men and women. Ralts' special ability can easily identify whether someone is lying. This special ability can do a lot of things. All criminals have nowhere to hide in front of the Ralts. Your tilde. The little guy looked at everyone. Then he whispered in Jiang Ming's ear. When the old men and women saw Jiang Ming calling out such a small and cute Pokémon, they were confused for a while. According to Ralts' emotional perception, these old men and women did not lie. In other words, what they said was true. Okay, I know what happened. Jiang Ming came to the little Stephanie, who was sitting on the ground with red eyes and holding an old lady's arm, and squatted down. The clothes that little Stephanie was wearing should have been clean, but now they were covered with dust and stains, and there were some wounds on her hands and feet. The old lady next to her also had a wounded leg and was leaning on a cane. Little friend, your name is Xiao, right? Little Stephanie was a little timid. She looked at Lucario with some fear. She bit her lip and didn't say anything and followed the grandmother's hand. It was the grandmother next to her who spoke up. She looked at Jiang Ming and Lucario and advised them to leave here. Young man, you should take your Pokémon away, don't drag yourself into this. It's okay, Grandma, don't worry. Jiang Ming didn't say much and looked at Lucario. With one look, Lucario knew what to do. Luca tilde. It raised its hand and condensed life dew which fell on the old lady's legs and little Stephanie's hands and feet. Soon, the energy shadow of the water droplets went down. The wounds on the old lady's legs and little Stephanie's hands and feet quickly scarred, and the pain was removed. Life Dew claims to be a blood-recovering magic skill that can greatly treat injuries that are not extremely serious and cause death on the spot. It is easy to treat such skin injuries. Thank you, Brother Tilda. Feeling Jiang Ming's kindness, little Stephanie overcame her fear of Pokémon and timidly thanked Jiang Ming. It doesn't matter. Pokémon are actually good partners of humans. The key is how to establish a friendly relationship with them. Jiang Ming rubbed Xiao's head and helped her clean up the messy hair on her forehead. He pointed to Ralts on his shoulder and encouraged Xiao. Come on, try it. This is Ralts and that is Lucario. They are both very reliable partners of mine. 5.3 Jiang Ming gestured to Xiao to touch Ralts. Ralts felt Xiao's uneasy mood. It took the initiative to stretch out its cute little hand. It released a special breath that made people feel at ease. Looking at the cute Ralts, Xiao temporarily suppressed her fear of Pokémon and tried to touch Ralts's hand. Aya tilde. Ralts greeted, R.137 tilde. You are so beautiful. Xiao looked at Ralts and praised from the bottom of her heart. Aya tilde. Ralts smiled happily, and her smile infected Xiao. Next, Jiang Ming, Xiao and her grandmother took him to the demolished house to see the situation. At the same time, in order to avoid any accidents, the housekeeper of the Xingcheng gym, Shu Yao, has already rushed here with a Poké ball. Jiang Ming, this is my grandma and my home. Xiao helped grandma sit down next to a pile of collapsed old houses and then introduced them to Jiang Ming. Looking at the collapsed houses, Xiao's eyes were red again. At this time, several brown round heads emerged from the ruins of the houses. Yee-hoo! There were 4 in total. They were the 4 Sandshrews mentioned in the mission. These Sandshrews seemed to regard the ruins of the old houses as their own nests. When they saw someone approaching, they bared their teeth at Xiao and Jiang Ming. Ah! Xiao ran back in fear. Jiang Ming picked Xiao up. It's okay, it's not heavy. How about letting Ralts help drive them away? The best way to overcome fear is to face it. If I don't help Xiao overcome her fear of Pokémon, this incident will probably accompany little Stephanie like a nightmare in the future. Jiang Ming checked the 4 Sandshrews through the eye of exploration, and each of them was only LV.6 tilde LV.812 is just right for Ralts' rival. Eeyore. Hearing that the 4 Sandshrews in front of him were his rival, Ralts jumped down from Jiang Ming's shoulder. The little guy was quite agile. Facing the 4 Sandshrews, he seemed to be calm in the face of danger, but Xiao was a little worried. Ralts is so cute. Could it be the rival of those Sandshrews? The relationship between Pokémon and Pokémon is very strange. When their eyes met, they knew the battle was about to begin. So Ralts and the one who grinned at Xiao at the beginning, the battle between the Sandshrews began. The Sandshrew jumped down from the ruins. It was much bigger than Ralts. It looked 40 cm tall. The skills it mastered were Grab and Poison Barb. At this level, it had already mastered 2 skills. It didn't look wild at all. Because Pokémon should be integrated with the urban world as soon as possible, there are a small number of wild Pokémon in the wild now. But these Sandshrews? Jiang Ming was more inclined to believe that they were cultivated by the demolition team and were specially used to cooperate in some things that were not presentable. At this time, the battle between the 2 little guys began. Sandshrew took the lead in attacking, and on its round head, it spit out Poison Barb at Ralts with a fierce expression. The purple Poison Barb shot out of Sandshrew's mouth towards Ralts. Ralts was not panicked. Jiang Ming and Lucario had warned it many times to stay calm in battle. Ralts avoid to the right and try to control the opponent with Psychic. Jiang Ming, who was holding Xiao issued an order. Ralts narrowly avoided Poison Barb. The big eyes under the blue mushroom bangs were full of seriousness. It controlled its awakened Psychic and landed on the opposite Sandshrew. Jiang Ming's trainer talent, unrivaled perception, began to work silently. Ralts quickly found the trick. The blue energy flashed in its eyes. Super energy confusion fell on Sandshrew. At this time, Sandshrew was preparing to continue to use poison barb attack. Unexpectedly, an invisible energy suddenly fell on it as if binding its entire body. Squeak! Squeak! Sandshrew struggled violently. Ralts here endured the power of Sandshrew's struggle and also increased the output of super energy confusion. Tie Sandshrew tightly. Okay, control it and throw it out. Jiang Ming quickly issued a new order. His eyes were bright. Unexpectedly, Ralts was able to master the use of confusion so quickly under the empowerment of unrivaled perception, which proves that the little guy himself has a high talent for skill mastery. Ralts controlled Sandshrew, and the superpowered confusion bound the Sandshrew in struggle and threw it hard, hitting a broken stone. Sandshrew screamed. It no longer had the fierce power trip look before. Struggle wanted to get up and continue the fight, but Ralts threw it out with all his strength. There was damage from confusion, and there was also damage from tackle when it was thrown out and hit the stone. This Sandshrew was defeated by Ralts. Wow, Ralts is so powerful. Seeing that Ralts defeated Sandshrew in one go, Zio AI clapped his hands and Ralts cheered. Squeak. Seeing the first Sandshrew defeated. Among the remaining 3 Sandshrews, immediately 2 more rushed out. At the same time they rushed towards Ralts' attack. Ralts, pay attention, retreat. Jiang Ming was about to command Ralts to retreat and readjust the contest condition, but unexpectedly, Ralts did not obey the order. Facing the 2 Sandshrews rushing towards it, it exerted all its strength. As if brewing something, at the last moment, seeing that the grabbing attack of the 2 Sandshrews was about to fall on it, Ralts brewed successfully. Suddenly, energy rushed out, forming 2 new Ralts on its left and right. Okay, I mastered Double Team. Jiang Ming recognized this skill at a glance. Double Team is one of the skills that Ralts can master in the early stage, and it is also very useful in battle. But he didn't expect that he hadn't trained it to train Double Team, and it figured it out by itself. The Sandshrew that pounced on it was in vain and felt unpredictable. Counterattack, use the cup calendar to throw one of the Sandshrews away. Squeak. The same trick was used again. Another Sandshrew was thrown away. Suddenly, the 4th Sandshrew that had not rushed up before rushed up and was about to grab Ralts with one claw. Luca. The spectator Lucario was about to help on the spot. Jiang Ming, who was quick-witted and quick-handed, quickly reached out to stop it. Don't go over there. 297. The power of the grab attack is not high. This is not a bad thing for Ralts. MJU4 NDA20C3 Autumn 1 MZY4 NZCY Aj equals. Ralts was hit by the grab attack, but he did not cry. Instead, he gritted his teeth and continued to condense the super energy confusion and threw away another Sandshrew. 4 Sandshrews were thrown away by it until only 1 was left. The last Sandshrew naturally could not escape the fate of being thrown away. In this way, at the cost of being hit by the grab attack, all 4 Sandshrews were defeated by Ralts. If it was not clear that Ralts was female sign, Jiang Ming would think that this little cutie would evolve into Gallade in the future, and it would be very fierce in battle. It was in sharp contrast to its cute appearance. Tilde. After defeating rival, Ralts reached out to Jiang Ming. Well done, 1 against 4 in the first battle, defeating 4 rivals. Ralts is so powerful. Jiang Ming did not hesitate to give his praise. The little cutie looked even happier after hearing this. Then Jiang Ming asked Lucario to Ralts used Life Dew. When they were caught and attacked, they used Life Dew. Jiang Ming was probably the only one who showed up at this time. Zio AI was shocked by Ralts. She never thought that the cute Ralts were so powerful and could defeat those fierce Sandshrews. This made her curious about Trainer for the first time. At this time, Jiang Ming took out the exclusive Piquet ball issued by the Academy and went to those Sandshrews. Pop! The exclusive Piquet ball of the Academy fell to the ground as expected. After the activated Piquet ball was opened, the red energy line fell on Sandshrew. Sandshrew didn't even need to struggle, the energy line automatically bounced off. It's a Pokémon with an owner. Seeing that it was indeed the case, Jiang Ming confirmed his thoughts. Next, he tried the other three. There were no surprises. The other three Sandshrews were exactly the same. They all showed that this was a Pokémon with a trainer. Only when a Pokémon with a trainer encounters a new PK ball and wants to collect it, the red energy line will automatically bounce off. Just when Jiang Ming wanted Ralts to find the paras hidden in the ruins of the old house. A group of people were running over in the distance. There were also several powerful Pokémon beside them. The demolition team is here. I saw the demolition team. Zio AI subconsciously broke away from Jiang Ming and ran to her grandmother. She stood in front of her grandmother. Go away, we don't welcome you. Zio AI trembled but bravely shouted out her heart. You're home. The members of the demolition team who rushed over ignored Zio AI and her grandmother, but looked at Jiang Ming. The leader should be the captain of this group. The captain noticed Lucario next to Jiang Ming at the first time and then saw Ralts. They didn't recognize Lucario and Ralts but simply felt that Lucario was not easy to mess with. Obviously, they are professional trainers. They are not trainers at all, otherwise it is impossible not to know Lucario and Ralts. Where does this young man come from? It seems that the jackal-shaped Pokémon is not weak. The captain thought in his heart. But his hands did not stop moving at all. He squeezed out a false smile on his face, made a handshake gesture with both hands and walked quickly towards Jiang Ming. When approaching 2 meters, Lucario suddenly spoke and with a road click, the idea of the upright man continued to move forward. You are all from the demolition team. Jiang Ming looked at the bald man wearing sunglasses 2 meters away. This man has a fierce aura, wearing sunglasses and a bald head. For ordinary people, he is not easy to mess with at first glance. Yes, that's right, who are you? The bald man was stopped by Lucario, but he was not annoyed. He scratched his big bald head and introduced himself. I am Chang Ming. These are the members of our demolition project. I am Jiang Ming from Xingcheng Pokémon Academy, and I have accepted the task of hindering the demolition in Leifeng Town here. What? People from Xingcheng Pokémon Academy? The bald man Chang Ming was stunned, as if he didn't expect that someone from Xingcheng Pokémon Academy would come over. In the spirit of not wanting to cause trouble, he suggested. Jiang Ming, it's not convenient to talk here. How about we borrow a step to talk? Hearing this, Zio AI and her grandmother suddenly became nervous, and Zio Ai's little hand was clasped with her grandmother's hand. They all understood what Chai Ming meant. If Jiang Ming agreed, BB, no, just talk about it here. Jiang Ming calmly put Ralts on his shoulder and looked at the long people on the opposite side. All the faces of these demolition teams were fierce. It looked like a bad first impression. The eye of exploration saw the strength of the Pokémon on the opposite side very clearly. There were a total of 6 Pokémon on the opposite side, and the most powerful one was a Machamp with 4 arms. That Machamp reached LV.27, high-level ordinary strength. The remaining Pokémon were around LV.18 tilde LV.23, but Jiang Ming felt that there should be someone behind the other party. These few people who don't look like serious trainers should not be decision-makers. Say it here, Chai Ming repeated. He frowned. Obviously, he didn't expect Jiang Ming to be so disrespectful. Machamp, who had 4 arms beside him, suddenly clenched his fists, took a step forward and burst out of his internal momentum and fell asleep on Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming's face was calm. Psychic flashed out of his eyes like lightning. Suddenly, Machamp on the opposite side felt a sharp pain in his head. He screamed in pain and stepped back a few steps. Chai Ming and more than 10 people changed their faces, without waiting for them to continue speaking. Jiang Ming spoke first. Captain Chai Ming, right? Tell me, the Academy mission said that there are Sandshrews in Leifeng Town that are hindering the demolition project. What's the situation? Jiang Ming seemed to be a solace. But just now, Machamp cried out in pain with a casual operation which made Chai Ming realize how powerful Jiang Ming was. His eyes hidden under the sunglasses turned straight and he smiled and replied, Haha, classmate Jiang Ming, I don't mean anything else. Those Sandshrews and 2 paras are in this pile of ruins. We brought Pokémon here to solve this problem. I didn't expect that you, a top student of the Star City Pokémon Academy, would also come here. Now is the perfect time. We will take over the next thing. Chai Ming's words were really unconvincing. The strength of that LV.27 Machamp was already the ceiling among ordinary people. Wouldn't it be easy to deal with a few Sandshrews? Is it worth making such a big fuss? On his shoulder, the Ralts fed back to Jiang Ming that the other side was lying, not telling the truth. Jiang Ming understood. It would be fine if he didn't encounter such a thing, but if he did, he would not ignore it, no matter he was a member of the Star City Gym or a student of the Star City Pokémon Academy. Theoretically, he would take care of it. Then there is nothing to say, leave it to the Pokémon police station to handle it. Student Jiang Ming. Chai Ming's voice suddenly became much louder. He looked at Jiang Ming and warned him. There's no need to call the police, right? Even if you call the police, it's useless. It's true that these Sandshrews occupy this place. Our demolition team brought Pokémon here with good intentions to drive away Sandshrew and Paras. I think let's find a place to sit down and talk slowly. I'll treat you to a meal, how about that? As he said that, Chai Ming also gestured the number 5. He hinted that he was willing to pay this amount. The implication was obvious, calling the police would be useless. If you are willing to give face, he can give some money. Otherwise, even if Chai Ming saw that Jiang Ming was not simple, he would not be so easy to talk to. Jiang Ming ignored his words. The phone vibrated and Sister Zai sent a text message saying that she was here. At the same time, Jiang Ming also saw a fiery red figure appear on the horizon. It was Fletchender who came back. He looked to the side. Lucario, leave it to you. Lucario rubbed his hands. He rushed to the opposite side instantly. Damn it! Chai Ming's eyes were filled with anger. Don't accept my toast. Let the Pokémons come together. Yes. The 6 Pokémons on the opposite side rushed towards Lucario at the same time. Lucario's 2 aura spheres condensed and hit a Sandslash and a Magnemite. The aura sphere exploded instantly. The 2 aura spheres seemed to increase their power, and when they exploded, they also affected the Pokémon next to them. Soaring in the sky stretched up. Fletchender descended quickly with a light flashing in his sharp eyes like a hawk, and the sharp flying energy condensed, and several air cutters slashed down, stirring up dust. Chai Ming and the others only felt a sharp blade falling from soaring in the sky, and the ground was cut into several cracks more than 10 centimeters wide, deep and bottomless. Damn. What's going on? Boss, it seems that something just fell from the sky, cough cough. F***K, what's that? Surrounded by dust, Chai Ming and the others coughed violently. Then, a strong wind blew. The flying dust was blown away, and Chai Ming and the others tried to open their eyes against the strong wind, squinting a little, and then they saw Fletchender flapping his wings in soaring in the sky. Lucario had returned to Jiang Ming's side. Chai Ming and the others were not trainers and they didn't know many Pokémon. When they saw Fletchender, they still wanted to let the Pokémon attack. The result? Until the demolition team members next to him asked him to look at their Pokémon in some fear. The 6 Pokémon led by Machamp had already been thrown to the ground. 3 of them were defeated on the spot, and the other 3 were wailing and struggling on the ground, trying to get up. Lucario threw a fist. A vacuum wave was sent out. The remaining 3 Pokémon that were still struggling were also sent to the dying contest condition. The fluctuation of the vacuum wave also knocked Chai Ming and others to the ground. They felt chest tightness and shortness of breath. I guess their ribs were broken. On the shoulder, the cute little Ralts cheered for Fletchender and Lucario, who had solved the rival cleanly. Zio Ai, who was hiding behind Jiang Ming with her grandmother, widened her eyes. Grandma, brother Jiang Ming is so awesome. 677. Looking at Jiang Ming and Lucario, Zio Ai's eyes became brighter. It turns out that the Pokémon that looks very handsome is not only handsome but also very powerful. Will she have the opportunity to become such a trainer in the future? And Chai Ming and others are miserable. Everyone is pale. They only realized it at this time. They have hit a wall at this time. Shu Yao arrived here with the people from the Pokémon police station. Master, are you okay? Shu Yao asked Jiang Ming about the situation immediately. Jiang Ming waved his hand and reminded. Sister Shu Yao, these people on the opposite side are not trainers, but they can have Pokémon to follow them. Let the people from the Pokémon police station handle it well. Solve the problem to the end, otherwise there will be trouble. As for what Chang Ming said about calling the police being useless, maybe, but it depends on who called the police. Who is Jiang Ming? He called the police. Who dares to say it is useless? These demolition teams headed by Chang Ming are obviously not the masterminds. Jiang Ming plans to dig deeper along the clues of the other party. Good guy. Several cars of people from the Pokémon Police Department arrived. The Pokémon Police Department members got off the cars in a swarm. 2 people caught one and arrested Chang Ming and others. Hey, be careful, my ribs are broken. Damn, I don't know how many are broken. Arrest that guy too. Arrest the guy called Jiang Ming. That's right, he let the Pokémon hurt us. My hand is broken. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Be gentle. Seeing that the people from the demolition team still wanted to put on Jiang Ming, a fat man who seemed to be the leader of the Pokémon Police Department suddenly frowned and shouted. What are you yelling for? Don't you know that loud noises are prohibited in public places? Take them all back first. Chang Ming. It's not the first time they have dealt with people from the Pokémon Police Department, and they have never seen such a scene before. I felt cold in my heart. At this point I can only rely on the person behind them. Now they should be honest. The fat man scolded Chang Ming and others. He turned his head and looked at Jiang Ming, and a smile immediately appeared on his face. Mr. Jiang, nice to meet you. Hello, hello. I am the head of the Pokémon police station in this area, Zhang Xingping. Although Zhang Xingping had a smile on his face, but cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He cursed Chang Ming and the others' family more than once in his heart. On weekdays, he had no chance to meet the second generation like Jiang Ming. He finally waited for the opportunity to meet him. Unexpectedly, such a thing happened in the area under his jurisdiction because those people were causing trouble. He had the opportunity to meet Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming looked at Zhang Xingping. He didn't express any opinion. He just said to Sister Shu Yao to deal with it. He turned around and walked towards Xiao AI and others. Young Master Jiang. Seeing that Jiang Ming didn't pay any attention to him, Zhang Xingping was terrified and wanted to say more but was stopped by the housekeeper Shu Yao. Director Zhang, the next BCDB matter will be handled by me on behalf of my young master. There must be other trainers or even an organization behind these people. I hope you, Shu Yao said. Zhang Xingping nodded and wiped the sweat from his forehead. He knew that if he didn't handle this wave well, his position would be over. At this time, the old men and women were attracted by the movement here. Seeing Chang Ming and others being arrested, they all applauded. This young man is amazing, he really did it. Who is this? I thought he couldn't do it. This matter is not over yet. I don't know if the demolition compensation for Boo AI and her grandmother has been settled. These words were heard by Jiang Ming in his heart. About the situation of Xiao Ai's family, he had sent it to the housekeeper Shu Yao on WeChat. Until this time, Jiang Ming dialed the phone number of the person who issued the task. The call was connected. Jiang Ming followed the address given by the person on the phone and found the person who issued this 2-star task. It was a big boy who looked less than 20 years old. A rockruff followed the big boy. But this rockruff was not well developed. The hair on the body was dull and the body was not very strong. It was obvious that he had not been trained much or that he had not been trained at all, which was why he developed so poorly. I know you. You made it to the 4th round of the preliminary round of the Little Star City Cup. The big boy wiped his hands hard on his clothes. He looked at Jiang Ming with some admiration and yearning. He wanted to reach out and shake hands but was afraid that Jiang Ming would dislike him. After all, he had just noticed. Even Zhang Xingping was ignored by Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming took the initiative to reach out and shake hands with him. Through chatting with the big boy, Jiang Ming also learned that the big boy's name was Sun Cheng. He also knew why Sun Cheng would issue such a task. The task reward of 20,000 alliance coins was what he had saved from working for 3 years. He really couldn't bear to see what happened to Xiao Ai's family, so he thought of this way. Because he didn't know if there was anyone behind these demolition teams, Sun Cheng deliberately made the task description vague, saying that there was an obstacle in the demolition project. Unexpectedly, it was successfully issued by accident and Jiang Ming happened to take over the task. If someone else came over, the ending will probably be different. Normals who accept the 2-star mission are all sophomores. Sophomores are not strong, and if they really encounter this situation, it is still unclear how it will end. And that Rockruff is a Pokémon that was abandoned by others and adopted by son Chang. Although abandoning Pokémon is against the law, there are always some people who will find ways to take advantage of loopholes. When it comes to Rockruff, son Chang and Rockruff's eyes are full of each other. He smiled and said that he hopes he can become a real trainer in the future, but there are mixed feelings in his smile. Jiang Ming asked Xu Yao to properly place Xiao AI and her grandmother, everything that happened today. It also gave him a strong idea and plan in his heart leaving Leifeng Town. Jiang Ming did not return to the Star City Pokémon Academy. Instead, he chose to return to the Star City Gym directly. The computer in his father Jiang Hongman's room can connect to the backend database of the Star City Pokémon Alliance. Jiang Ming wanted to check some information. When he returned to the gym, he did not expect that his father had returned from the special secret realm, which saved Jiang Ming from having to check it himself. He asked the babysitter to make lunch. Jiang Ming called Jiang Hongman and Shen Fei. "Dad, Mom, let me tell you today." Jiang Ming told what happened in Leifeng Town today. Jiang Hongman thought it was nothing until he finished listening to what Jiang Ming said. He frowned and snorted. "Humph, I think some trainers are becoming more and more lawless now. Let them investigate carefully." Shen Fei also said so. "Of course we have to check." Jiang Hongman is now in the stage of preparing to challenge the title elite. This kind of thing actually happened in Xingcheng. Fortunately, this matter was discovered and stopped by Jiang Ming by accident. If this kind of thing broke out when he submitted his application to challenge the title elite, my goodness, then his application would most likely be rejected. Speaking of this, Dad, don't you feel strange? I have never encountered such a thing before, but it happened just before you were ready to challenge the title elite. Jiang Ming's words made Jiang Hongman ponder. Shen Fei said, "Xiao Ming's words make sense, you should spend more time on it." "Okay, I see." The family of three discussed this issue for a while. Then, the topic returned to Jiang Ming's body. Shen Fei specially called out his Gallade and Gardevoir and then looked at Jiang Ming. "Xiao Ming, call out Flash Ralts, let them know each other." Ailu tilde. Yawu. Seeing that Gallade and Gardevoir were looking forward to it, Jiang Ming smiled and took out the luxury ball and opened it. Bang, Yahoo tilde. The cute little Flash Ralts was just waking up from the rest in the luxury ball. It just came out and sat on Jiang Ming's lap, stretching and yawn. "Ralts, let me introduce you to two companions, look over there tilde." Jiang Ming rubbed the blue mushroom head and reminded the little guy softly. Woo. The cute little guy turned his head. Gallade and Gardevoir squatted down quickly, greeted it softly. The ability to perceive emotions was released. Let the little cutie feel their emotions. Yeah. Flash Ralt was slightly surprised. Then he jumped happily into Gardevoir's arms. "This is my mom, this is my dad. Gallade and Gardevoir are my mom's companions, they are the same Pokémon as you." Jiang Hongman and Shen Fei liked the little guy at first sight. Gallade and Gardevoir also liked this little sister very much. Jiang Ming asked them to take Ralts to the back of the gym to introduce more new friends to it. He also gave Dratini and Fletchender's luxury ball to Gardevoir and asked him to take the two to the back of the gym. There is an artificial lake behind the gym. The water is very clear and clean. Dratini should be very comfortable staying in it. As for Lucario, Lucario doesn't like to be with many Pokémon, it prefers to stay with Jiang Ming. "Call Lucario out and sit next to him." Jiang Ming asked Jiang Hongman about the statistics of how many young people in Xingcheng cannot become trainers due to family conditions and cannot afford to train Pokémon. When asked about this, Jiang Hongman's face was embarrassed and he smiled awkwardly. "Ask your mother, it's your mother who takes care of this." No, Jiang Ming rolled his eyes at his father. "As a gym leader, you should be familiar with this kind of question, right? Otherwise, you won't be able to pass the elite title application." "Hey, I can just give you some temporary tutoring when the time comes." After that, Jiang Hongman quickly changed the subject. "Let your mother talk about it, and why are you asking this?" "My Pokémon partner's strength has been improving too fast recently. I wonder if you can get me a talisman in this regard. I can't rely on His Majesty Luo Xiu to overcome all objections, right?" Amulet, hearing this, Jiang Hongmin immediately thought of what Jiang Ming meant. Jiang Ming's Pokémon's strength has been improving at an unprecedented speed. It's okay now and he, as a father, can handle it. 60 Jiang Hongmin thought of something, looked at his son in shock and asked in surprise, Xiao Ming, are you talking about will Pokémon's power increase slower than it does now?
Yes.
Jiang Ming estimated in his mind that the strength of Pokémon increases according to the cube of the level. As long as there are enough attribute treasures to absorb, his Pokémon can quickly reach the elite level or even the champion level. Elite level should be reached soon, I estimate no more than 2 years. The stronger the Pokémon are, the faster they absorb attribute treasures, therefore Jiang Ming estimated. It will definitely reach the elite level in no more than 2 years. What, no more than 2 years? Jiang Hongmin and Shen Fei were speechless. The two looked at each other. They looked at each other with some shock, especially Jiang Hongmin. I have worked hard for decades. In the end, it is not as good as his son's casual practice. Jiang Hongmin knows how he survived these decades. The territory of the wild elite slaves at the master level and non-master level, the mysterious and dangerous mountains and rivers, the endless snow-capped mountains, the dark underground caves. 0.014411412, Feilu 110,582,460. If I really become elite, that's fine. Our Jiang family has 2 elites, no one dares to mess with them. I'm just afraid that before I become an elite, my strength improvement speed will attract the attention of other elites.
FFIX.
0.00. Jiang Ming was about to tell his thoughts. Both his father and mother are the people he is closest to and most trustworthy. Speaking out can just let them discuss their opinions with him. Unexpectedly, Mother Shen Fei smiled mysteriously, opened her laptop and operated it for a while, then turned the desktop to Jiang Ming and said with a smile, Xiao Ming, take a look at this. At first glance, Jiang Ming was a little confused. At second glance, something is wrong. At third glance, damn, isn't this what I want to do? At fourth glance, my mom is awesome. Awesome, Mom, you thought of this before me, and you've even started to implement it. Jiang Ming gave a thumbs up. His idea is to set up a trainer subsidy fund association in his name. The fund in it can help those students who are particularly poor and want to become trainers but don't have the conditions and provide them with breeder funds. There are many benefits to doing this. The first is the amulet mentioned earlier. No matter when and where, as long as it is in the territory of Dragon Country, reputation is definitely a good thing. Second, Jiang Ming's family is not short of this money. The Pokémon Alliance in each city of Dragon Country has similar subsidy funds, but the population base is too large and it is really difficult to subsidize them. There are also some people who cheat subsidies and take advantage of loopholes. On this basis, because Jiang Ming's Subsidy Fund Association is privately established, unlike the Alliance's fund, he can set the prerequisites for applying for subsidies here. Only those who really need to use the subsidy have good character and are right. Only if you truly love the trainer profession can you apply for approval. The foundation will be named after you, simple and direct. I plan to invest 200 million Alliance coins in the early stage, and then add more depending on the situation. Shen Fei started with 200 million Alliance coins. As one of the leading figures in the Pokémon research community, she has the confidence to do so. She didn't touch the research funds allocated to her by Longuo because the real research funds could not be used that much. Often this fund has not been used up, the next fund has arrived. In the past, Shen Fei felt that it was unnecessary to use it. It's different now Jiang Ming needs it. The research projects represented by these research funds have been completed long ago and the remaining funds are at Shen Fei's personal disposal. Shen Fei is preparing for Jiang Ming Foundation. Okay, Mom, we have to study the specific rules and regulations carefully and be careful not to let people take advantage of loopholes, Jiang Ming reminded. Don't worry, just give these 343 to Shu Yao, she is studying this aspect. Shen Fei smiled. Jiang Ming nodded. Indeed, Sister Shu Yao has helped over the years. The Jiang family has handled many matters, big and small, in an orderly manner, so there is no need to worry about other things. With Gallade and Gardevoir here, there is no need to worry about Sister Shu Yao and the nannies and staff of the gym having second thoughts. The specific operation process is definitely not that simple, but those are not what Jiang Ming should worry about. Professional people do professional things. Jiang Ming only needs to be the helmsman. Tell Xu Yao about your needs. Xu Yao will arrange the rest. No, what riddle are you two talking about? Seeing Jiang Ming and Shen Fei talking to each other and he couldn't get a word in at all, Jiang Hongmin couldn't help but feel a little dry. Dad, it's okay, the meal should be ready soon, let's go eat, I have to go to the academy in the afternoon. Don't ask, you will know in the afternoon, the mother and daughter each said a sentence. Stop Jiang Hongmin's mouth from continuing to ask. At lunch, the family of three happily enjoyed the signature dishes from various cities around the world. After that, Jiang Ming took Lucario to the back of the gym. Prepared to take Dratini and the others back to the academy. Jiang Hongmin and Shen Fei also put down their work and accompanied Jiang Ming, who finally came back, in the artificial lake behind the gym. There are a lot of water Pokémon. For example, Poliwag. This is a frog-like water Pokémon evolved from Poliwag with two evolutionary forms, namely Poliwag and Politoed. Poliwag and Politoed are both previous translations. Later, the official translation of the game was changed to Poliwrath and Politoed, but Jiang Ming is still more accustomed to the old translation. Trainers who can train Poliwag are basically not short of money, because both evolutionary forms of this Pokémon require Krypton Gold, and the amount is not small. For example, if you want to evolve Frog into Frog, you need to spend 2 million to buy Water Stone in the attribute treasure. Evolving into Frog will add a fighting type. At the same time, it will also have 3 more weaknesses. The pure water-type frog was originally only restrained by grass and electric types. After adding fighting type, grass and electric types are still restrained, and flying type, psychic type, and fairy type are added. Of course, there are disadvantages and advantages. There are also many more attributes that can be resisted. Rock type, bug type, and dark type can be resisted. If you don't want to develop into frog, yes, then prepare to spend more gold. The rare and precious King's Rock is waiting for you. Unlike the 2 million attribute stone, King's Rock is a prop treasure. It is also a very rare item among the treasures. You may not be able to buy it even if you have money. Therefore, there are very few trainers who have Bullfrog on the market now. It is very rare. Similarly, there are Pokémon that also need King's Rock to evolve, such as Hippo King evolved from Slowpoke, which has both wisdom and strength. This frog was fostered by other trainers in the Star City Gym because the environment here is very suitable for fostering Pokémon. For this reason, the trainer had to pay a high foster fee, and Jiang Hongmin only needed to send a few gym apprentices to manage all the Pokémon fostered in the gym. Absolutely a win-win. This frog has a more aggressive personality, and Jiang Ming's Dratini has a similar personality. So when the two Pokémon looked at each other, the battle was about to start. When Jiang Ming and the other two came here, it happened that Frog and Dratini were confronting each other. Battle between Pokémon. Gym apprentices will not intervene, they will only pay attention during the battle. Be careful not to let the two sides fight too much. They will intervene only when one side loses. Take both Pokémon to treatment. The trainers who fostered the Pokémon here were informed of the situation in advance and will not cause trouble. In the artificial lake, other water Pokémon are watching the show. The battle between Mosquito and Dratini is about to start. Cool. Mosquito's two claws made a strange shape, and the spiral light ring on its belly quickly twisted. This is Mosquito's hypnosis. It can master hypnosis, which means it has been trained well, and Dratini is not slow in the water. When it sees the opponent's claws move, it immediately dives into the water, launch Twister underwater. The power of rotation and pulling makes Twister sweep up all the water in the artificial lake, forming a 6 or 7 meter high water tornado, rushing towards Mosquito. Cool. The frog obviously didn't expect Dratini to react so quickly, and it was directly swept into the water tornado. Fortunately, it is a water-type Pokémon. It can still breathe normally in the water tornado filled with water, but it is uncomfortable with the rotation and pulling force of the Twister. It gathered strength and spit up a large number of bubble beams from its mouth, forcibly blasting the water tornado apart. The frog, which fell back into the artificial lake, looked at Dratini's position. But where was Dratini's figure? Dratini had already approached the frog in the water when the frog was swept up and fell down and threw the electric current on its tail at the frog. Zizzy tilde. Thunder wave took effect immediately. Other water-type elves who were watching hurriedly moved away. This thunder wave is conductive in water. Taking advantage of this time, Dratini fired a dragon tail. It hit the frog hard.
DS.
The frog was blown away and Thunder Wave's paralysis contest condition was temporarily lifted. It immediately condensed ground energy from its body and spit out mud shot. It was obvious that it thought of Dratini's resistance to water skills. Therefore, the frog did not use its own skills. Dratini twisted his body flexibly and a water wave hit the mud shot, covering the mud shot completely.
Whoa.
Another twister. This time, the frog dodged the twister attack and tried to counterattack, but the paralysis took effect again. Then Dratini ended the battle with a dragon tail. Boom. The frog fell into the water and splashed water. With circles in his eyes, he fell into the contest condition of near death. Jiang Ming, your Dratini has only been hatched for a short time, but I didn't expect it to be so strong in battle. No wonder you said you were worried. Next to the artificial lake, Jiang Hongmin, who had just watched the battle, was amazed, his eyes full of disbelief. You know, he had an impression of the mosquito frog that was fostered in the artificial lake behind the gym. The mosquito frog was placed here by a veteran trainer who had several Pokémon that had reached the entry-level elite level and were not far from becoming a true entry-level elite. And Dratini, how long has it been hatched? It actually crushed the mosquito frog. Outrageous. It's just the beginning. Jiang Ming laughed. I guess my Dratini will evolve soon. You can talk about its fast growth after you see it evolve. After that, Jiang Ming called Dratini over. Dratini, this way? Fletchender, Ralts, come here. Ready to go back yo in the forest behind the mountain. Fletchender flew over with Ralts. It turned out that the two of them had been in the forest. Gallade 12 and Gardevoir also came over at the same time. Dratini saw Jiang Ming and was a little excited after winning a battle and hummed. Woo. Buzz, the sudden pure white light was dazzling. It attracted the attention of other Pokémon around. Damn, it really evolved. Jiang Ming was overjoyed and used the Eye of Exploration to take a look. Sure enough, it's already LV.30. Bathed in the light of evolution, Dratini's body grew at a speed visible to the naked eye, turning into a long sea snake. The white fins on both sides of the head grew a lot, and the white round gem on the forehead turned into a white spike. There was an additional cyanwood bead under the head. The same bead also appeared at the end of the tail. The two blue and purple beads increased the attack power of its tail after it evolved into Dragonair. When this dragon tail swung over, it was not as powerful as Dratini, above the white spike on Dragonair's forehead. There was also a purple diamond-shaped gem. This was the Eviolite that fell off automatically after Rialu evolved into Lucario. Jiang Ming gave it to Dratini. Now Dratini has evolved into Dragonair, but the Eviolite has not fallen off because Dragonair can continue to evolve and meets the prerequisite for wearing Eviolite, so the Eviolite is still worn on its forehead. If it evolves into Dragonite, then Eviolite will fall off again, waiting for Jiang Ming to assign it to the next Pokémon with a destiny. Tilde. After evolving, Dragonair's voice changed slightly. Its sea snake-like body swam on the surface of the artificial lake. It flew up while swimming. After evolving, its body length increased from 1 meter to 3.2 meters. Like Milotic, Dragonair can produce a special mysterious breath in its body, which has the effect of calming Pokémon, barely considered as the 10th special ability. The flying Dragonair rushed to Jiang Ming, passed between Jiang Ming's legs, and let Jiang Ming ride on its back, excitedly sharing the joy of evolution with Jiang Ming. Haha, Dragonair, you can do it. Jiang Ming's legs vice-grip Dragonair's body to prevent himself from falling, very excited. I thought Fletchender would first transform into Talonflame and then take me flying, but I didn't expect you to transform into Dragonair first.
Faster.
Tilde. Dragonair was also excited to fly with its master. Fletchender also took Ralts up with him, following Dragonair and Jiang Ming. Other flying Pokémon fostered here also flapped their wings and followed beside them. For a moment, a spectacular scene was formed with Dragonair in the lead and more than 20 flying Pokémon following behind. Jiang Hongmin and Shen Fei smiled knowingly as they watched this familiar scene. When Pokémon can carry people flying, probably every trainer's first reaction is the same. They all let Pokémon carry them to fly to experience it. Flying is a gene hidden in the bones of dragon people. After flying for a few minutes, Jiang Ming let Dragonair take him down. He had flown with his parents flying Pokémon before. This time he just wanted to experience his own the feeling of flying with Pokémon. The psychological feeling is different, but the actual feeling is the same. They are both flying with people. The only difference is the location of the flying. After saying goodbye to his parents, Jiang Ming rushed to the academy. Unfortunately, it is clearly stipulated in the city that trainers are prohibited from letting Pokémon fly in the city except during special periods. Otherwise, Jiang Ming would have let Dragonair fly him to the academy. It was already 3:30 p.m. when he returned to the academy. Yuan Jun, who taught this afternoon, the teacher had something to do, so he let the students arrange the battles freely. Since today's class was held by Class 2501 and Class 2504, the two classes formed two lineups to confront each other. The two sides agreed to play a total of 20 games. Whichever side lost all the players, that class would be responsible for the sanitation of the entire playground for a week. They were all young men with blood and vigor. What they were least afraid of was a challenge. The students on both sides were eager to fight and quickly selected the players to play in their respective classes. They also invited teacher Jiang Qingning to be the referee. The overall strength of the two classes was similar. There were wins and losses between them. Class 2501 has now eliminated 18 people and Class 2504 has eliminated 16 people. Come on, class leader. Xiatong, come on. The class leader Xiatong played in Class 2501. The opposite Class 2504 was also a Stephanie named Dunning. The battle had entered a white-hot stage. Xiatong commanded Heracross, Dunning commanded Corsola. Heracross hit. Corsola dodged and used water gun. Her body was blown into the air by Heracross's horn attack with nowhere to get support. Now Xiatong was added. Xiatong gave a decisive order. Horn attack hit hard to the left. Arm thrust was continuously pushed on Corsola, who had rock system, successfully taking down one opponent for Class 2501. Corsola screamed in pain, "Kaka kaka." It was intentional to let Corsola see the flaw and lure Corsola to dodge to the left, which was exactly what it wanted. A bang, looking at Corsola in the air with nowhere to get support. I didn't expect the opponent to make a fake move at such a critical moment and successfully fooled Corsola. Oh no. The girl on the opposite side, Dunning, looked a little flustered. Who knew that this was a fake move by Heracross? Heracross rushed towards Corsola with its wings fluttering behind it. Corsola looked at the direction and noticed that Heracross leaned to the right, so it dodged to the left. Crack! Seized the opportunity, Heracross arm thrust. There were still two people left in Class 2501. Heracross used arm thrust. There were still three rivals in full contest condition on the opposite side of Class 2504. During the break, the students of Class 2501 gathered together and chattered about countermeasures. Class leader, good job, we defeated the opponent's Dunning. Heracross is very powerful and has been well trained by the class leader. His strength has improved a lot. Class leader, come on, try to defeat one more opponent. I think it's difficult. The opponent will definitely send a flying type to restrain Heracross. I think we should let the class leader go off the field to rest first and let the last person go first. But who should go on? Yes, this is our last spot. If we go on the field, we will definitely have no way out. There are three new people on the opposite side who have not yet appeared and they can still restrain us. Hearing the words of the classmates around, Xiatong squatted beside Heracross and asked with concern, "How is it, Heracross, are you okay?" Tilda. Heracross responded to trainer's words by vibrating the wings behind his back, indicating that he was still okay. In the previous battle, it didn't suffer much damage. It was only accidentally hit by a water gun at the beginning and it was not injured again afterwards. It still has enough physical strength. Okay, your performance just now was very good. Xiatong nodded. He touched Heracross's head to show encouragement. Beside her, Li Yao cheered for Xiatong with her Heracross. They both captured Heracross. Li Yao's was Earl Dervish Pokémon. Xia Tong's Heracross was the second Pokémon captured, but Li Yao's Heracross was not as strong as Xia Tong's. Liang An and the other two were also around. Liang An, Wu Mo, and Batter all played, each eliminated 2 rivals. If it weren't for their efforts, now the gap between Class 2501 and the others would be even bigger. Even instructor Jiang Ming came over. Beside her there was an Alakazam. She smiled and teased the students of Class 2501. Why, haven't you figured out how to arrange who will play in the last battle? Call Jiang Ming over, isn't he very strong? He should be in the dormitory now, right? As he said, Jiang Qingshui looked at Liang An and the other two. Liang An had a bitter face and cried, Jiang teacher, if Brother Ming was here, would it be Class 2504's turn to power trip? We would have been beaten to a pulp by Brother Ming. Teacher Jiang, Brother Ming is not here. He accepted a mission from the mission building and left the academy. Accepted a mission from the mission building? Jiang Ming almost didn't react. How could he accept a mission in his first year? Later, he realized it was Jiang Ming. After first understanding Jiang Ming's excellence, Jiang Ming once privately found Counselor Li Jai and found out about Jiang Ming's identity. After knowing that Jiang Ming was the son of the owner of the Xingcheng dojo, Jiang Ming understood why Jiang Ming could surpass his peers so much. The son of the owner, it's normal to accept a mission in his first year. Jiang Ming's ability to enter the 4th round of the preliminaries in the Little Xingcheng Cup shows his strength. He is indeed able to accept a mission. Okay, then think about who will play in the battle. I'll give you another minute. After saying that, Jiang Ming returned to the referee's position. The students of Class 2504 cheered, although there were still 2 people in Class 2501. But they still had 3 people and the powerful opponents had already appeared, leaving only Jiang Ming. But someone in Class 2504 saw Jiang Ming leave the academy in the morning today and he has not returned. In other words, Jiang Ming is not here. It is a foregone conclusion that they will win this battle of 20 people. Woohoo, you don't have to worry about the sanitation of the playground for the next week, haha, cool. Don't take it lightly. The closer it is to the last minute, the more you can't be careless. There are many examples of boats capsizing in the gutter. Don't worry. Unless the opponent sends Jiang Ming, and Jiang Ming has to come back. Even if Jiang Ming comes back, he can't use Lucario and Fletchinder to fight us. Their strength is too high. Indeed, Lucario and Fletchinder's strength should theoretically be stronger than most of the third-year seniors' Pokémon. They are really awesome. No, you guys are enough. Are you going to let Jiang Ming use Flash Ralts to fight us? Hey, that's good. I'm willing to fight Ralts. I can admit defeat Tilda. If I defeat Ralts, will I be beaten by the whole school? Young man, you are so brave. 1 minute. It passed quickly in the discussion of students from both classes. Jiang Ming waved. Okay, both sides will play at the same time. Class 2501 is still Xia Tong. Class 2504 is a boy with a smug smile on his face. Seeing this guy, Class 2501 wailed collectively. It's over. The opponent guessed that we are still the squad leader and actually let Shen Lang play. Shen Lang's Pokémon is Skarmory. This is ridiculous. What a joke, the ending is doomed. Both sides took the field and took out Pokémon at the same time. Shen Lang's Pokémon is indeed Skarmory. Heracross vs Skarmory. Heracross vs Skarmory, the game begins. Jiang Ming announced the start, but its flying is the same as Scyther, the advantage is in them. Stamina also drops sharply. Shen Lang and Skarmory have an absolute advantage. Class 2504 also looked at Class 2501 collectively. Heracross, the combination of flying and steel attributes. Skarmory successfully defeated it and fell to the ground. They can already see from the faces of the students in Class 2501, something is wrong. Why don't they see the expression they want to see? After the battle began, Shen Lang commanded Skarmory to give full play to the advantage of flying and constantly used Peck on Heracross. Unable to maintain high-intensity, high-altitude, and fast flying, even if Heracross is hit once. Skarmory give it the final blow. They still have 3 people. In fact, he shook his head imperceptibly. Soon, Skarmory is one of the few Pokémon among all bird Pokémon that is as ugly as Growl and Fearow. Xia Tong ran over and helped Heracross up. Jiang Ming looked at Class 2501 and asked, Heracross has no way to avoid it. Gah. Only Qian Li Zhao has fire and electricity that can restrain it. Although Heracross can also fly. Okay, who will be the last person in Class 2501 have you decided? Its resistance reaches an astonishing 10. No matter how strong the Bug-type plus fighting Heracross is, and no matter how good Zia Tong's command is, facing Skarmory which can restrain it 4 times, the chance of winning is infinitely close to 0. At this time, a handsome and sunny boy walked out of the students in Class 2501 and said with a smile, "Let me be the last one, I don't need Lucario and Fletchinder. It can only fly at low altitude." Heracross felt a little guilty for losing the game. The outcome of this battle is already doomed. Although Skarmory's peck is not powerful, it has the bonus of Skarmory's own system, plus it is 4 times restrained against Heracross, so the power rises sharply. Zia Tong shook her head quickly. "It's okay, you've worked hard, Heracross, take a good rest." But this does not prevent it from being powerful. There is only one person left in Class 2501, the person who suddenly spoke. All the students in Class 2504 looked over, although they hadn't seen the person yet, but they heard the names of Lucario and Fletchinder. These people also knew who the person was. Jiang Ming. A person's name is like a tree's shadow. The 2 words Jiang Ming caused a commotion in Class 2504. Jiang Ming is back. Oh my god, it's just in time, there's only one left. What's going on? We're not afraid of him even if we're in a round-robin battle, we still have 3 people. Wait, did I hear right? Jiang Ming doesn't use Lucario and Fletchinder. Does he really plan to use Ralts? It turned out that Liang An and the other 2 sent a message to Jiang Ming in the roommate group, asking him how long it would take for him to return to the college. Then he talked about the situation of Class 2501. Jiang Ming had just submitted his task from the task building. He quickly rushed to the big playground where the 2 sides were fighting. It just happened to be the situation just now. So this scene appeared. The students in Class 2501 didn't know who was talking at first, but when they saw Jiang Ming, they realized that their Class 2501 leader Jiang Ming was back. They were so happy. Then they heard Jiang Ming say that they didn't need Lucario and Fletchinder. They needed to use Ralts. Although the students in Class 2,501,737 didn't understand, they didn't question anything. First, they didn't want to be the last one to fight. Second, it seemed best to give the opportunity to Jiang Ming even if Jiang Ming lost with Ralts. Everyone knew Jiang Ming's true strength. Jiang Ming didn't use Lucario and Fletchinder. Even if he lost to Class 2504, the students in other classes would only say that Class 2504 was lucky. If Jiang Ming used Lucario and Fletchinder, he would definitely win. No matter what, they are invincible. After figuring this out, Class 2501 naturally thought of Ralts. Suddenly, everyone's face unconsciously showed an anti-smile and expectation that they didn't even notice. Flash's Ralts, I haven't been able to watch it up close before, and now Jiang Ming actually uses it to fight. Isn't it just right to take some videos and photos? This is Flash Ralts battle photos, so everyone looked at Jiang Ming on the field full of expectations, not just Class 2501. The students from Class 2504 on the opposite side also took out their mobile phones, ready to turn on the camera function at any time. Both sides saw the actions of the other side. B-Sec, they were both stunned at the same time and then smiled knowingly. The students on both sides were originally on the verge of a fight, just because Flash Ralts was about to appear. The momentum changed and they became like-minded people in an instant. Jiang Ming was also a little curious. She didn't understand why Jiang Ming took out Flash Ralts at this time. Obviously, Flash Ralts didn't have much strength, it was probably just a formality. At most, it could allow students to take pictures. Jiang Ming thought of another possibility. Didn't Jiang Ming go out of the academy to do a mission today? Did he capture a new Pokémon in the middle of the journey? If so, it makes sense. Both sides are ready to fight. Jiang Ming went on the field. The opponent was not Shen Lang but Stephanie named Jiang Zionen. Shen Lang also wanted to continue on the field. He wanted to fight Ralts. He promised that he would be careful, but he had already played once. If he played again, his classmates would definitely not let him go. He could only reluctantly give up his position to Jiang Zionen. He, Jiang Ming, we are still from the same family. Jiang Zionen, who was on the field, smiled and a small dimple appeared on her left cheek. She reminded, "Don't worry, I will be very careful. Chang will not hurt Ralts." Very careful? Jiang Ming looked strange. I hope you can still keep such a smile after seeing the Pokémon on the field. There are female classmates in class 2504 who envy Jiang Zionen. She can actually fight against Ralts. This is the first time in the entire Star City Pokémon Academy. Please release the Pokémon on the field at the same time. Jiang Qingning stretched out her hand to signal. Jiang Ming and Jiang Zionen both took out Poké balls. No one cared about the luxury ball in Jiang Ming's hand. It's not that no one saw it, it's just that the luxury ball has not been announced yet. Everyone thought Jiang Ming was putting stickers on Poké balls. There are many trainers who do this, it's not a big deal. Wait until the luxury ball is announced. That's when everyone is shocked. With two bangs, Jiang Ming and Jiang Zionen released Pokémon at the same time. Jiang Zionen was able to stand up at this time in class 2504 and fight against what they thought were Ralts. There is no doubt that she has some confidence, and you can see the clues from her Pokémon. Wartortle, the first generation of the water-type starter Pokémon in the game, Kami. This Wartortle is full of energy. Standing in the sun, the extremely fine scales on its skin make it look radiant. The luster on the tortoise shell is relatively heavy. It is obvious that it has been well trained and cared for by Jiang Zionen. This is also the first time Jiang Ming saw Wartortle in person, so he threw a detection eye over. Pokémon, Wartortle Water 9. Ability Unawakened. Individual Value Talent. Stamina 20 Attack 21 Defense 26 Special Attack 10 Special Defense 16 Speed 20. Strength LV.18. This is it a lie? Oh my god, Dragonair, this is Dragonair. That's right, it's Dragonair. The former form of the quasi-god Dragonite, a member of the Dragonite clan that enjoys the title of the world's fastest speed. Dragonair's iconic blue and white sea snake body. People can tell it's him at first sight. All the students in both classes looked at Dragonair in an instant, including Wartortle on the opposite side. This is the first time he has seen Dragonair. I don't know whose voice is particularly loud. The roar is so loud, it was heard by people all around the playground. What's going on, Dragonair? Where is he? Are you here to entertain people? Damn, it seems to be true, in the middle of the battle between classes 2501 and 2504 over there. I think I saw it too. Oh my god, 3 students of Dragonair are gone. Other students on the playground, including those doing performance training around them and nearby instructors, one by one, subconsciously stopped the action of his hands. Everyone looked towards the class battle area. If Flash Ralts means extremely rare, means the only one in the world, then Dragonair means a quasi-god Pokémon, which means they can personally witness the former form of Dragonite, which is known as the world's first extreme speed. And in terms of the rarity alone, Dragonair is even rarer than Ralts. At this time, Dragonair once again made its unique dragon roar, MMM tilde. Soaring in the sky, the clouds gradually changed. Dragonair has a special ability to easily change the clouds and weather with this iconic special ability. Okay, no one questioned it now, changing the weather without using the rain dance skill, plus everyone's exclamations. It must be the real Dragonair. Everyone rushed to the battle area between the two classes. Hundreds of people gathered immediately, and some people took out their mobile phones. They kept sending messages to roommates and classmates. Come to the playground quickly, there is a quasi-god. The quasi-god Pokémon Dragonair has appeared. You will regret it for 10,000 years if you don't come. Quick. Stop masturbating in the dormitory, come to the playground to see Dragonair. Damn it, come and see Dragonair, brothers, you haven't seen Dragonair in person yet. Ugh. As messages are sent out one by one, it is foreseeable. There will be more and more people on the playground. Dragonair is different from Ralts. When Ralts attracted onlookers, the emotions around it burst out and it was a little scared, but Dragonair had no such worries at all. It was not afraid at all, seeing so many people around. It wanted people to see it defeat rival. On the opposite side, Jiang Zionen's eyes were already dull.
Oh, yes.
She murmured in her mouth, not knowing what she wanted to say. Jiang Ming kindly reminded, "Classmate, the battle has begun."
Okay.
Jiang Zionin, who had come back to his senses, looked bitter. He came out to have his first public rival with Ralts. How did it become Dragonair, and isn't Jiang Ming too amazing? Flash Ralts and Dragonair. Does his family sell rare Pokémon wholesale? But now everyone has stood up. In this battle, Bai was completely suppressed by the opponent. It must be finished. Wartortle, it's time to go.
Kami.
Wartortle's face was serious, ready for battle. Jiang Zionin issued the first command. Use water gun.
Kami.
Wartortle faithfully and strictly followed the master's orders. It took a deep breath. The tortoise shell on its belly swelled slightly. It sprayed a mouthful of water gun towards the Dragonair on the opposite side. Jiang Ming did not give any command. Dragonair Dragon Tail moved, blocking the water gun's attack trajectory with its tail with two blue-purple sheep beads. Water gun hit the orb, perfectly blocked by the orb. Water elements flew everywhere. In the sunlight, the flying water molecules outlined a curved rainbow in the air, just covering Dragonair, adding a bit of mystery to Dragonair. If this was a Pokémon performer's performance battle. Dragonair only had this one move. It could easily reduce the opponent's score by 1/5. After failing to hit, Jiang Zionin gritted his teeth and changed the battle command. Wartortle, the opponent has Dragon attribute which is resistant to water skills. We use Rapid Spin.
Kami.
Dragon energy spun wildly to form Twister. I'm afraid some female classmates would have scolded him long ago. If another male classmate did the same thing. Rapid Spin rushed towards Wartortle in Dragonair and plunged into it. Twister raged and rolled. Wartortle lost his ability to fight. Dragonair won. Those Stephanie girls who love to be beautiful and dress up blushed and grumbled to Jiang Ming. Twister is still rolling. Some male classmates with sharp eyes and good eyesight just feasted their eyes and shouted in their hearts that Jiang Ming was using his C***T. Of course, this was only Jiang Ming. For other first-year students, their skirts flew off directly. That's right, our Stephanie is still here. Those Stephanie girls wearing safety pants didn't care. Hate it how to use Twister. They were wearing skirts. Please give me flowers. In the real world? At this time, Wartortle, who was attacked by Twister, also lay on the ground with circles under his eyes. Being able to learn Rapid Spin means that a certain amount of psychic has awakened in this Wartortle. Jiang Ming opened his mouth and issued the first battle command, Twister. The limbs and head were retracted into the shell. This Dragonair is too powerful. This is simply a dimensionality reduction attack. Okay, the remaining two students in class 2504 who will play next just come up. 2501 only has Jiang Ming left. Jiang Ming did not change Pokémon. So Jiang Qingning directly let the next let the next opponent play. Giving the opponent 2 chances to attack is enough. Otherwise, Wartortle has no flying ability and cannot change direction in the air. How can he control Rapid Spin to attack others? Jiang Qingning quickly asked Alakazam to take action. Wartortle jumped up with force. The powerful psychic gathered into pieces of confusion barrier around the battlefield, blocking the influence of Twister on people outside the field. Pokémon cannot learn Rapid Spin without a certain amount of psychic to assist. The 4 turtles were lying on their backs, obviously losing their ability to fight, different from Rapid Spin in anime. After announcing the result of the battle, Jiang Qingning was speechless. The pulling force of Twister rolled them up. Quick, sisters wearing skirts, hurry up and get together. Some Stephanies who didn't wear safety pants were dumbfounded. They only wore panties inside and now the panties were exposed. 10 of them quickly grabbed their skirts and pushed them down. Damn, no wonder Jiang Ming said he didn't need Lucario and Fletchinder. It turns out he has Dragonair. Dragonair evolution requires entry-level professional strength. How come Jiang Ming has it? Maybe his family let Dratini get to know him since he was a child, but this can only be done with powerful Pokémon watching from the side.
Hiss.
In other words, Jiang Ming's background is super awesome. Nonsense, you can tell from his Ralts, right? Why are you asking such a stupid question now? My so awesome, I'm so envious. Dragonair used Twister. The students in class 2504 who had originally seen hope of victory were collectively speechless, with a commotion of speculation about Jiang Ming's identity. Finally, the next person to come on stage was Shen Lang, who had previously defeated Zia Zhu and Heracross with Skarmory. Shen Lang's Pokémon is Skarmory. This is a steel plus flying bird Pokémon that has not evolved to the 93 form nor the previous form. At birth, the defensive species strength reached an extremely terrifying 140 points, which is amazing, having a Pokémon like Skarmory in the first grade. It is enough to show that Shen Lang's family background is not simple. Class 2504 let Shen Lang play. It is also because of the attribute problem. Skarmory, who has the steel attribute, is resistant to Dragonair's dragon skills. Obviously, they want to fight again. Jiang Ming asked Shen Lang to release Pokémon with the flying Skarmory on the field. Dragonair also took off. The two sides looked at each other. Dragonair was calm as water and even revealed a sense of disdain in his contemptuous eyes. And Skarmory, who obviously had an attribute advantage, felt unprecedented pressure, not just in terms of strength level. There is also the natural pressure from Dragonair, the dragon-type quasi-god Pokémon. Jiang Ming, I didn't expect you to have Dragonair. You are so low-key. I admire you. Shen Lang took a deep breath and said slowly, but even if it is not your rival, Skarmory, and I will give it a try. Shen Lang's words made the students in class 2504 feel the same. Yes, but so what? It's okay if we lose. Since Jiang Ming returned to the academy, they knew that the victory that was originally in their grasp no longer belonged to them, but they did not gain nothing. For example, they felt the courage from Shen Lang to try his best even though they knew they could not win. Jiang Ming nodded. This Shen Lang can say such words and his demeanor is not weak. In addition to the Skarmory, the opponent's strength is also among the best among the first-year freshmen. Dragonair vs Skarmory, the battle begins. Jiang Ming gave the order, Skarmory sand attack. Shen Lang ordered decisively, block it. Jiang Ming still had the same plan as before. It was already bullying for him to participate in this kind of battle. Let the opponent's opponent command Pokémon to release skills twice more tilde.
God.
Skarmory's unique voice sounded like an unpleasant bird cry from the air, and it waved its wings like Orberg. Between the wings of Orberg, ground energy surged. The next moment, endless fine sand rushed out from between the wings. Under the effect of the wings, fling towards Dragonair. Dragonair didn't make any moves. Everyone only saw the blue-purple gem on its neck flashing, and an invisible energy wall immediately appeared in front of it. The sand condensed by Skarmory with sand attack could not get close. An energy wall formed by elemental energy. Seeing that Jiang Ming did not instruct Dragonair on the next move, Shen Lang's eyes flashed and he realized Jiang Ming's plan. He let go of all his thoughts and let Skarmory rush over to attack with Metal Claw. Since Jiang Ming gave him a chance, he just wanted to see how far his Skarmory was from the initial professional level.
God.
The claws were as hard as Orberg, and after Skarmory activated Metal Claw, they became even sharper. However, no matter how Skarmory attacked Dragonair, Dragonair could completely avoid it. The last Metal Claw. Let Skarmory be in the airspace above Dragonair. Wing attack. Realizing that this was a good opportunity to use wing attack, Shen Lang did not hesitate. Attack from above to below. The power will be strengthened due to inertia. And this time Jiang Ming also ordered, slam.
MMM.
The sea snake's body was extremely flexible. Facing the swooping Skarmory, Dragonair passed by the opponent, but its tail unconsciously entangled Skarmory's body. The body suddenly force palm, drag Skarmory from top to bottom and slam it hard to the ground. There was only a loud bang under the eyes of many people. Skarmory smashed a big hole in the ground after being thrown on the ground. Skarmory let out a tragic wail, but its species strength of 140 points of defense was effective. It prevented it from being killed instantly. The next moment, water wave. Jiang Ming issued a finishing blow order. The blue water ball exploded in the pit of Skarmory. The rushing water instantly filled the pit. Because of its body structure and attributes, Skarmory sank directly to the bottom of the pit. Alakazam? Jiang Ming looked at Alakazam. Alakazam immediately took action, used confusion to lift Skarmory out from the bottom of the pit. although Jiang Ming is not a professional Pokémon referee, but as a qualified and excellent Pokémon instructor at the Star City Pokémon Academy, her strength and vision are also quite impressive. Skarmory can block the slam attack. As Jiang Ming defeated Jiang Xiaonan and Shen Lang from Class 2504, the students from Class 2501 cheered. He immediately turned around and sent it to heal and recover. Take pictures, take pictures, take pictures quickly, take more pictures. Azumarill is nicknamed the Dragon Slayer, but it's useless here. Shen Lang tightly grasped Skarmory's Piquet Ball. Not to mention that this Azumarill hasn't learned fairy skills yet. Even if it has learned it, it's hard to hit the flexible Dragonair. Skarmory had already fallen into a dying contest condition. The last player from Class 2504 came on stage. Water Wave is a special attack. Skarmory has lost the ability to fight. Dragonair wins. Excited, excited, envious. Woohoo, we're going to win. In the end, the male student was defeated. Amid the cheers of the students in Class 2501, Azumarill is the final evolution of Azurill. Haha, stop struggling. Class 2501 won this class battle. He stared at Jiang Ming and Dragonair again and again. After Alakazam fished Skarmory out, but it can't withstand the water wave behind it. Dragonair is awesome, 0.7. It's another second-generation Pokémon that the family has made familiar with in advance, because Azurill can only evolve into Marill after reaching the intimacy level, and Marill can only evolve into Azumarill. Watch the battle of the quasi-god Pokémon Dragonair up close. Finally, he was unable to let go and took Skarmory back. A male student, his Pokémon is Azumarill, sure enough. The last opponent of Class 2504 come out. When Jiang Ming announced the victory of Class 2501, more and more students gathered on the playground. There were nearly 3,000 people. There was no doubt about it, these people came to see Dragonair. Almost all the first-year students were present. More than half of the second-year students were also present. Only some of the third-year seniors were present because they were out of the academy on a mission. Most of the fourth-year seniors went to explore the secret realm to gain experience. At this time, Dragonair defeated Azumarill with the reverse attribute, and many students took out their phones to record the battle. Some people even shouted, "I hope I can take a photo with Dragonair," as soon as this was said. All the students at the scene started to discuss. Who wouldn't want to have a high-definition photo with the quasi-god Pokémon Dragonair? A fourth-year senior shouted. "The one in front, let us take the photo first, we still have to go to the secret realm." The younger students were immediately unhappy when they heard this attitude. Normally, we respect you as seniors, and we understand that you want to cut in line and take photos quickly, but with this attitude, who will indulge you at this time? Queue up, don't rely on your status as a senior to get special treatment. That's right, we'll take care of you first. Who told you not to come earlier? Good fellow. Everyone present can be regarded as the young leader of trainers. All are hot-blooded. At the age of "what are you looking at, what's wrong with you looking at," and then get to work, taking a photo directly caused a conflict. Looking at the increasingly noisy scene, Jiang Ming's smile faded and looked at Alakazam. Alakazam moved the spoon in his hand. A burst of super energy confusion spread to the behavior with it as the center. Feeling this fluctuation, the students subconsciously quieted down. What do you want to do? Jiang Ming looked around, his face stern, his voice a little serious. Last time the accident caused by the appearance of Ralts, how long has it been, and you have completely forgotten it now? Jiang Ming knew that if these students didn't stop, if the dean came over, these students would probably be in trouble. Jiang Ming's words still worked. Her voice, under the effect of Alakazam's super power confusion, easily covered the entire audience of nearly 3,000 people. Hearing this, the students who reflected on the last Ralts incident showed shame on their faces. Yes, forgetting it so quickly is no different from the Ralts incident. Jiang Ming saw that the situation was almost over, so he prepared to let these students disperse to save the college leaders from coming, but it was too late. Buzz! A sonic boom sound approached quickly from a distance. A purple-black dragon Pokémon landed from soaring in the sky, landed at the front of the large playground. This dragon Pokémon is huge with a purple body. Black with a pair of big ears like megaphones on top of his head and green threads inside, such clear features all students will recognize it. Noivern, Dean Liu Zhengguo's Noivern, elite level Noivern. Just the aura that did not subside after his arrival. It made all the students tremble with fear. They looked a little horrified. Just the aura was so terrifying, unimaginable if a war broke out between elite level Pokémon. What kind of scene would that be? Everyone swallowed subconsciously. Dean Liu Zhengguo walked down from Noivern's back. Looking at the nearly 3,000 students in front of him, Liu Zhengguo changed his usual smile and looked serious. I thought that the students of our Star City Pokémon Academy were all excellent, but now I find that I was wrong. Liu Zhengguo looked around at everyone, one by one, the area he looked at. Only one? Oh, it was Jiang Ming. That's fine. Wouldn't they have any special treatment? After the Ralts incident, this is just now. How come even I'm implicated? 40, Jiang Qingning looked at the students and shrugged. I don't know either, you're on your own. The students of Class 2501 and Class 2504 were a little panicked. Damn, it was just a class battle, but they didn't realize it had caused such a big scene. Except Jiang Ming, all students present, including the instructors and counselors of each class, are punished to copy all the contents of our Star City Pokémon Academy's Trainer Basic Code of Conduct from beginning to end 10 times. All students bowed their heads in shame. The handwriting must be neat. The students didn't dare to complain, but Jiang Qingning felt unhappy, looking at the students around him with an expression that wanted to eat people. Liu Zhengguo's voice was emotionless. Except Jiang Ming. Jiang Qingning widened his eyes and slowly typed a question mark. Last time was the Flash Ralts incident. The number of words in the Trainer Basic Code of Conduct of each Pokémon Academy varies. Let these students remember it. Liu Zhengguo thought it was a good opportunity to assist this matter. Randomly call the names, I will personally check. No student did not bow his head. Copying it 10 times from beginning to end, that's nearly 100,000. Before you finish copying, put everything else aside. Because it happened suddenly and he actually wanted to see Flash Ralts, he didn't think about it at the time. Then Dean Liu Zhengguo. According to an average of 20 words per minute, if you copy for 8 hours a day, it will take more than 10 days to copy without slack off. Those who are less than 8 hours will have to copy. Pokémon Alliance sends relevant personnel to the Academy for spot checks every year. If they encounter students who are unqualified and can't remember, although they will not cut the Academy's trainer-breeder funds, the Academy leaders will lose face. Last year, the Alliance sent people to check, and Chang Pokémon Academy failed, which made Gu Zhengguo lose face. Today, I got such an opportunity. Liu Zhengguo arranged it directly, help students strengthen their memory. As for whether it will delay students' homework, that will definitely not happen. Liu Zhengguo is the dean. He knows very well how the students' homework process is arranged. After all, it is all implemented by his decision. It's nothing more than giving students less free time. Let them know, don't join in the fun when you have nothing to do. It's close to 10,000 words. Know what's going on. You showed me your skills again today. Great, you are all great. The dean said to personally select. The Star City Pokémon Academy happens to have the most words. It happened twice in such a short period of time, and these students actually made such a collective noise again. He did this on purpose. It's a similar incident. This time is different. Everyone looked at Jiang Qingning collectively. The two classes were the initiators, Dean's office. Only Liu Zhengguo and Jiang Ming were inside. Xiao Ming, you have come up with such a big surprise not long ago. I am still a little confused. Liu Zhengguo was cheerful. He did not have the indifferent face in front of so many students before. No, temporarily. Jiang Ming was drinking tea. The tea brewed from the tea leaves in Liu Zhengguo's office was not available to others even if they wanted to drink it. Jiang Ming, on the other hand, had come several times and had drunk it, for the time being. Liu Zhengguo's eyebrows moved. Yes, Moe, but it's not Pokémon anymore, it's a good thing. As it concerns Jiang Ming, with Shen Fei's vigorous and decisive approach to Jiang Ming's affairs, the Jiang Ming Fund is expected to be established and announced today. For all young people who really need help and have the dream of becoming a real trainer, isn't it a good thing? Well, okay. Liu Zhengguo also drank some tea, hearing Jiang Ming say it was a good thing. He was just slightly curious in his heart, but he did not continue to ask. Jiang Ming was called to the office to find out who Jiang Ming got Dragonair from. In response, Jiang Ming said bluntly, "Your Majesty Luo Ziu." Hearing this answer, Liu Zhengguo nodded, thinking that it was indeed the case. Liu Zhengguo and others knew the relationship between His Majesty Luo Ziu and Shen Fei very well. With the respect of the former for the latter, it was reasonable to exchange a quasi-god Pokémon egg. Jiang Ming did not stay in Liu Zhengguo's office for long, just after walking out of the office. A message from my mother came on my mobile phone. Shen Fei, Xiao Ming, the Jiang Ming Fund Association has been officially established. All Pokémon TVs in Xingcheng will promote it during prime time tonight, and there are other things. In short, the message sent by my mother Shen Fei roughly means that the Jiang Ming Fund Association will be known to most people tonight, with Xingcheng as the pilot center, slowly radiate to surrounding cities. As long as you meet the prerequisites of the Jiang Ming Fund Association, you can get fund investment ranging from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of alliance coins from the Jiang Ming Fund Association. As for the trainers who benefited from the investment of Jiang Ming Fund Association does not seek returns but only asks for one thing. After you have achieved success in your studies, don't forget to give back to your hometown and help more people. A very pure public welfare trainer fund association, good guy. After Jiang Ming read the general meaning sent by his mother, he admired his mother's handwriting. This kind of pure public welfare trainer fund association is not absent at present, but the scale of those fund associations is very small. And there is no strong enough trainer to endorse them. The Jiang Ming Fund Association is different. It started with an injection of 200 million alliance coins. It is backed by the gym trainers of Xingcheng Gym. Everyone in the trainer circle knows that Jiang Hongkang, the gym leader of Xingcheng Gym, has the strength to challenge the Master of Harm. In front, the director of teaching, Li Hanshan, came here quickly with a bulging belly. When he saw Jiang Ming here, the director of teaching took the initiative to greet Jiang Ming. He usually doesn't smile. At this time, the smile on his face is like a chrysanthemum. Obviously, the dean had heard the news. Then, Li Hanshan hurried to Liu Zhengguo's office. "Dean, the latest news is that Xingcheng has established a new trainer fund association with a starting fund of 100 million alliance coins. It is estimated that there will be widespread publicity tonight. Should our college cooperate with the publicity?" Li Hanshan said the latest information in one breath. "Starting with 200 million funds," Liu Zhengguo frowned and said, "which trainer is behind the fund?" "Jiang Hongmin and Shen Fei," Li Hanshan said. "So that's it. The good thing Xiao Ming said is this." Hearing Jiang Hongmin and Shen Fei, Liu Zhengguo suddenly realized and understood what the good thing Jiang Ming was talking about. Just a little surprised, time passed quickly. "Damn, we are working so hard down there, but Brother Ming is motionless up there. It's so unfair." He was browsing Douyin. He didn't need to know. Whether it was Pokémon TV, Douyin, Slow Hand, or Xia Oppo Station. This time point was the time when the ratings of various Pokémon TV programs began to soar. Today, a new trainer fund association named Jiang Ming Fund Association was established in Xingcheng, Nanhu Province. It is understood that the core idea of the fund association was proposed by the president of the association, Jiang Ming, who is currently studying at Xingcheng Pokémon Academy, and coached by Xingcheng Gym trainer Jiang Hongmin and Miss Shen Fei, one of the leading Pokémon research scholars. That evening, Liang En and the other two dragged their tired bodies back to the dormitory. With Liu Zhengguo's brain, Liang En was stunned and then he was very upset. "Sorry, I'm straight." After hesitating for a moment, he looked at Li Hanshan and ordered, "Hanshan, our Xingcheng Pokémon Academy must cooperate. You go and arrange the details. Jiang Hongmin and Shen Fei must be for Jiang Ming." Suddenly, at this time, Jiang Ming had many snacks and cut fruits in front of him as well as nutritious milk made from Miltank's raw milk. He looked relaxed and comfortable in stark contrast to the three roommates who had just entered the dormitory. The blogger in the video was introducing the establishment of a public welfare trainer fund association called Jiang Ming Fund Association. After figuring this out, Liu Zhengguo began to look forward to how far Jiang Ming could develop in the future. Could he become the second elite to come out of Xingqiang Pokémon Academy? In the living room, they saw Jiang Ming playing the game Trainer Century Showdown with Lucario, but Zhengguo didn't know what it was. There was laughter in the living room of Dormitory 302. Ralts, who was lying on Jiang Ming's head, also greeted Liang An and the other two, stretched out his little hand and waved. The original intention of establishing this trainer fund association is to help those young people who are in the most difficult and needy and have a great interest in trainers. I hope to. Jiang Ming waved his hand. Okay, stop pretending over there, the things are all prepared for you, come and show off. Many bloggers and hosts related to the trainer circle played a video about the Trainer Fund Association. Most of the students in the Pokémon Academy, the teenagers who have great ideas about becoming trainers, and the young people who are working hard to save money to become trainers. Recently, he found many young ladies cosplaying Pokémon in Douyin. He was grinning and browsing videos when he suddenly saw the official Douyin account of Xingqiang. He just needed to know that Jiang Ming was now a student of Xingqiang Pokémon Academy. The better the students were, the more fresh trainers would come to Xingqiang Pokémon Academy and the more proud he, the dean, would be. What you said is too ambiguous. It was 8:30 in the evening. Soon figured out the reason. For example, Liang An, all of them have seen similar news from different channels. At this time, bloggers are talking a lot. At the same time, all those who have seen this kind of introduction video, all of them admired this student named Jiang Ming because the introduction just said, Jiang Ming Fund Association does not accept any other capital injection. They want to be a pure fund association that helps trainers' dreams. Other fund associations have more or less capital participation. Either the trainers who hope to receive fund subsidies will complete something in the future, or work for a certain company for a certain amount of time, or form an expedition team to explore the secret realm and complete a certain number of expedition tasks. And Jiang Ming Fund Association has none of these. The only condition. It is to hope that the trainers who have learned well will not forget their hometown in the future and help other people who need help. This kind of fund association is officially available in Pokémon Alliance. But the threshold for applying for official subsidies is not high, and the base for applying for subsidies is too large, so there is not much to be distributed to each person who applies for fund subsidies. And there are some termites who take advantage of the alliance welfare loopholes. In summary, everyone's admiration for Jiang Ming is from the heart. In the dormitory 302, Liang An held up his phone and exclaimed, "Brothers, look who I found, damn, why are people named Jiang Ming so perverted? Brother Ming, you have a quasi-god. This Jiang Ming here seems to be from our college." Liang An said. 387 looked at Batter and Wu Mo's eyes staring at the idiot. He stopped because he felt something was wrong. He also clicked on the video comment area to take a look. After reading it, Liang An's eyes widened. "Oh. Brother Ming, you are this." Liang An gave a thumbs up. Batter and Wu Mo beside him also admired him very much. "Brother Ming, awesome. Is this the principle of helping the world when you are successful? So awesome." Batter and Wu Mo's families have money to train them to become trainers, but that doesn't mean they don't know how much money it costs to train a trainer. It is precisely because of this. They understand how important Jiang Ming's move is to those teenagers who want to become trainers. Seeing the roommate's reaction, Jiang Ming nodded secretly in his heart. This wave should be stable. He took out his mobile phone and called the Kinglian named Sun Cheng who brought Rockruff. Suburbs, Leifeng Town. Sun Cheng finished his busy work. He returned home with Rockruff. Sun Cheng, whose parents had passed away long ago, and Rockruff depended on each other. Woof tilde woof tilde. The rough-haired Rockruff followed Sun Cheng. He wagged his tail vigorously. Obviously, he also knew that Sun Cheng's work was done today and the next night would be the time for him and Sun Cheng to practice their skills. Although he was a little malnourished, but he and Sun Cheng had always maintained this habit. "Rockruff, don't worry, let's eat dinner first." "Woof." Rockruff nodded obediently. All he could see was the shadow of Sun Cheng in the simple kitchen. Sun Cheng's movements were terrifyingly skillful. He quickly prepared dinner for himself and Rockruff and they ate the same food. Oh no, there was some Pokémon feed and some meat in the dog's dinner that Pokémon liked to eat. In a flash, the man and the dog quickly finished their dinner. After a short break, I was ready to start exercising. An old cell phone that Sun Cheng had used for 6 years rang. Sun Cheng, search the Foundation Association online now. If you are interested, take Rockruff to apply. There are usually trainers who challenge in the Star City Gym. Yang Xuan is one of the main personnel to deal with these challengers. There are many students in Star City Pokémon Academy who want to find Jiang Ming. Rockruff gently held Sun Cheng's trouser leg with his mouth. If they don't try to keep up with the pace within the province, what awaits them next year is a visible decrease in the number of trainer students. Each means Jiang Ming simply asked Li Jai for a long vacation. Gardevoir will be the referee. Fletchender vs Pidgeot, the battle between Jiang Ming and Yang Xuan began. Woof tilde. Sun Cheng quickly followed the instructions to check. On the afternoon of the 16th, however, during this period his task has become to accompany Jiang Ming's Pokémon battles with all his strength. Outside the province is fine. Before that, he has to do a deep retreat. In the first week, the gym apprentices are Jiang Ming's free sparring partners. Jiang Ming finished learning today's knowledge points in the morning and devoted himself to fighting and training new skills in the afternoon. It can be predicted that in the next few days, reminding him of what the caller had just asked him to check online. Oh yes, I'll check it. Other public and private Pokémon Academy also tried to promote, especially the Pokémon Academy in Nanhu Province. Jiang Ming plans to find a lecturer to learn the trainer courses he needs to learn in the future, and at the same time bring Pokémon partners practice new skills and fight with gym apprentices in the gym. As the son of the gym owner, Yang Xuan met Jiang Ming when he entered the gym. Bang! After this incident, he plans to explore the new secret realm. Public Pokémon Academy exempts a certain amount of tuition fees according to the percentage of grades, and private Pokémon Academy is even more straightforward. They will greatly increase the amount of scholarships. Soon, his eyes widened, he squatted down and hugged Rockruff and said excitedly, Rockruff, our dream of becoming a trainer to go on an adventure may have a chance to come true. Jiang Ming, that Jiang Shao, he is willing to do such a thing, this is really. B said as he spoke. Sun Cheng was a little speechless. He stared at the big words Jiang Ming Foundation Association. Apply, he will apply soon. Woof woof. Rockruff also turned around excitedly, at the same time. The entire Xingcheng, Nanhu Province. The teenagers who were originally applying for Pokémon Alliance Fund subsidies were also excited. One by one they had already taken action. Xingcheng Pokémon Academy under the arrangement of Li Hanshan. A wave of Pokémon media publicity was directly invited. Several classmates from Class 2501 were interviewed, and Jiang Ming's 3 roommates in Dormitory 302 were interviewed. Finally, the topic was brought to Xingcheng Pokémon Academy. After reading the whole interview, the general meaning is, Jiang Ming in Xingcheng, everything is going well in Pokémon Academy, everyone come to Star City Pokémon Academy to sign up. He has 3 high-level professional Pokémon with good strength. The phone hung up after saying this. Sun Cheng recognized the owner of the phone at a glance. It was Jiang Ming who solved Zio's demolition compensation. The rival opposite him is a gym apprentice named Yang Xuan who has been in the Star City Gym for 8 years. His strength has been certified by the Pokémon Alliance and he is a serious high-level professional trainer. That is, the level is between LV.36 tilde LV.39, take off. Both trainers ordered at the same time, both sides have flying type, both belong to the raptors in soaring in the sky, the only difference is Pidgeot is already the final evolution form, and Fletchender can evolve once more. In terms of size, Fletchender is undoubtedly at a disadvantage. Niche.
At.
The 2 bird Pokémon looked at each other. The rising fighting spirit between them, the other gym apprentices watching the battle nearby could feel it clearly. Mr. Jiang, I will attack first. Yang Xuan on the opposite side ordered.
Pidgeot quick attack. Flame charge.
Jiang Ming also issued the order to start the battle. The 2 bird Pokémon rushed towards each other. Pidgeot, with dual wing beat, rushed towards Fletchinder on the opposite side like a small fighter plane, staring at Fletchinder with hawk eyes, and the equipment was lock-on. But Fletchinder has a blue talent. Speed is invincible, which makes it not inferior to the opponent in attack speed. Even if the opponent's Pidgeot is quick attack, Fletchinder's flame charge is still activated successfully. Its whole body is red like fire. In soaring in the sky, two raptor Pokémon collide. They staggered past each other. What a fast skill activation speed.
Yang Xuan was shocked.
After dealing with so many gym challengers, he rarely saw Pokémon with such a fast skill activation speed. Unexpectedly, he saw it on Jiang Ming's Fletchinder. And Yang Xuan realized that the opponent's attack power was also good, so he commanded again, use Feather Dance.
But
Many light balls carrying flying energy rushed out of Pidgeot's wings. These light balls turned into feathers which were extremely beautiful, and under this beauty, but it has the effect of weakening physical attack, as long as it is hit by Feather Dance in a short period of time. The physical attack of the person hit will be greatly weakened. Jiang Ming naturally knew the function of Feather Dance. His eyes remained unchanged and he said in a deep voice, "Use the air blade to cut it open." Fletchinder, whose whole body was bathed in flames, swung out wind blade-like energy slashes from his wings. The slash swept away all the Feather Dance and circled Pidgeot. Pidgeot avoided it swiftly. The wings flapped desperately and a twister several tens of meters high formed between the two sides, crushing towards Fletchinder. From the beginning to the end, Yang Xuan commanded Pidgeot and did not treat Jiang Ming too seriously. As soon as this twister came out, Pidgeot was already brewing the next skill. As long as Fletchinder made an evasive reaction, its next skill would come again, and it would wait for an opportunity to quickly close the distance between it and Fletchinder and launch a sharp attack. Suddenly, Yang Xuan and Pidgeot saw that in the middle of the twister a bright red color appeared. Before he could think about it more carefully, twister, which was several dozen meters high, was cut in half by a blazing flame. The flame was like a dragon hitting Pidgeot's chest fiercely. The scorching heat caused Pidgeot's body temperature to rise rapidly in an instant. Pidgeot flapped its wings to leave its original position immediately to avoid the continued attack of the remaining flames.
Pidgeot agility.
Yang Xuan felt that Jiang Ming was in trouble. It was a pity that it was too late to activate the skill that increased speed at this time. Fletchinder had already rushed to the vicinity of Pidgeot. Aerial Ace. The sharp eyes were cold and sharp. Before Pidgeot's agility could fully move, it was locked on and hit by Fletchinder's Aerial Ace. It subconsciously flapped its wings at Fletchinder, but the damage was limited.
Flamethrower.
Jiang Ming continued to pursue without hesitation. Yang Xuan had no time to sigh that Jiang Ming's Fletchinder actually mastered Flamethrower and quickly commanded Pidgeot to dodge.
Flame charge. Flamethrower.
Jiang Ming switched between Flame Charge and Flamethrower and sweat appeared on Yang Xuan's forehead. He completely put away his contempt. He ordered Pidgeot to win back. But at this time, he and Pidgeot had fallen into the attack rhythm of Jiang Ming and Fletchinder and were somewhat uncomfortable with Flame Charge and Flamethrower. More than 10 seconds later, Pidgeot was powerless to save the situation. Fletchinder's speed was originally not weaker than Pidgeot due to multiple flame charges. It was now faster than Pidgeot. It could even interrupt Pidgeot's skill concentration. How can we fight this? F***K it. Yang Xuan simply admitted defeat. Mr. Jiang is amazing. I looked down on you at the beginning. I didn't expect your strength to improve so quickly. I feel like I have lived in vain all these years. After the battle, Yang Xuan walked forward with a face full of shame. Haha, Brother Yang, I'm so proud of you. Jiang Ming laughed and waved at Fletchinder. As a result, Fletchinder cried excitedly in the air. Then the light of evolution burst out all over his body. It was a little excited for defeating Pidgeot. The energy accumulated in its body was enough. It evolved, under everyone's gaze. Fletchinder, which was originally larger than Arnold, grew at a speed visible to the naked eye. The black feather wings turned into a flame-like red, and the pure black claws were covered with a layer of gold which looked cold and shining. The originally light blue abdomen evolved into gray with flame-like spots dotted on it, and the eyes were much more fierce than before. Fletchinder evolved into Fiery Arrow.
Yo!
Talonflame spread out the fiery red dual wing beat and made a loud cry. Looking at the wings like gorgeous flames, Jiang Ming was sincerely happy for this guy. We first met in the secret realm before. It was still stubborn and came to grab Rialu citrus berries fletchling. Talonflame grew into its final form in a blink of an eye. Jiang Ming couldn't help but throw a detection eye. Pokémon. Talonflame Fire plus Flying 9. Ability, Flame Body. When both parties come into contact, there is a 30% chance of burning rival. Individual value talent. Physical strength 28 attack 31 defense, 23 special attack 20 special defense 26 speed 31. Strength LV.35 intermediate professional level. Item talent. Only speed can be invincible blue, possessing a speed that is difficult for ordinary people to achieve, launching attacks at lightning speed. Flying wings blue, possessing a very good wing talent, learning wing-related skills has a unique advantage and has a multiplier effect.
Skills.
Growl, Pecking, Quick Attack, Ember, Flail, Flame Charge, Acrobatics, Aerial Ace, Air Cutter, Air Blade, Steel Wing, Agility, Flamethrower, Heat Wave, Agility. Item Quick Claw. When a Pokémon evolves, its power will increase dramatically. Some Pokémon will naturally master some skills that they did not master before due to evolution, such as Talonflame in front of us. Its skill column has been newly added with Heat Wave and Agility. Both are very practical skills. October 20th, 18:30 p.m. A train exclusively for trainers heading to the northernmost part of Nanhu Province departed from Xingcheng Station. There are several primary secret realms in Nanhu Province, but apart from the Xinghu Secret Realm, which is a fusion of secret realms, there is only one high-level secret realm, Dongting Lake Secret Realm. Due to its special geographical location, Dongting Lake Secret Realm is a high-level secret realm shared by Nanhu Province and Beihu Province. The secret realm is oval in shape with a total area of about 870,000 square kilometers. It is about the sum of the areas of the 11 Xinghu secret realms before fusion, which is quite wide. The train Jiang Ming took can only be taken by trainers. It goes directly from Xingcheng to Dongting Lake Secret Realm. There is no need to transfer in the middle, which is very convenient. This is the exclusive train number that the Xingcheng Pokémon Alliance has invested heavily in to make it more convenient for trainers to go to Dongting Lake Secret Realm. Ordinary people cannot buy the 73 ticket because only trainers take it. Therefore, this trainer train does not have as many seats as other trains. Each train has only 100 seats divided into 4 carriages with 25 trainers in each carriage. 5 seats in a row. The ticket Jiang Ming bought was near the window. On the right were 2 female trainers who looked to be in their 20s. Seeing that Jiang Ming was wearing a mask but had a very good temperament, they could not help but chat with him. "Handsome boy, are you going to the Dongting Lake Secret Realm alone? Do you want to team up with the sisters? Let the sisters see what you look like. If you meet their aesthetic standards, the sisters can take care of you more when you get to the secret realm tilde." Some of the trainers who have been in the secret realm for a long time are very open about S**X. There are even trainers who form fixed sexual partners while forming a team. This phenomenon is most common among mercenaries, regardless of gender. After all, being in a tense contest condition in the secret realm for a long time, always guarding against sneak attacks by people and wild Pokémon, is a very easy thing to collapse. If you have a sexual partner, you can release a lot of negative emotions. You don't have to worry about whether the other person carries a virus. There are psychic Pokémon or poison Pokémon. Confirm it, it's more reliable than the hospital examination. At this time, the 2 big sisters next to Jiang Ming approached him, which was considered an invitation to form a sexual partner in the secret exploration trainer circle. As long as Jiang Ming nodded and agreed, the next trip to the Dongting Lake Secret Realm, he had 2 fixed sexual partners. As for the issue of life safety, he had to worry about it himself. In the secret exploration, you really can't trust it. Normal group sexual partner trainers pay more attention to word of mouth. After all, once something goes wrong, no one will dare to find you in the future. Regarding the invitation of the 2 big sisters next to him, Jiang Ming smiled and declined. Not to mention that these 2 had teamed up with countless people before. Jiang Ming didn't need to be nervous in the secret realm. He also brought a bodyguard this time, my mother's elite Gardevoir. That's right, Jiang Ming attaches great importance to his own safety. Now his Pokémon partner is not strong enough to do whatever he wants, so he brought his mother's Gardevoir with him. With the elite Gardevoir, he is responsible for life safety. All Jiang Ming needs to do is to boldly explore the secret realm. Seeing that Jiang Ming declined their invitation, the two elder sisters felt a little sorry because they liked Jiang Ming's temperament. In the back row, a rough man saw that Jiang Ming refused, so he invited the two women. He smiled and said, "You two, if you want to find someone to form a team, why not consider me?"
You.
The two elder sisters looked at this person, looked at each other, and then shook their heads at the same time. "Forget it, we already have someone to form a team."
Okay.
Seeing that he was rejected, the big man nodded. Both sides were at peace. It was like a very normal invitation and rejection. At least, it was like this in modern urban society. It was hard to say whether they would be so harmonious in the secret realm, especially in the advanced secret realm without network access, where everything was determined by strength. Other trainers in the carriage also made similar invitations to the opposite S**X, some accepted and some refused. Jiang Ming did not comment on this. The train was moving very fast. It was not even 9 o'clock that night. The train voice broadcast sounded, "Dear trainer passengers, the next stop is Dongting Lake Secret Realm. All trainer passengers please take your luggage and prepare to get off." The voice broadcast sounded 1 minute in advance. It gave everyone time to prepare. When the time came, the train entered the station. It stopped slowly. The 25 trainers in the carriage got up with their backpacks and left the carriage in an orderly manner. 100 people followed the station sign to the electric staircase and came up from the train station one after another. Jiang Ming was among them. After coming up, the first thing that caught their eyes was a mega hall that looked magnificent with various shops in the hall. There were several high-rise buildings behind the hall. There was a hospital that could perform emergency surgery for trainers, a department store that sold various products around the Dongting Lake Secret Realm, a food store that sold various flavors, and so on. In front, the military trainers with uniform movements came with their patrol Pokémon and began to scan and confirm the identities of each trainer who wanted to enter the Dongting Lake Secret Realm. Jiang Ming lined up in the crowd. When it was his turn, the captain of the military trainers looked at Jiang Ming and reminded him, "The Dongting Lake Secret Realm is a high-level secret realm. In theory, we don't recommend you to enter. Are you sure you want to go in?" After the captain confirmed Jiang Ming's identity and age, he couldn't help but remind him one more time, "It's not just Jiang Ming if other trainers of the same age want to go in." He will also remind them, because the ID card is over 18 years old, so after the reminder is fruitless, it's still the same. "Yes, I'm fine." Jiang Ming nodded to confirm. His own Pokémon strength is enough to explore the high-level secret realm, not to mention that he also has an elite-level Gardevoir as a life-saving trump card. If anyone is blind and thinks he is easy to bully, that's hitting a steel plate. "Okay, then I won't say more." The captain returned the ID card to Jiang Ming and let Jiang Ming pass when passing through a corridor. The electronic screens around the corridor displayed a series of reminders, saying that there was no network inside the Dongting Lake Secret Realm, and the outside network could not penetrate into it, so everyone should download anything in advance outside and put it on their mobile phones. For example, the map of the Dongting Lake Secret Realm. There are also some help trainers who relieve boredom in the secret realm, which may be games, novels, movies, or some short videos. Jiang Ming didn't look at it much. Following the footsteps of the large group, he came to the secret hall of the Dongting Lake Secret Realm. Ordinary trainers need to pay a ticket fee of up to 50,000 alliance coins to enter the Dongting Lake Secret Realm. When it was Jiang Ming's turn, ding, the student is crooked, ding, student card. Among the trainers who paid the ticket fees, the 3 words student card are like a sheep entering a pack of wolves. It attracted everyone's attention immediately. A burly, muscular man frowned and looked at Jiang Ming. "Hey, kid, students don't come to Dongting Lake Secret Realm to join in the fun. This is not the place for you to come." This resonated with many trainers. Everyone spoke out to dissuade him. "Yes, kid, does your parents know that you are here? Don't come here secretly for excitement. Go back, students should study hard in the academy, and you can go to Xinghu's secret realm first for secret realm exploration. It's better to find a few more trustworthy classmates to go with you. The secret realm is too dangerous. Most people in Longguo, whether ordinary people or trainers, are good at heart. But there are also some people with weird personalities. For example, someone teased others and said, "Forget it, they came here by themselves, so don't meddle in other people's business." That's right, just let him enter the secret realm and be scared by wild Pokémon. Hahaha, kid, let me remind you, it doesn't matter if you get scared, remember to find a place to hide. No one will laugh at you, staying alive is the most important thing. For a while, there was a lot of chatter in the hall. Ahem. The military trainers stationed in the secret realm returned to the hall. The captain coughed, breaking the voices of the crowd. He looked at these teasing trainers and was speechless. He thought, if you guys knew who their parents were, you wouldn't be able to tease them. Okay, everyone, no noise is allowed in the secret hall. After downloading what you need, sit in the waiting area and wait for the secret door to open. The captain's words still have some control over these trainers. They know that their strength is not the captain's rival. They can be sent to guard the secret door of the advanced secret realm. The strength of this captain is at least at the high-level gym master level. These people can't be presumptuous. The secret door of the advanced secret realm opens once an hour except for special circumstances. Jiang Ming, who was sitting in the waiting area, was opening the newly downloaded Dongting Lake Secret Realm app. The information in the app is all-encompassing. There are the most numerous Pokémon types in the secret realm and which Pokémon tribes live in which approximate location in the secret realm. Jiang Ming's 5th Pokémon partners are not in a hurry. Just follow the principle of fate. He mainly wants to understand the distribution of the environment in the Dongting Lake Secret Realm. The Dongting Lake Secret Realm is named after Dongting Lake. As the name suggests, the entire secret realm is based on water. The ratio of land and lake area is 1:3. There are many kinds of water Pokémon living in it. At present, most of the water Pokémon discovered by Longguo are in the Dongting Lake Secret Realm as long as they are not too rare. It depends on you whether you can find it. In addition, there are many Pokémon of other attributes. Although the lake is the main one, but the land area should not be underestimated. After all, the entire Dongting Lake Secret Realm has 870,000 square kilometers, which is a large enough area for Pokémon to live in it. Jiang Ming took a few glances. He found some relatively precious Pokémon from it. For example, the Aran clan, the Armored Rhinoceros clan. In addition to Jiang Ming and a few dozen people, the other Pokémon in the waiting area. This is not the first time for Trainer to come to the secret realm of Dongting Lake. They even know each other. Now waiting for the door of the secret realm to open, he simply chatted with others. Lao Li, what is your goal this time? I plan to try my luck to find a Horsa. If I can find one, it will be worth the trip. Horsa, good fellow Lao Li, you are really bold. You are planning to breed a Kingdra. As soon as these words came out, the eyes of the people around showed a look of longing. Kingdra. This is an early water-type Pokémon, but the final evolution form adds a rare dragon-type Pokémon, and it also needs the prop treasure dragon scale. Although precious, Kingdra is very strong. The attribute combination of water plus dragon. The ice type that can restrain the dragon type is resisted by the water type, and the grass and electric that can restrain the water type are resisted by the dragon type. This leaves Kingdra's weaknesses only to the dragon type and the fairy type. The species strength is as high as 540, even more than most of the 3 starter Pokémon. You can also join the Rainy Day team. If an ordinary trainer can really capture a good Horsa, then it will definitely be cultivated as a trump card. Great value for money. I dare not think about Horsa, I just hope I can meet a Flash Magikarp. I don't know who couldn't help but say such a sentence. It caused most people to be collectively speechless. Good guy, Flash Magikarp, do you want to see what you are talking about? Magikarp is known as one of the easiest Pokémon to raise. It is said that it can survive in the dirtiest and worst water quality, and it is one of the most numerous water Pokémon in the water area. But it is extremely difficult to produce a Flash. There are currently 6 Flash Gyarados known in the world. There is one in the Dragon Kingdom. How many Magikarps are there in all the secret realms in the world? It is said that there are more than 1 in a billion. Flash Magikarp is more than how precious and rare is Horsa. Just when everyone was talking freely, the secret door suddenly flickered. Everyone subconsciously thought that the time was up. Looking at it, there were still more than 10 minutes. It turned out that someone came out from the other side of the secret door. I saw several military trainers in camouflage uniforms carrying a stretcher, followed by two 527 male trainers with ugly faces and two powerful Pokémon. One Machamp and one Ampharos. At this time, Machamp and Ampharos were looking at the stretcher with a worried look on their faces. Obviously, the person on the stretcher was their trainer. The left hand of the person on the stretcher was cut off from the arm and the flesh was bloody. It could be vaguely seen that it was cut off by something sharp. The strong smell of blood immediately filled the waiting area. There was a visible wound on the right calf. The whole calf was completely purple. The knee was tied tightly with a thin rope to delay the spread of the poison. "Doctor, doctor." Two trainers' voice was louder and louder. Three medical staff in white coats came running into the secret hall. The doctor didn't need to ask. One of the two trainers spoke quickly and concisely. "We encountered an attack from a high-level elite Nidoking. The Nidoking attacked with poison barb. We didn't dodge and got hit." The other person added, "We have used 3 bottles of intermediate antidote and 2 bottles of intermediate anti-venom serum. All intermediate." The doctor who was checking the wound heard this and his face sank immediately. "You went to provoke a high-level elite Nidoking without being fully prepared. That's ridiculous." The two looked even uglier after hearing this. They and the Nidoking just happened to meet. It was good enough to escape back. Send to the emergency room immediately and prepare for surgery. The little incident that just happened in the waiting area. This is not strange for trainers who have entered the secret realm many times. But some trainers still look unhappy. They are obviously worried that they will encounter similar situations. Some are only a few years older than Jiang Ming. They even wonder if today is not a good day to enter the secret realm should they change another day. They also think that the 50,000 Alliance coins for the secret realm ticket have been paid. Since I'm here, I might as well forget it. Going back now means that 50,000 will be wasted. It's not worth it. Someone's Pokémon emits a sweet fragrance. It dispels the bloody smell that originally filled the hall. As time goes by, the time for the secret realm gate to open has come. Everyone queues up and enters. Looking at the secret realm gate with ripples in cyanwood in front of him, Jiang Ming took a deep breath and stepped into it. Jiang Ming already had super power confusion at this time, so the feeling of weightlessness did not affect him much. He returned to normal after a few seconds. There is also a hall on the side of the secret realm gate. Senior trainer Salason found a place in the hall to check equipment and change clothes. Trainers who had agreed to form a team outside walked to the gate of the secret realm hall at the same time. The secret realm hall is still surrounded by a flat square, which is the same in all secret realms. There are military trainers stationed in the square. Out of this square, except for the fixed supply station outside, there are no military trainers in other places. Whatever happens depends on yourself. Come to the secret realm square. Your personal safety can be protected by military trainers. As a result, most trainers have a heartfelt recognition of military trainers. "Little brother, our previous invitation is still valid. Do you want to consider it?" When Jiang Ming put on his equipment, the two big sisters who invited Jiang Ming to form a team on the train before couldn't help but invite him again. "Thank you, I'll go first." Jiang Ming shook his head and refused and walked towards the gate of heaven. Out of the gate, a gust of air with a fishy smell of earth hit me in the face. The air in the entire Dongting Lake secret realm was filled with this smell. At this time there were already 30 or 40 people in the square making preparations. People kept throwing Poké balls. Bang, bang, bang sounds are heard continuously. This is the sound of Poké ball opening. At once, various Pokémon that can fly appeared. These are trainers who have trained flying Pokémon in advance. When they are not in the forest area, they can use Pokémon to fly with them to travel. The speed of exploring secret places is many times more efficient than that of trainers who walk on their legs. Of course, these trainers who use flying Pokémon to travel enjoy the convenience brought by flying, but also have to bear the risks brought by flying. That is, when encountering some Pokémon with very strong territorial awareness, Even if you just fly over its territory in the air, it will jump out and release its attack skills to attack you. At this time, the gap between trainers who let flying Pokémon fly with them is revealed. A small number of people will let a psychic Pokémon stay on the back of the flying Pokémon with them. When encountering this kind of attack by wild Pokémon with strong territorial awareness, psychic Pokémon can help flying Pokémon to deal with the attack skills that attack them. In addition, people with psychic Pokémon can also let flying Pokémon travel at the fastest speed without being affected. Strong wind pressure coming towards you, it doesn't matter. The psychic confusion of psychic Pokémon is not for show. Psychic confusion can help to resist the wind pressure. It will not affect the trainers breathing in the air. As for those who don't have psychic Pokémon, then you can only wish for the best. If you are lucky, you may never encounter a wild Pokémon with a strong sense of territory. If you are unlucky, you may not be as strong as the opponent and you may die if you don't dodge quickly and perform a wave of flying people. The flying Pokémon of these trainers are mainly home birds. For example, Pidgeot, Swellow, and Staraptor are the main ones. Fearow, not many people train Fearow. On the one hand, Growl is too ugly. On the other hand, species strength normal. And the third reason is that there are too many trainers who use Pidgeot as flying Pokémon. And Fearow and Pidgeot are two species that don't like each other since birth, and basically they will fight whenever they meet. Pidgeot's personality is good among bird Pokémon, but when it meets Fearow, the word gentle has nothing to do with Pidgeot, and Pidgeot completely ignores it. A few people called Noctowl in everyone's envious eyes. Noctowl is quite special. It can be a flying Pokémon and it can also master a lot of psychic skills. It can take the trainer flying while eliminating wind pressure. It can also deal with air attacks calmly. Although Noctowl is a normal type plus flying type, it is completely fine to say that it has a psychic type. But many people still want to cultivate the Alakazam series and Claydol series that can teleport in terms of psychic Pokémon. After all, in the eyes of most trainers, whether a Pokémon can teleport is the only criterion for judging whether it is a true psychic Pokémon. Soon, these trainers led by their flying Pokémon got on their mounts and left quickly. The remaining trainers who were exploring on foot, very stable, release Lucario, Ralts, and Gardevoir at the same time. He pointed to the east. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Ming paid special attention to it just now. Talonflame just listened to my instructions. Looking at the scenery, Xiao Xiao's rapidly receding below. Gardevoir, if it is not necessary, don't take action to stop it.
Hey.
Among the group, 6 people's flying Pokémon were also Talonflame, and their Talonflame was a little bigger than his own. Looking at the Ralts, whose level has almost reached the evolution requirements, Jiang Ming rubbed its blue mushroom head. The water environment is Dragonair's home ground. Jiang Ming sat on Talonflame's back. Jiang Ming sat on Talonflame's back without moving. Ralts nodded seriously. Each of them called out their Pokémon partners who had mastered the necessary skills for exploration such as supersonic and chose a direction to leave the square. Dragonair is not in a hurry for the time being. Soon, everyone was arranged by Jiang Ming. Lucario, please help me pay attention to whether there are other trainers approaching around and remember to notify if there are any.
Hey.
Ralts, if we meet a rival that suits you on the way, you will take action, is that okay? Let's go, we fly east. A Ralts rival quickly jumped out from the side. Looking at the secret square that had disappeared behind, Lucario patted his chest to indicate that it was okay. Talonflame spread its flaming red wings and flew high. Jiang Ming asked Talonflame to choose a place. Talonflame appeared in the square. Talonflame, come out.
Luca.
Only a red shadow was left on the horizon. Because at this time, a constant flow of super energy confusion was flowing out of his body, which eliminated the wind pressure coming from the front, allowing him to breathe freely as if he was on a flat ground. It was gone in a flash. Hey. Ralts, who clearly felt that Jiang Ming was very satisfied with his strength, proudly put his hands on his waist and disappeared again at the same place. After a while, a proud Pokémon appeared next to Jiang Ming. Ralts, who was full of pride, looked up at Jiang Ming excitedly and seemed to be shouting to Jiang Ming for a prize. Jiang Ming, who was generous with his praise, patted its mushroom head with satisfaction. Well done.
Hey.
Ralts shouted excitedly, and was very enthusiastic about this upgrade. It was especially enthusiastic and happily moved forward again, looking like it was going to find a new rival. The accident happened at this moment. Ralts, who was excited to find Rival again, did not see Rival but saw an Ivysaur that jumped out quickly from the side. Ivysaur jumped very fast and two vine whips appeared in the buds behind her. It looked like she had just finished fighting and was still in the stressful contest condition. Suddenly seeing Ralts, Ivysaur obviously treated Ralts as an enemy. Before Ralts even reacted to Ivysaur, Ivysaur took the lead in throwing vine whips in Ralts' direction. Fortunately, although Ralts did not react in time, Jiang Ming was fast enough. Seeing that Ivysaur's whip was about to approach Ralts, Jiang Ming quickly retreated and then his eyes turned cold and he began to command Lucario. Lucario, use Spark to approach Rival.
Luca.
Lucario shouted quickly and rushed towards Ivysaur under Jiang Ming's command. At the same time when Ivysaur's vine whip approached Ralts and lifted Ralts, Lucario also approached Ralts and fired bullets at Ralts under Jiang Ming's command. Bullet Punch quickly hit Ivysaur, knocking Ivysaur's entire Pokémon over. At the same time when Ivysaur was knocked over, Ralts was naturally put down by Ivysaur's vine whip. Ralts, who was suddenly put down, was so scared that he ran back to Jiang Ming's side and stared at Ivysaur, who was knocked over by Lucario, with a look of extreme fear. Jiang Ming was amused by Ralts's scared look. He raised his hand and patted Ralts and comforted Ralts a few words. Ralts was easy to coax, and with Jiang Ming's comfort, Ralts' contest condition quickly eased. Jiang Ming felt that Ralts was fine, so he took Ralts and walked towards Ivysaur. Just when Jiang Ming was very close to Ivysaur and was about to catch Ivysaur, a voice suddenly came from a distance. "Please give me flowers. Brother, please keep the Pokémon." The way he spoke was quite humorous. Jiang Ming calmly raised his head and looked in the direction of the voice. A muscular man with a Rattata ran over at this moment. When he saw Jiang Ming was about to catch Ivysaur, the man's eyes turned green. "Oh." He pointed at Ivysaur excitedly. "We were chasing this Pokémon just now." Jiang Ming frowned slightly and looked at the man. The man seemed to think that Jiang Ming was going to snatch Ivysaur with him. Seeing Jiang Ming frown, he quickly pointed to the nearby area excitedly. "We just found this Ivysaur in that small forest. To be honest, I think this Ivysaur has a high possibility of evolving into Venusaur, so I plan to capture this Pokémon. I didn't expect this guy's fighting ability to be so strong that it took us a while, and we moved our positions again." After saying this long string of words, he was exhausted. But probably because he was worried that Jiang Ming would misunderstand, even though he was exhausted, the man still made the final decision for Jiang Ming. "Everything comes first and comes later. I tried my best to drive this Ivysaur here, so this Ivysaur is my corpse. If Lucario really lets go, there will be no Pokémon that can help him knock down Ivysaur in the future." Rattata, who was still watching the show on the side, widened his eyes, seemingly not expecting that the fire would be poured on himself, and immediately stared at Jiang Ming aggressively. Jiang Ming, who was watching with his Pokémon, was speechless when he saw the man's sudden joy and sorrow. The man's voice trembled when he said the last part and his face was full of helplessness. "I really can't beat this Ivysaur." Judging from the way Ivysaur was waving the whip recklessly and he could only dodge everywhere, it can be seen that Ivysaur is definitely stronger than him. It was precisely because it was obvious that Ivysaur was much stronger than him that Jiang Ming did not choose to leave quickly at this time, but planned to pick up the bargain on the spot. The man who was dodging everywhere was choked by Jiang Ming's words. "Why doesn't your Rattata take action?" Looking at Ivysaur's increasingly fierce attacks, the man looked at Jiang Ming bitterly. "I admit that my attitude just now was indeed a little power-tripped and not very good. How about you do me a favor this time and I owe you a favor?" The man who was yelling at Jiang Ming stared at Jiang Ming with a group of Pokémon retreating, and his breathing became much lighter. His arrogant attitude just now finally weakened a little. At least this person was not a person without vision and brains. What he did not expect was that before he had time to pick up the bargain, the other party actually took the initiative to invite him to pick up the bargain. The sudden invitation made Jiang Ming a little satisfied with the muscular man in front of him. In fact, even if he didn't say that he couldn't beat Ivysaur, Jiang Ming could see it. The man shouted with confidence. Stop talking nonsense. It happened many years ago and I have long forgotten it in my mind. Although satisfied, Jiang Ming would not lose his caution like him. What made him even more pale was that just when he was about to continue to hit Ivysaur with the Piquet ball, Ivysaur actually used the Vine Whip to hit him quickly. Jiang Ming chuckled and maintained an attitude of watching the show for this trainer who was so stubborn that he suffered in life. When you graduated from the Pokémon Academy, didn't your teacher teach you to be cautious when facing Pokémon? The two whips attacked him from both sides, making it difficult for him to resist. He trembled and carefully avoided Ivysaur's washing machine while extending a hand to Jiang Ming. "Wait, little brother, help me." Judging from the contest conditions he saw, Lucario's fighting ability is definitely not bad. He actually saw the fight between Lucario and Ivysaur. Putting down this last sentence, the man was obviously worried that the night would be long and full of dreams. In order to avoid being snatched by Jiang Ming's Pokémon, he quickly took out the Piquet ball and quickly threw it at Ivysaur, who was lying on the ground. According to the man's previous experience, because Ivysaur had been knocked down by Lucario's bullet punch, the man firmly believed that Ivysaur would never escape the capture of the Piquet ball at this time. This firm emotion made him begin to be proud. The complacency made the man lose his caution and he forgot to directly check whether the wonderful 580 frog grass was really unable to move. So he was overjoyed and sad. His Piquet ball, which lost its vigilance, did not hit Ivysaur. Just when his Piquet ball was about to approach Ivysaur, Ivysaur quickly jumped back and actually used Vine Whip to throw himself away a long way, avoiding the attack of the 10 Piquet balls just now. The man's eyes widened. He had never expected that Ivysaur still had some strength left. His face immediately turned pale. At least it's no problem for him to knock down Ivysaur with one punch. He looked up and down at Ivysaur in front of him and then looked at the man who was still dodging but had several wounds on his body from Ivysaur's whip, and finally set his eyes on Rattata next to the man. "Raticate?" He smiled and began to retreat with several Pokémon around him. Feeling the fierceness of Rattata, Jiang Ming was not panicked at all but continued to focus on the man. Jiang Ming, who really didn't know how to complain about the situation of the man in front of him, took a breath and finally couldn't help but looked at him. "What about your Pokémon? You can't just go and fight other Pokémon with your bare hands." It was an unexpected answer. Unfortunately, the trainer in front of him obviously couldn't make Jiang Ming give concessions. Or was the injury rate in the high-level secret realms in the past not enough to repel people? The wound was not particularly deep. After all, Ivysaur had fought for so long and was knocked down by Lucario's bullet punch. In fact, the child had added fuel to the fire. Just as Jiang Ming was about to leave on the Talonflame, the man was hit by Ivysaur's Vine Whip again and another wound appeared on his body. Jiang Ming is not in the mood to waste time with him here. Although he has plenty of time, it does not mean that he needs to spend time on useless people and things. Another unexpected answer. The combat power or various abilities of Pokémon of this level have long been out of the weak novice stage at the beginning. "Okay, I'll take over, but since I take over, this Pokémon is mine." This behavior is still feasible in low-level secret realms. After all, the combat power of the Pokémon in low-level secret realms is not very good, and it is entirely possible to have a battle between humans and Pokémon. Thinking of the convenience that can be obtained by getting an Ivysaur, the man is not very willing to give in. Jiang Ming, who originally thought that the man was trying to save his strength, twitched his mouth, and suddenly he didn't quite understand why such a person would come to such a high-level secret realm. Was the training of the person in the hall who was injured by the needle of the Nidoking just now not scary enough? The man, who had no idea that he had a bad image in Jiang Ming's heart, looked at Ivysaur hesitantly and was obviously not particularly willing to give up Ivysaur. "Yo." But this not-so-deep wound was obviously a kind of injury to the man. If the opposite trainer is a good trainer who treats him very well, then Jiang Ming reluctantly gives the other party 10 points of concessions. With a chirp, Talonflame appeared in front of Jiang Ming. The man in front of him is the only one who makes Jiang Ming feel happy. Jiang Ming didn't actually have the idea of making Ivysaur his fifth partner, but he definitely didn't have the habit of handing over this Pokémon to others after he defeated it. Jiang Ming, who no longer had the ability to complain about this person, looked at this really weird trainer and finally put away his emotions that wanted to complain. He waved helplessly. After all, it takes a lot of time, energy, and money to evolve from Bulbasaur to Ivysaur. If you can get 10 Song Ivysaurs in 10 times, you can save a lot of time, energy, and money to cultivate Pokémon. Jiang Ming climbed onto Talonflame's back with other Pokémon without looking back and continued to move forward steadily. The trainer who was avoiding Ivysaur was obviously incompatible with Jiang Ming's calmness. The only trainer who can fight with such Pokémon barehanded is a trainer like Jiang Ming who has special entries and sufficient abilities. The miserable man looked at Rattata and wiped his face in annoyance. This Rattata is here to make trouble, it's not my Pokémon. Jiang Ming has never seen a novice trainer who is brave enough to fight directly with this type of trainer with sufficient levels. The man obviously knew what Jiang Ming was complaining about. Seeing Jiang Ming's eyes opened, he immediately said with embarrassment, "My Pokémon are all unwilling to come out because of this Rattata." 637 Feeling the other party's hesitation, Jiang Ming turned his head in disdain. "Talonflame, let's go." But most of the Pokémon in high-level secret realms are around level 20 to 30. Under the attack of numbness and itchiness in the wound, the man's face twisted and he finally couldn't help shouting to Jiang Ming who was about to leave. "Okay, as long as you can subdue this Ivysaur, then this Ivysaur is yours." Jiang Ming looked at the man with a smile. "I don't want it now." Perhaps he didn't expect Jiang Ming to give up an Ivysaur so easily. The man's already twisted expression was completely twisted. But he was not stupid enough to be completely twisted. He did not really say anything to Jiang Ming at this time. He just shouted to Jiang Ming with a little worry, "I admit that it was my problem just now. I was a little greedy." "I hate you here." Jiang Ming wanted this attitude. Seeing that he finally softened, Jiang Ming sighed and turned his head to look at the Pokémon around him. Ralts next to Jiang Ming raised his hand and volunteered to point to Ivysaur not far away, obviously intending to invite Ivysaur to fight at this time. Jiang Ming patted Ralts' mushroom head to see the experience that was about to end, and then glanced at the level of Ivysaur not far away. After a while, he nodded gently to Ralts. "Although Ivysaur's physical strength is about to run out, its level is still much higher than yours. You can't take it lightly." "Yeah," Ralts nodded seriously, expressing with his attitude that he would remember Jiang Ming's reminder. Jiang Ming pulled the corner of his mouth and was much more satisfied with Ralts' serious attitude. Then he waved to Talonflame, "Go down, Jai." Talonflame let out a long cry, hovered in the air for a while, and suddenly dived in the direction of Bulbasaur. Ivysaur, who originally thought that Jiang Ming was not going to meddle in other people's business, obviously did not expect Jiang Ming to suddenly meddle in this business at this time. Seeing Talonflame swooping down suddenly, Ivysaur naturally did not dare to delay and returned to his own summer vacation to develop. Taking advantage of Ivysaur's retreat, Ralts jumped off Talonflame and quickly disappeared in front of Jiang Ming and the man who was injured by Ivysaur. When he appeared again, Ralts had come to Ivysaur. Probably because of his physical strength, he accelerated his skills. The two who came back at this time were only Pokémon. Seeing Ralts coming, Ivysaur immediately threw out his Vine Whip and planned to retreat with it. However, Ralts was obviously faster than Ivysaur. Just when Ivysaur wanted to retreat, Ralts suddenly widened his eyes and used Hypnosis on Ivysaur. Hypnosis made Ivysaur drowsy. However, compared with the low-level Pokémon that Ralts had just defeated, the drowsy Ivysaur was obviously more resistant than other Pokémon. So it was just drowsy, but it was not enough to make Ivysaur fall asleep. Ralts seemed to have known that his hypnosis could not match Ivysaur to him all at once. Seeing that Ivysaur's drowsy contest condition did not look very good, Ralts quickly used Disarming Voice again towards Ivysaur. Ivysaur, who had already run out of energy and was not in good contest condition in all aspects, was finally completely hit by the Hypnosis and Disarming Voice and fell backwards and lay on the ground. The man who was watching the duel between Ivysaur and Ralts excitedly took out the Piquet Ball. "Zhao Li Zhao, your Pokémon is too powerful. It can easily deal with this Ivysaur." Jiang Ming looked at the man who happily took out the Piquet Ball indifferently. "My Pokémon is really powerful, so are you going to use the Piquet Ball to take down Ivysaur?" The still excited man froze for a moment, looked at the piquet ball in his hand and then looked at the Ivysaur who was still lying on the ground, as if he finally remembered the promise he had just made to Jiang Ming, and an embarrassed expression appeared on his face. Ha ha ha, well, I'm just a little excited, Lisa tilde Lisa Lisa. In addition, Jiang Ming did not have to subdue Ivysaur. He separated the man with disdain and walked straight towards Ivysaur. Jiang Ming, who originally just wanted to see Ivysaur's contest condition, stopped where he was and calmly watched Ivysaur. The confrontation between the two sides did not last long. Half a minute later, Ivysaur fumbled out a few fruits from her shell. I didn't expect that one day I could collect protection fees in a high-level secret realm. Jiang Ming pulled his mouth and didn't know how to complain about it. Ivysaur was unwilling to accept the subjugation and chose to pay him protection fees, and he did not intend to subjugate Ivysaur to get some detoxification fruit. This was indeed a good deal. Ivysaur's willpower was still strong. At the same time Jiang Ming walked towards it, Ivysaur, who was hypnotized by disarming voice, finally calmed down. The Dongting Lake secret realm where they are currently located has many Pokémon that use poison, so they don't know where to get the opposite attack horse. Just as she calmed down, she saw Jiang Ming coming. Ivysaur was so scared that she took a few steps back. The sturdy man who was watching Ivysaur leave like this naturally didn't want to let Ivysaur run away. This series of actions are all interpreting a fact with strength. Ivysaur does not accept being collected by any piquet ball. In order to avoid a bad situation, it would be much better to bring good things with you. Compared to Jiang Ming's unwillingness to complain, the Pokémon around him accepted the protection fee well. Because they saw that Ivysaur didn't dare to continue fighting, the Pokémon quickly returned to Jiang Ming's side. Ralts even took a Pecha berry in each hand and happily stuffed it into Jiang Ming's package. The 167 cm strong man who was unwilling to leave and was still standing by widened his eyes. Is this Pecha berry? It seems that this is the protection fee that Ivysaur used to bribe him. Ivysaur handed the Pecha berry to Jiang Ming and placed it at Jiang Ming's feet. Under Jiang Ming's puzzled eyes, retreated a few steps, and then pointed at the fruit and pointed at the bean. If Jiang Ming has a few Pecha berries on him, at least he will have something to hold on to after the antidote is used up, which is much better than having nothing. Ivysaur, who was still staring nervously, retreated a few steps back and watched Jiang Ming accept the deal and put away the Pecha berry. The atmosphere finally improved. But after a while, Ivysaur, who had taken a few steps back, walked forward a distance and tilted her head to Jiang Ming. After putting it down, Ivysaur shouted at the strong man behind Jiang Ming with extreme rage and even grinned at the piquet ball in the strong man's hand. After all, Pecha berry can remove the poisoning contest condition. Along with the strong man's exclamation, Ivysaur also carefully handed the Pecha berry to Jiang Ming at this time. Jiang Ming understood his excitement, but Jiang Ming did not accept his excitement. He turned his eyes and felt that Jiang Ming really didn't intend to put Ivysaur away. He immediately happily held the piquet ball tightly and quietly planned to follow Ivysaur. Jiang Ming, who was calculating in his mind, looked around and finally accepted this good deal. Jiang Ming, who clearly felt that Ivysaur did not accept being collected by the piquet ball, took a look at the Pecha berry under his feet and understood the use of this fruit. Ivysaur, who felt that he was safe, turned his head happily with this good atmosphere and waved his claws at Jiang Ming very generously. Jiang Ming's idea was the same as that of this group of Pokémon. Although he brought a lot of things, he would have to stay in the Dongting Lake secret realm for a long time. No one knew what kind of two sides they would face during such a long time. The man wiped his face and obviously felt the mood of Jiang Ming's complaints. However, Jiang Ming still felt strange. After all, as a burden, those burdens normal were still clear-headed and would not leave the team like Escalation. When gods fight, mortals will suffer. As a burden brought into the team, he obviously didn't have the ability to help the team fight against other trainers. The man didn't explain the subsequent events clearly, but Jiang Ming knew exactly what was going on. Trainer, who was quietly planning to run away, paused and looked down to see Ralts, who was holding Pecha berry and urging Jiang Ming to put it in his bag, had come behind him without knowing when. And things like Snatch Flash Magikarp would arouse the emotions of all trainers, and the environmental conditions at that time were probably very dangerous. The man in front of him didn't look like someone who could enter the advanced secret realm. He really didn't know how this person got in. No wonder if it was just him, he really had no qualifications to enter the advanced secret realm. He glanced at Jiang Ming awkwardly and then at Rattata, who was still staring at him and trying to make the next attack. Is he confused or something went wrong? The strong man who was curiously stared at moved to the side. The two of them moved back and forth. The strong man who was moving to the side accidentally stepped on Rattata, who was hiding in the corner because of Ralts' urging. Compared with Ralts' calm performance, Rattata was obviously not a calm Pokémon. Rattata, who didn't care much about the trainers and Pokémon, suddenly exploded after being stepped on. Ah! Raticate! A growl fell and Rattata quickly launched a tackle towards the trainer who stepped on it. The trainer who couldn't react to Rattata's rage felt dizzy. In Rattata's tackle, the trainer was knocked to the ground without even making a sound. Ralts, who witnessed the whole process, retreated silently as if he had done something wrong. He seemed not particularly willing to bear the consequences of causing the strong man to be tackled by Riolu. Jiang Ming, who also witnessed the whole process, twitched his mouth and said to this trainer's complaints finally reached the point of hiding. What's wrong with the burden in front of him? Entering the advanced secret realm requires a lot of verification, and Jiang Ming was even reminded by those outside the secret realm because of his age. Ralts, who was standing behind him, raised his mushroom head, rubbed his calf with his small hand and tilted his head curiously too. The result of all these factors made this burden only able to save his life and was squeezed out of the battle circle. Ralts took advantage of the situation and hid behind Jiang Ming, looking at the trainer in confusion. A small hand suddenly poked his calf at this moment. In the puzzled eyes of Jiang Ming, the burden, who was identified by Jiang Ming as a little confused, coughed as if he felt Jiang Ming's thoughts. Jiang Ming, who was blocking Ralts' life, glanced at Ralts' situation and couldn't help asking the trainer in front of him, "How did you get to the advanced secret realm?" He looked at Jiang Ming hesitantly and finally whispered, "I was separated. My expedition team found a flash Magikarp. In order to compete with other trainers for this Magikarp, they fought a little seriously." Ralts was very enthusiastic, and when he moved to the side, Lalu Lassie also moved with him. Finally, the man jumped up from the ground in a panic, moved awkwardly to the side of Jiang Ming and then whispered to Jiang Ming, "I have a team. They said they wanted to take me to the advanced secret realm to see the world, so I followed them." Lalu tilde. But if it was a whole expedition team and the members of the team were of sufficient level in all aspects, then they could indeed squeeze in a burden. He pulled Ralts, who was retreating, over with a speechless face. Raticate tilde. In order to save his life, this burden had no choice but to run away. The weakling, who did not have much backbone, seemed to have begun to waver in this trembling atmosphere. Jiang Ming looked at Rattata's action hesitantly, then took out a pecha berry that Ivysaur had just given him from his bag and put it in Rattata's hand. At the same time that Jiang Ming moved forward, the little Ralts, who had finally finished watching the show, suddenly hit Jiang Ming's leg. Under Jiang Ming's gaze, Ralts and Talonflame began to move forward. This behavior was like a transaction of goods. Having more good Pokémon is definitely a huge improvement to his own strength. Several Pokémon either made attacking gestures or oppressed the weakling, who was not very strong to begin with, and soon he began to tremble. Gardevoir, who was following Jiang Ming closely, also slowly raised his head at this time. Although he did not make any moves, the man still clearly felt the pressure from Gardevoir. Jiang Ming, who was poked by a claw, slowly lowered his head and saw Rattata pointed in a direction and excitedly stretched out a claw towards Jiang Ming. Rattata quickly put away the pecha berry that Jiang Ming had put down and suddenly ran forward for a distance excitedly as if he had accepted Jiang Ming's transaction, and then turned his head and shouted at Jiang Ming. In order to avoid adding competitive pressure to his teammates, when the burden heard Jiang Ming's words, he was quite courageous and immediately pretended to be deaf and dumb. Jiang Ming, who could clearly see that he was obviously hesitating, pressed forward again for a distance. Although there is already a flash Ralts, no one will dislike a good Pokémon that is too graphic. Lucario also made a gesture as if he was going to attack the man. Jiang Ming, who didn't know what Rattata was going to do, suddenly had his eyes lit up and no longer paid attention to the burden and dragged the other Pokémon Talonflame to chase in the direction of Rattata. Being squeezed out of the battle group, he obviously couldn't count on his companions. After all, his companions were still snatching Flash Magikarp with others. Unfortunately, every trainer who comes here wants to compete. Although the burden next to him does not have the ability to compete, his teammates are still in the competition. Now he still needs his mother Gardevoir as an umbrella for protection, but he is actually quite ambitious. He wants to grow up as soon as possible to be able to stand on his own and go to a larger secret realm to get more things. If you really want to pretend to be deaf and dumb, then you shouldn't have told me about the Flash Magikarp in the first place. Jiang Ming would not accept his deaf and dumb behavior. Seeing that he was unwilling to take him away, Jiang Ming could not help but look around at the Pokémon around him. It was obvious that he was unlucky and a little greedy to run away. He obviously didn't have enough strength, but he still wanted to capture Ivysaur at this time. Since he wants to climb higher, he naturally needs to compete with others. Fortunately, he met Jiang Ming at this time. If he met someone else, Jiang Ming really thought that he might end his life here. After all, as long as they enter this secret realm, they are all rivals. Some people treat rivals as friendly duels. If they see that rivals are weaker than themselves, they may not bother to pay attention to them, but some people treat rivals as more than just duels. There is no shortage of bad people in this world, and the man in front of him has bad luck, which is not good, but he is also lucky. At least he met Jiang Ming, who does not like to abuse rivals. Jiang Ming, who had no interest in attacking rivals, touched his chin. Just when the strong man thought that Jiang Ming was going to let him go, Jiang Ming suddenly turned his head. "Take me to find Flash Magikarp." The clever Rattata led the way very smoothly. Jiang Ming, who followed Rattata around in circles, saw a body of water a few minutes later. There was a smell of blood near the water. In addition to the smell of blood, there were also a lot of chirping sounds. The sound was very noisy, but it was precisely because of this noisy sound that Jiang Ming clearly realized that this was most likely the location of the Flash Magikarp. Jiang Ming, who was clearly aware of this, patted the Talonflame on his body. Talonflame fell down, and just when it fell to a certain point, Jiang Ming saw a Flash Magikarp dodging Piquet balls not far away. In addition to the Magikarp, there were other Pokémon in the water. I saw that those Pokémon jointly attacked the Magikarp. It was precisely because of the combination of these Pokémon that the Magikarp clearly felt that it was not the rival of this group of Pokémon. The dangerous aura made the Magikarp retreat again and again towards the group of Pokémon. Seeing that his own Pokémon could not taunt the Magikarp to fight, the trainer standing behind the Pokémon was obviously sweating anxiously. In addition to these trainers, there were also some trainers who wanted to cut off the ready-made ones. Although they did not release their own Pokémon, their eyes were fixed on the Magikarp in the water. As long as the trainers who attacked the Magikarp were not careful, they would release their Piquet balls at this moment. Looking at the Magikarp that was surrounded by countless trainers and Pokémon but still surging in the water with ease, Jiang Ming suddenly turned his head to find a place, and directly commanded Talonflame to start flying towards the northeast. There were not many trainers there because it was far away from the Magikarp. Talonflame, commanded by Jiang Ming, flew forward very smoothly. Because there were not many trainers, Talonflame landed in the northeast corner very smoothly. But their luck seemed to be a little worse. As soon as they landed, two very raging voices suddenly came from this place where there were not many people. Jiang Ming, who was originally planning to go to the lake to see the situation, suddenly turned his head and saw the two people who made the voices staring at each other fiercely. This stare did not last long. The two parties staring at each other were obviously not good people. After realizing that the other party would not give in easily, both parties quickly took out the Piquet ball. Two bangs, two Pokémon appeared at this moment. Jiang Ming didn't like to meddle in other people's business. He didn't bother to pay attention to the Pokémon duels around him. His attention was on the Flash Carp. Shiny Pokémon is a kind of captivate for everyone. Jiang Ming naturally wanted to get a Flash Magikarp. After all, this Magikarp is likely to be trained by him into a Flash Gyarados. For this beautiful future, Jiang Ming didn't want to take a chance at this time. Unfortunately, he doesn't like to meddle in other people's business, but that doesn't mean that others will avoid him at this time. The two trainers who were fighting each other obviously didn't notice the situation on Jiang Ming's side. Just when Jiang Ming was watching the flash Magikarp in the water and wondering whether to let his Dragonair come out, Talonflame's growl suddenly came from behind him. Jiao! Talonflame's voice was accompanied by rage. In addition to rage, Jiang Ming also clearly felt the temperature behind him starting to rise. The two not-so-right contest conditions made Jiang Ming's expression serious. He suddenly turned his head to look at the place 680 where the sound came from and saw Talonflame rage flapping his wings on the ground. And on the ground were a few feathers that looked like they were knocked to the ground. Judging from the color of the feathers and the contest condition, they should be feathers on Talonflame. Talonflame was obviously very unhappy because his feathers were knocked off for no reason. He looked down and flapped his wings while looking at his feathers. It was unknown whether he was sad or something else, but he fired Ember at the two trainers who were fighting. Jiang Ming, who originally did not intend to participate in the duel, had his eyelids jump. He wanted to stop Talonflame's rage, but it was obviously too late. Ember was ejected directly at the two trainers who were fighting in front. The two trainers were caught off guard and screamed miserably because of the burns of Ember. "Take care of your Pokémon." The two trainers who were being jumped around by Ember didn't last long. As soon as they finished jumping, one of the trainers looked at Jiang Ming fiercely. Jiang Ming, who didn't want to cause trouble, naturally wouldn't quarrel with him at this time. All his attention was on Flash Magikarp. Seeing that the trainer looked at him fiercely, Jiang Ming quickly walked towards Talonflame and planned to control Talonflame first. However, just when Jiang Ming was about to take Talonflame back to the Pokéball, the two trainers in front of him quickly commanded their Pokémon to attack Talonflame. Talonflame was not a good-tempered Pokémon. Just now it was so rage when its feathers were suddenly broken. Suddenly being attacked by other strange Pokémon, it was naturally even more rage. Especially the rage Talonflame made a cry, quickly took off, and went directly to the two in front. Pokémon attacked. The already chaotic world became even more chaotic under the attack of Liaoning. Jiang Ming looked up at the chaotic soaring in the sky and then looked at the Flash Horn King on the water who was still dying. He couldn't help but look at the training ball on the layer of the incense electric energy square. "What do you mean? Your Pokémon is disobedient, we are just helping you to teach it a lesson." 11. The two trainers who first launched an attack on Jiang Ming snorted, and then the Pokémon they commanded launched another strong attack. Jiang Ming naturally couldn't really let the other party bully his own Liaoning temple like this. Seeing that the other party was so shameless, he didn't hesitate and quickly looked up and began to command Talonflame. Talonflame, which already had the ability to fight independently, quickly circled above soaring in the sky under Jiang Ming's command. The other two Pokémon didn't seem to have as much combat experience as Fiercehawk. Seeing Fiercehawk hovering like this, the two trainers were so angry that they jumped up and down. Taking advantage of their jumping up and down, Jiang Ming glanced at the situation on the water surface not far away. After confirming that the situation on the water surface was fine, Jiang Ming quickly retreated and was about to shout to Talonflame to launch Ember. But he didn't expect that another Talonflame suddenly rushed out from the corner. The Talonflame seemed to be passing by. At the same time that Jiang Ming saw the Talonflame rushing out, the Talonflame had already collided with Jiang Ming's Talonflame. Talonflame, who was still soaring in the sky and was always on the winning direction, obviously didn't expect that he would be suddenly tackled by Chang Yaojin, who came out halfway. The sudden tackle made Talonflame lose his balance. In Jiang Ming's eyes, Talonflame, who lost his balance, suddenly fell down and landed on the water surface in a short while. Talonflame is not a water-type Pokémon, so it is impossible for it to move freely on the water surface. As soon as it fell into the water, it began to fall underwater. Jiang Ming, who was originally planning to wait and see and not let Dragonair come out so easily, suddenly changed his expression. How could he have the mood to think about anything else? He quickly took out the Pokéball and planned to release Dragonair directly towards the water surface to rescue Talonflame. However, the several trainers standing next to Jiang Ming seemed to have seen Jiang Ming's actions and immediately blocked Jiang Ming in front of him. The sudden obstruction made Jiang Ming's expression more and more solemn. He opened his mouth to the group of trainers in front of him with an ugly face. "You better not make me angry. Don't be so arrogant. I think you are probably a teenager at your age. Even if you are really angry, you don't have the ability to deal with us." Ouyang was a teenager and could enter the advanced secret realm. He was already a genius, but no matter how young he was, he still had experience and age. Several trainers who thought they were much more noble and much older than Jiang Ming ignored Jiang Ming's anger. Jiang Ming, who had long seen that these people did not take him seriously, did not speak but retreated silently. Now the most important thing for him was the fiery arrow. As a Pokémon flying in the sky, it would be troublesome if Talonflame was kept underwater. In order to prevent Talonflame from having any problems due to being in the water for a long time, he did not want to waste time with these trainers but rushed forward quickly after retreating. Those trainers naturally reacted quickly and tried to stop Jiang Ming's behavior, but unfortunately at the same time they were about to stop him, Lucario next to Jiang Ming suddenly attacked. The trainers attacked by Lucario did not react at all, and Jiang Ming took this opportunity to throw Ralts out again. Ralts blocked Jiang Ji's body and launched Hypnosis directly at the trainers in the opposite direction. The two Pokémon attacks blocked most people, and the remaining people were directly tackled into the water by Jiang Ming. As they entered the water, Jiang Ming threw Dragonair directly toward the water surface. As soon as the thrown Dragonair fell into the water, Jiang Ming began to command in the direction of Talonflame. Use Twister to roll Talonflame up. Dragonair, who had already heard everything clearly in the Pokéball, said without saying anything that a player had used Twister. Under the attack of Twister, the already messy water surface was quickly cleaned up, and all the other trainers' Pokémon were rolled into Twister. In addition to these Pokémon, Talonflame was naturally also rolled into Twister. Because its wings were wet, the fiery falcon that was rolled into Twister obviously couldn't leave on its own. Jiang Ming hurriedly walked forward for a distance, taking this opportunity to quickly pull Talonflame out of Twister. His action was very timely, and Talonflame, who was pulled out, had no other major problems except that its wings were wet. Jiang Ming, who was sure that the fierce arrow should not be a big problem, took out the Pokéball with a serious face. Take a rest in the Pokéball first and then come out. The current battlefield is a water battlefield, and Dragonair can solve this problem on this battlefield. Talonflame obviously can't fight in the water. For the fierce eagle that can't fight on the water, Jiang Ming doesn't need to let the fierce eagle stay here to waste time. It's better to let this Pokémon rest for a while. In order to avoid Talonflame from having a bigger problem, Jiang Ming, who decided to let the fierce eagle rest well, quickly put Talonflame into the Pokéball. Talonflame went in, but Dragonair was still fighting, and countless Pokémon were sucked into the whirlpool by Dragonair's Twister. Jiang Ming naturally took advantage of the victory to pursue, and the surrounding trainers never thought that Dragonair would suddenly appear at this moment. So this time all of them were unprepared, and when they were prepared, those Pokémon had been sucked into the Twister and couldn't fight. Now of course, we can't let these Pokémon who can't fight the Pokémon came back to their senses. Use Thunder Wave. Under Jiang Ming's command, Dragonair launched Thunder Wave at Twister without hesitation. Magnetic waves are very weak electric currents. If the battle is fought on flat ground, this current is not enough to cause any major damage to other Pokémon. But this time the battle is on the water and all the Pokémon are sucked into the water vortex, so this Thunder Wave is particularly useful. After all, water is very electric. In the conductive Thunder Wave, countless Pokémon that had almost reacted and stood on their feet in the vortex were quickly stimulated by the Thunder Wave and could not fight again. Jiang Ming took this opportunity to quickly come to the place where Flash Magikarp was, trying to throw his Pokéball in. However, the surrounding trainers reacted quickly at this time to block Jiang Ming's Pokéball. Dragonair launched a slam, and at Jiang Ming's request, he quickly adjusted his posture and smashed the Pokéballs of the surrounding trainers again. Flash Magikarp seemed to feel threatened. Feeling the frustration of other trainers, Jiang Ming quickly attacked those trainers. Flash Magikarp, who made a desperate effort, launched a final attack towards Dragonair but was sucked into the water by Dragonair's slam. This group of trainers, who were very rage naturally, would not let Jiang Ming leave easily. Jiang Ming took this opportunity to directly enter the crowd, ran to the front when there was an opening, and said to Dragonair, "Use Slam." Just as other trainers threw out their Pokéballs and tried to attack Dragonair, Dragonair had already entered the Pokéball and lay flat. After gritting their teeth, they instantly changed the direction of attack and looked at Jiang Ming fiercely. Jiang Ming's Pokéball, which was blocked by countless trainers, soon fell in midair. Dragonair and Jiang Ming have always had a good cooperation. After hearing Jiang Ming's words, he immediately changed his attack posture and launched a slam attack towards the Flash Magikarp in front of him. Seeing that Flash Magikarp was completely stable, Jiang Ming put away the Pokéball and then took out the Pokéball again and smashed it directly in the direction of Dragonair. Talonflame, which had rested in the Pokéball for a while, was thrown out by Jiang Ming and emitted a growl, and quickly threw Jiang Ming onto his back. Flash Magikarp, who was suddenly sucked in, obviously lost all its combat ability. After all, when Jiang Ming came here, Flash Magikarp had been dealing with other Pokémon for a long time. Countless trainers did not expect that Flash Magikarp would suddenly launch the last wave at this moment. Seeing the sudden attack of Flash Magikarp, these trainers could only watch their Pokéballs and Flash Carp King pass by each other in a daze. The exhausted Flash Magikarp had no ability to struggle at all. It jumped a few times in Jiang Ming's Pokéball and soon stopped. When Dragonair whipped its tail towards other trainers, Jiang Ming had already come to where Flash Magikarp was lying and threw out his Pokéball. Jiang Ming has never been a trainer who would just watch Pokémon pass by him. Those trainers were in no mood to fight with Jiang Ming. After all, Flash Magikarp was the most important thing to them. Seeing Jiang Ming suddenly attack, these trainers naturally dodged quickly. Then Jiang Ming stared at the front with wide eyes, and Dragonair, who was still waiting for his order, spoke again. "Launch a slam to knock down the other Pokéballs." Zero. Taking advantage of the opportunity of blocking Jiang Ming's Pokéball, the trainers also reacted and took out their Pokéballs at extreme speed, trying to take down the Flash Carp King in the whirlpool. Seeing their actions, Jiang Ming certainly did not dare to waste time and quickly threw out his Talonflame. Looking at the countless trainers who suddenly appeared, the Magikarp, which was struggling in the whirlpool, suddenly widened its eyes and then quickly jumped directly towards Dragonair. This was going to make a last-ditch effort. Seeing that Flash Magikarp was completely unable to attack after being hit into the water because of this incident, Jiang Ming quickly dropped the Pokéball. Jiang Ming took this opportunity to pull Gardevoir up and then put away the other Pokémon. Jiang Ming completely obtained Flash Magikarp. After everything was ready, Jiang Ming quickly pointed to the south end. Seeing that Flash Magikarp was easily taken by Jiang Ming and Dragonair was quickly taken back by Jiang Ming, the trainers around who had missed were gritting their teeth. "Please give me flowers, Zero." Dragonair obviously didn't have enough strength after a long battle. Seeing Jiang Ming's sudden Pokéball, Dragonair no longer struggled and let Jiang Ming's Pokéball hit him.
"You kid. Run."
Although he was indeed a little strong just now, Jiang Ming still knew how much fighting power he had. It was indeed a bit difficult for him to compete with so many trainers with the Pokémon he had now. Since it was a bit difficult, why should he stay where he was? Since he had already got the Pokémon, of course he would hide if he could. Deciding to hide faster, Jiang Ming urged Talonflame to run fast. How could the other trainers let 827 go so easily? Jiang Ming watched Talonflame run fast, and they also quickly took out their flying Pokémon and rushed towards Jiang Ming. The countless house birds chasing Talonflame flying was really a bit heroic. Jiang Ming looked up at such a big scene and smiled at Gardevoir, who had been calm beside him and did not give any help. "It's your turn this time, Gardevoir."
"Shanai."
Gardevoir sent out a growl and then suddenly widened his eyes at the trainers in front who were chasing them. Before the trainers could react, Jiang Ming's eyes suddenly turned cold and he quickly gave orders.
"Use hypnosis."
"No, this guy is trying to hypnotize us in the air." A group of house birds are unstable when flying in the air. They need to use the Super Power series to stabilize their body shape. In this case, it would be even more dangerous if they were hypnotized in the air. A group of trainers who realized something was wrong wanted to land immediately, but it was a pity that their landing was obviously not as fast as Gardevoir's hypnosis. Looking at Gardevoir's hypnosis coming, the trainers were dizzy and swayed left and right in the air because they couldn't resist it before they could even react. The shaking didn't last long because the Pokémon and the trainer were not aware of the smelling salts, so the shaking lasted only half a minute. They fell to the ground because they couldn't see the situation in front of them clearly. As they fell slowly, the trainers and Pokémon behind them who were not hypnotized were also greatly affected by their fall. In less than a moment, in a relatively narrow area, this group of trainers and Pokémon were completely blocked. Taking this opportunity, Jiang Ming commanded Talonflame to pass through this area and quickly began to fly in another direction. After flying for 3 minutes, Jiang Ming changed direction again. The high-level secret realm was originally relatively wide. With Jiang Ming changing directions left and right and Gardevoir's hypnosis controlling the entire field, they soon threw away all the chasing trainers. Seeing that the trainer was no longer chasing him, Jiang Ming and other Pokémon found a place to land with Escalation. With the cover of the small, dense forest, Jiang Jin brought 10 Pokémon cards to the forest and SR breathed a sigh of relief. Then he took out the flash Magikarp he had taken and looked at it. This Magikarp was a little stupid. When it was taken out, it just looked at Jiang Ming stupidly. It was not stable enough now, so Jiang Ming did not plan to find out the situation of the Magikarp for the time being. He looked around and confirmed that there was no problem with the Magikarp. He quickly took the Magikarp back and took out all the packages he had prepared before and started making Pokémon food for the Pokémon. After all, no one knew how long they would run next. Those trainers were only left behind by them for a short time, but they would most likely meet again. In order to avoid this encounter, Jiang Ming took out the Pokémon food one after another while looking around. The Pokémon who had no idea what Jiang Ming was thinking were very enthusiastic. After all, they had just experienced a battle and were starving. In this case, the Pokémon food Jiang Ming brought out would definitely be welcomed by countless Pokémon, no matter whether it was delicious or not. The weak wind does not have any combat ability but can blow up sleep powder. This weak wind is indeed not very useful for normal situations, but it is different for the current situation where the big butterfly emits sleep powder. What he didn't expect was that just when he was planning to change positions in another direction with a group of Pokémon, a Butterfree slowly flew towards him at this time. With the cooperation of this group of Pokémon, Jiang Ming's rest was much smoother. After resting smoothly for more than 2 hours, Jiang Ming's fatigue from fighting with other trainers just now finally disappeared. Butterfree and the trainer seem to have a high degree of intimacy, and the cooperation between the two sides is very smooth. At first, Jiang Ming didn't notice anything wrong with Butterfree. As a forest in a secret place, there are naturally many Pokémon living in this forest. Jiang Ming, who originally thought that Butterfree was probably just a wild Pokémon, suddenly changed his face and quickly retreated with Gardevoir. Gardevoir tilted his head in confusion, as if he couldn't understand Jiang Ming's behavior. After the meal, Jiang Ming took advantage of the opportunity to let a group of Pokémon rest in the Poké Ball while he took Gardevoir to rest in a nearby tent. Under the influence of those winds, sleep powder floated towards Jiang Ming. If Jiang Ming did not have any way to deal with it, he would be hypnotized by sleep powder. But if there is a small sound of footsteps behind this Pokémon, then things will be different. There may be bigger enemies later. I will use my combat power. To read Jing Shuang's novels, go to Feilu Novel Network. It must be said that Jiang Ming's luck is definitely good. Jiang Ming, who clearly felt that Gardevoir wanted to help deal with the matter, quickly pulled Gardevoir and spoke seriously. Under his observation, he soon saw a huge tree not far from him. As soon as the trainer said this, Butterfree quickly blew a gust of light wind. Shanai. Jiang Ming, who finally eliminated his fatigue, quickly jumped up and planned to change positions with his Pokémon. We've been spotted, Butterfree, use your sleep powder. At the same time that Jiang Ming was retreating quickly, the trainers behind Butterfree were also very sharp and realized that Jiang Ming had discovered something wrong. They didn't care about hiding anymore and quickly came towards Jiang Ming while shouting to Butterfree. Along with their voices, Butterfree emitted a growl and his body began to sprinkle countless powders on the light flying towards Jiang Ming. The trainer on the opposite side was an experienced trainer. After confirming that Butterfree had sprinkled the powder, he proudly stood at a distance from Butterfree and shouted to Butterfree, "Use Gust to blow the powder bed in front of him." The warmly welcomed Pokémon happily had a rather hasty meal with Jiang Ming. Although Jiang Ming's combat power is actually sufficient and he has many props in his hands, he is not afraid of the human wave tactics at all, but no matter how afraid he is, it does not mean that Jiang Ming will be careless and think that he can do whatever he wants. Jiang Ming, who suddenly saw the nests of these Beedrills, reacted quickly and ran towards the direction of Beedrill. On the tree were several Beedrills buzzing around. In order to avoid the consequences of being hypnotized, Jiang Ming quickly retreated with Gardevoir while observing the current situation. The Pokémon, who were already exhausted, were naturally happy to do so, and even without Jiang Ming's urging, they smoothly entered Jiang Ming's Pokéball ball to rest. So it's not surprising to meet Pokémon. Around the Beedrills flying around the tree were one after another. Beedrill's nest. Butterfree's trainer's eyelids twitched wildly. How could he return to his country? But the Pokémon that Jiang Ming got this time was too special. It was Flash Magikarp. The most terrifying thing about Pokémon of the Beedrill type is that there are really many of them. But if they could deal with it, Jiang Ming would still run away. Jiang Ming didn't even need to give any warnings. The Beedrills flew out of the nest one after another and rushed towards Butterfree. Under the hypnosis of sleep powder, several Beedrills soon became stiff and fell slowly. He gritted his teeth and shouted to the people in front of him and then quickly dragged the people next to him. Gardevoir retreated and called out Talonflame. The facts proved that people really should not be too conscientious in inappropriate places. "You are too sinister. We just came to the secret realm to get some good stuff. Is it necessary to fight to the death?" Anyway, Jiang Ming doesn't believe that they will keep their sanity, so Jiang Ming will choose to be ruthless first. If they really have no problems, Jiang Ming will not kill them. For such a precious one Pokémon, others will definitely try their best to fight for it. If those people were unable to deal with this large group of Beedrills, they would choose to help. And the Beedrills in the nest naturally saw the Beedrills patrolling outside falling slowly and why those Beedrills fell. For the sake of his life, Jiang Ming directly waved his hand at the group of trainers. "Don't try to test my kindness with this attitude. Kindness also depends on the position. In the advanced secret realm, kindness may even lose your life." Many Beedrills instantly rage after seeing their companions being hurt. He was not arrogant, so he planned to kill someone with a borrowed knife. After saying this, Jiang Ming quickly began to retreat while dragging Gardevoir. But if they have problems, as long as Jiang Ming is ruthless enough, the other party will not have the ability to solve him. Looking at the behavior of those people who kept their Pokémon tightly but deliberately attracted the group of Beedrills in front of them, Jiang Ming's face turned cold. Jiang Ming, who was hiding in the dark, originally just wanted to observe the other party's situation, worried that the other party could not cover up this "Ma lies bottom." But he did not expect that his conscientious song would actually make those people aware of his conscience, and took this opportunity to directly lead the group of Beedrills in front of him. After going around, Jiang Ming found a position behind the group of people and began to observe. Jiang Qi didn't expect to hear such a sentence and he was disappointed. Although he retreated, Jiang Ming was not a heartless person. The place where he retreated was not far away. There are not many Flash Magikarp in the country and Jiang Ming was lucky to get this one. Money can move people's hearts. If Jiang Ming didn't get the Flash Crocodile King, he could indeed communicate calmly with the group of people in front of him, and even if their interests were lost, it would not cause any major impact. Jiang Ming, who was not arrogant at all, dragged Gardevoir and hid behind the tree where the Beedrills were. Because Jiang Ming was hiding behind the tree, Butterfree's sleep powder naturally did not fall on Jiang Ming but on the Beedrills flying around. Seeing Jiang Ming and Gardevoir hiding behind the tree without any worries and then looking at the Beedrills rushing towards them, the trainer's face turned green. At the same time when the Beedrills were angered by Jiang Ming's actions, Butterfree's sleep powder finally floated over here. In the face of such huge wealth, will those people still keep their sanity and choose not to fight to the death? You are indeed cold-blooded enough. However, he has never been afraid of these things, so even if he was a little surprised by the other party's self-introduction, he still looked ahead proudly. Jiang Ming turned his head to look at the surrounding area and quickly pointed in the direction of a small lake not far away. It quickly took off and dived directly towards Jiang Ming. Countless mid-air collisions caused the large group of Beedrills to start turning their heads. Through Jiang Ming's arrangement, Talonflame has already gotten enough rest in the Piquet Ball. Gardevoir's level is too high. Even though this group of Beedrills is very fierce, they obviously don't dare to provoke Gardevoir. So when Jiang Ming was chased by this group of Beedrills just now, Gardevoir was safe and sound. Seeing Jiang Ming come back to pick him up, Gardevoir nodded to Jiang Ming with satisfaction. Jiang Ming, who was satisfied with Gardevoir, was not in the mood to think so much. He suddenly turned his head and pressed Gardevoir from the ground and began to command Talonflame to fly quickly to the lake. Just as Talonflame rushed towards the lake, Jiang Ming looked at Gardevoir seriously. Use hypnosis? Gardevoir's hypnosis is different from Lalu's hypnosis. After all, the strength of Ralts is still relatively low and the level is there, so no matter how strong they are, they can't solve a large number of enemies at once. So Jiang Ming needs to use skills when letting Ralts fight. Gardevoir is different. As a Pokémon that is strong enough to crush many existing Pokémon, Gardevoir's combat power is real and overwhelming. Go pick up Gardevoir and fly to the lake. The group of Beedrills that were thrown away were naturally unwilling and wanted to continue to attack Jiang Ming. Talonflame and Jiang Ming have a very good understanding of each other. Under Jiang Ming's command, Talonflame quickly changed direction and threw away the 253 group of Beedrills and rushed directly towards Gardevoir. This overwhelming power does not require Gardevoir to have any skills or anything, but to launch an attack directly. The plan went very smoothly. Without the obstruction of the Beedrills, Talonflame took Jiang Ming across the lake at a very fast speed and directly came to the small forest opposite the Lake Oil. Jiang Ming, who was finally far away from the Beedrills, breathed a sigh of relief and let Talonflame land. He stared straight ahead. In Jiang Ming's eyes, the trainers with Ba Dachin also rushed over quickly at this moment. Seeing Jiang Ming safely crossing the Taobo and heading to the forest opposite the lake, Butterfree's trainer suddenly put Butterfree's entrance away. I admire your strength. I originally thought you shouldn't know my name, but today I want to introduce myself to you. Under Jiang Ming's gaze, Butterfree's trainer said seriously, "My name is Zhang Tian, I am a mercenary. Let me tell you directly, the flash Magikarp in your hand is not what I want. Someone paid a lot of money to let me come here to steal it. I need to complete this task." While those Beedrills were dizzy, the Beedrills flying behind collided because the Beedrills in front did not continue to pursue. Talonflame was called out suddenly and was full of energy. Seeing that his plan was successful, Jiang Ming smiled triumphantly and did not want to pay attention to those dizzy Beedrills. He quickly commanded Talonflame to fly towards the direction of the lake, taking this opportunity to cross Taobo and come to a small forest opposite Taobo. Jiang Ming, who thought they were going to come over here to attack him, raised his eyebrows slightly. He really didn't expect that the other party would introduce themselves to him at this time. Under Jiang Ming's command, Gardevoir, who was attacking the group of Beedrills in front, only launched a hypnosis to make the large group of Beedrills flying in front and trying to attack Jiang Ming strongly dizzy. Just when several Beedrills were about to approach Jiang Ming, Talonflame, which was diving towards Jiang Ming, threw Jiang Ming on its back and took off again at a very extreme speed.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.